Going to be a wild ride today. I'm really looking forward to finishing off the week off strong. Elections next week. Let's see what the market does here. Do we get strong green day or do we just kind of fizzle to the side? I think we see a good day. I'm pumped. I've got a positive attitude. FSR is a go. ACRX earnings next week. Waiter earnings the following week. All kinds of great stuff coming. So we're going to look at all that. I'm going to open up Notepad here. And if you guys have tickers that you want me to take a look at today, just shout them on out and we'll get that done. I'm going to open up marbles here. Just let everybody kind of trickle in and we'll start the day off with marbles as we normally do. Guys, so there will be a marbles at the start of the stream and at the end of the stream. Start of the stream, you get to pick the ticker that we watch going in. End of the stream, it will be, I'm going to give away a sub to the winner. First, okay. Is this thing on? I think this thing is on. Let me just make sure that this is going out to everyone everywhere the way that it should. It looks like it is. Okay, fantastic. Bum 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 bum. It's gonna be a beautiful day. What shall we play today? What shall we play? Guess I'll pull this up so that you guys can see it. Screen capture. Okay. Morning, good morning, good morning. Let's go with phenomenal, hilarious, greatness. Why not, huh? Why not? Good morning, good morning, guten morgen. Donde es fiesta? Buenos dias. Bonjour tout le monde. We're going to do this thing multilingual, international. Get in, get in, get in. I'm going to join too. I'll play against you guys. I'll play against you because I know what I want to be watching today. But everybody get in. It's a party. The players, the players. Look at all those new names, stars, and fantastic folks. Welcome, welcome, welcome. All right, we are in, we are in, we are in. I'm going to run this in 10. And off we go. Time to beat is a minute 59. Do we have any record holders on this one? Wonder, I wonder, I wonder. Dig into all the subs, man. Look at all the blue names here. That's just beautiful. Beautiful. Wait, Phantoms is not following it? He's been around since, or, oh, yeah, you're a follower, you're not a sub. That, right. The blue is sub. Gotcha. The ACRX call wasn't yesterday, Cybot. I'm not sure what you mean. The call is next Wednesday. Ah, Saki missed it. You missed it. One of these days, Saki. One of these days. Yeah, it's next Thursday is the ACRX call. Whoever it was, TradingView or whatever that said it was yesterday, they were full of it, which I had suspected. I have no idea. This is kind of an interesting thing. I don't know that I've ever seen that. Whoa, Zoe. Zoe just sneaks right through. You're following right behind. Here we go. We got a race. We got a race. We got a race. Yeah, $1.79, $1.80. Still great entry. Really, really nice entry. Yura, Zoe, neck and neck. The booster. Hey, come. Yeah. Come on. Oh, I'm slacking on my job here. Hold on. I got a little dude here. He wants to be a part. Hi. Yeah, that's nice. Okay, look. We're watching the marbles. We're watching the marbles. Eric O'Fallon in the lead. Oh, he got a little bit cucked there, though. Zoe coming back at it. Yura coming around the pipe. Zoe takes back the lead. Poor Eric O'Fallon. Seriously. I'm bullish on FSR into Monday. Past that, I'm not. Maybe Wednesday, but we'll see. Zoe takes the win. Zoe, the ticker of your choice. The ticker of your choice. Say hi. Hi. Hello. Yeah, that's you. That's you. There you are. Second place again. Always a bridesmaid, never a bride. Hair, I am not concerned. That the consensus estimate is a 900% increase year over year. All right, Yura, choice is yours. Zoe's passing it along. What are we watching? Do 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 do. Google. We're watching the Googs. Skadoosh, the Googs. Goog. Yeah. So let me show you. Let me show you why I think. No, no, and I think this is the misconception that a lot of people have. If we pull up SPAC, no, if we pull up Nikla, they literally mirrored exactly what Nikla did. So guys, if we look back at Nikla here, June 3rd, it's okay. He's being good. He can be taken, but he was being good. Bye bye. June 3rd, they did their vote for their merger to Nikla from BTIQ. You'll see the next day they did very little. The following day they did. This is when the name actually changed to Nikla on the 5th here, and you see they didn't really do much on the 5th. Then the Monday, then the Tuesday. So this is we've got to wait the weekend on FSR, I think. Now I may be pleasantly surprised, and it may spike up today. It may break the trend of what Nikla did, just because there's more hype on this than there was with Nikla. But we'll see. We'll see. For me, yeah, yeah. I did the same thing this morning where I opened up my options to see kind of how everything was doing. I was like, where the hell's my SPAC contract? What the hell? What are you doing? And then I realized I'm a dumbass, and there's my FSR right there. Um,
You guys better hope that Tastyworks is lying once again. It doesn't actually come to Canada in December. They just responded last night, so it took them like a full 2 months to respond, saying, thank you for your web ticket. Please let me know if this is an open issue for you.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean they're not phenomenal. They never have been. When I called them and I said this is ridiculous, like you guys screwed me out of options, they were good to me, which is why I'm still there. But yesterday was a great stream. We're gonna have another great stream again today, guys. Full time streamer? No, no, part time at best. But no, I had a blast going a little bit longer yesterday, going to 2 o'clock. I can't do that every day because I do have kids that I am homeschooling with my wife, so we've got to do that. But I am happy to do this daily. It is a blast. Yesterday was amazing, guys, as far as followers and new faces and all kinds of new folks. We're up to 60 already today, so I'm looking forward to another fantastic day here. ACRX is an interesting play. If you guys are new here and you want to hear the breakdown on that, I know for a lot of people, I did see that Space flew their Eve test flight. That's still not the, for me, that's not going to be what moves Space, right? For me, is going to be the announcement of the date. I am really hoping they can just hold off until the end of next week. I did. It's in Martini's Discord. Let's see here. I keep forgetting how to share this. I know that there's a way to do it. That moment when you realize you are officially a boomer.
Oh yeah, so
Invite people. Edit invite.
I also checked my LinkedIn yesterday. Someone was viewing and I was like, oh, who is this? And then it's like, oh, someone at Wells Fargo Home Mortgage or Research Remediation Associate at Wells Fargo Mortgage. I'm like, ugh, Wells Fargo. Also, I don't know what the hell home remediation is. Are you just like a house inspector or something like that, or?
Sorry, I was kind of half listening there. Also, if you guys are looking for the video from yesterday where we did the whole breakdown instead of just the, if you go into that Discord, you'll see in the resource section, I did put that video up for you. But if you go, let me go here. This is my YouTube channel here. You can just go here. And then the video from yesterday is
It's not in the resources.
stream 20 hours ago. What's this one? Here's the video from yesterday, guys. It's available on YouTube. You can go there and check it out and watch it. There are no episodes on that. I didn't take the time to do that. I haven't been. You can tell that I'm getting a little bit lazy with that, where I went from thumbnails and properly optimized to not. But the links are there for you at least. You can hop into the Discord, check the resource channel inside Martini's Discord, and it is the second wave spreadsheet in there is the spreadsheet we worked on as a group yesterday. So that's there for you guys. Here we go into market open though. So let's see what Google does at the gate. What are we thinking? Massive green candle, red candle? What's Google gonna do? Green, red, blue, thought?
Ding, ding, ding.
Ding, ding, ding. We got a big green dong coming. YouTube joining us today. They feel that big green dong is in order. All right, this is set to 1 year, so we're clearly not going to see anything on that. So let's change this to a day. And green at the gate, 1676, 1677. Holy shit, look at that jump. 1560 to 1670? Damn. So I guess Google did well? Holy frig. Yara, what's your play on this? Do you have calls on Google?
It's the only one that was positive out of all the earnings.
Yeah, out of all the Facebook, Apple. Apple's not a huge surprise for me though. It's definitely a buy the dip. I expect to see them seeing a lot of buying happening though. Everybody's gonna go, oh, they didn't have great earnings, so we're gonna go down. Meanwhile, everybody knows that next quarter is gonna be gangbusters. Do not gamble on FSR. Don't do it. Don't do it. I'm telling you right now, don't do it. Just want to make sure that we do have FSR on here because SPAC is no longer a thing. No, not the Canadian version. I want the. There we go. Fisker. Okay, we can delete SPAC. All right, back to Google. All right. I mean, Google's looking strong. It's actually retaining this and growing. Holy crap. Is Google going to 1700?
I think we're gonna try to float for most of the day, and then I think near the closes where we're gonna have our swan dive because it's end of the month.
You think it's going to be a swan dive with the election next week?
Yeah, I think it's gonna follow the same pattern it did back in 2016, where we take a swan dive leading into the election, and then right after the election, obviously, I still think depending on who gets elected, we shoot straight up.
Yeah, I mean, that's interesting because my mindset was completely opposite that people are going to be entering their positions based off of where they think the election's going.
Oh, I know. I think the same way. It's just that I think originally, because I still think that they were trying to price it in lower, expecting Biden's gonna win or some crap like that. But then it's just bait for people to jump in on shorts and then just take it all the way the other way. They did with the futures. I mean, futures just kept nosediving, afraid that because everybody was declaring Hillary the winner before they were finished the count, and then finally when the actual total came out, which I think this year they're going to. This year, I think they're just going to, because the derangement is so high, is that I think that they're going to pre-declare Joe Biden the winner and just defiantly stick with that, to, even though if the reality is that Trump they actually lost and Trump actually won.
Yeah, the night of, both of them are going to claim victory because they both know that the Supreme Court is going to take precedent on whoever claims victory the night of. They now obviously they both have to have numbers to support that. So the initial numbers have to give them some credibility to make that claim. But if it is close both ways on the initial count, both of them are going to claim victory. Biden knows that he has to. That's in the playbook. You absolutely have to.
But like in the what was it, in the things I was reading yesterday, they were saying that with mail-in voting the way it is, it's going to take them at least a month before they confirm like 100%.
Ajax, what do you mean Burlaston and selectivity index of 426? What are you talking about? Did news on iPix just drop? I'm not seeing anything here.
Yeah. Also, my intelligence indicator is telling me that is this a market crash coming soon, or is a huge impending crash coming soon, which is basically kind of confirming my suspicions of we're going to nosedive a little bit and then we're going to rocket.
Oh, Fuquan, I think that that question, a lot of people are going to say that there's bias one way or the other. My thoughts on who's better for the market, being Biden or Trump, all comes down to how they are going to deal with COVID. It's really the COVID restrictions, and Trump has said that they will never do a massive lockdown like they did before again. The economy cannot afford it. They will not do it. Biden has said he's more than happy to lock down the entire country. The CDC says so. So in my mind, Trump is better for the market. Um, Trump is also a little bit more gung ho and getting crap done too, right? So when he's going after companies like Twitter and Facebook, he's gonna go, especially now that he's got a Supreme Court, like he's gonna go after them and hard. I think if we do see, and I mean, I hate this red wave, blue wave nonsense. I think if we see a Republican House and a Republican president, that you can very much expect you can expect a lot of crap to get done. I don't know if they retain the Senate. That seems to be the big question of can the Republicans hold the Senate. I don't know that we get all three branches Republican leaning, but at the very least, I think the House has a good chance of it. I think the Oval Office has a good chance of being Republican. Again, guys, it's kind of nice for me to be able to talk about the American election because as a Canadian, I'm kind of removed from it. I know that Americans are very much like you plant your flag. I'm a Republican or I'm a Democrat. I'm a Canadian. So for me, I outside of the secondary of being a Canadian, it's not a huge deal for me who wins one way or the other. The American dollar is always going to be stronger than the Canadian dollar, given the bonehead that we've got running our country. So, did I see the iPix news? I did not. So, if you guys want to link me the iPix news, I will definitely take a look at that. I don't know that that's going to move it much today. It's up 85 bucks on the day, but okay. Let's go here. Let's get rid of this. Let's see anything else. It's all good. Okay, this. Okay, so for those of you guys that don't know, iPix is my far outside. Let's make sure that you guys can see what I see. iPix is my far outside the norm pick for COVID. They had an obscene number. It was like a 90% viral load decrease on their phase 1 study. They're small penny stock, so typically I don't encourage anybody to take a look at penny stocks, but I'm in on this one. They're a very small company, but the drug is remarkable. Most of the this is nuts. Most of the viral load decreases from the big guys, the remdesivirs and the AstraZenecas, they're looking at a 60 to a 75 range. The highest one I've seen out of all of them was a very small study on the initial AstraZeneca drug that came in at 90. Nobody comes close to iPix. Nobody comes close to Verlacidin with 97%. Now they're a smaller company, so they're not going to go first, but FSR on the day today was not the play. The name change was not the play. Monday was the play on FSR. For me, it's been a carbon copy of Nikola to this point. Wednesday's the vote, Thursday's the paperwork, Friday's the name change, Monday we go. For me, what's interesting here is this hasn't updated for me. I'm still seeing SPAC in my holdings. So anyway, I'm gonna look at this iPix information here, and then FSR is up 1%. It's kind of just a sideways nothing. I'm not overly concerned. I've got Fisker Inc. Ordinance A. No, I'm not looking at the. I want to focus on iPix here because this is a big deal. So this is important. It disrupts viral integrity and it blocks viral entry. So 25 is my PT on FSR. With this, guys, this is not just saying that it can break down the virus. It's saying that it can block entry. So it can be used as a preventative, but it can also be used as a treatment, which is one of the reasons I like Verlacidin. It can be used as both as a vaccine and a treatment. That's huge. So where a lot of these companies are trying to choose in between, okay, well, do we develop a vaccine or a treatment? Where remdesivir is more of a treatment, and AstraZeneca and mRNA and all those guys are working on a vaccine. This is both in one. So instead of you getting 2 shots, right? 1 shot, 1 vaccination, 97 viral load, done. Let's see what the new news is from the university on it, though. Yeah, this is a big deal. So these guys were one of the few that were actually being tested inside government labs by the NIAID, NIAID, yeah, National Institute Against Infectious Diseases. So government labs have already been looking at Burlacidin. These additional studies are to prove validity of the data. They've got a peer review on this. I think that this sees an emergency use authorization based off of some of this data. But I would say they're probably 3-4 months out from getting approval. So they're a little bit further out. But for a small company like this, if they do get that approval, it's going to be huge because this drug does not just work. It does not just work on COVID. It works on all of the SARS strains. So that's swine flu, that's COVID, that's bird flu, all of those. This works for all of those, which means that it has huge potential for future iterations of this, right? COVID doesn't stop now. COVID's going to continue down the road, which means that we are most likely going to see new iterations of this. And the people that are coming up with vaccines right now are trying to come up with vaccines specifically to attack COVID 19. But what happens when we see COVID 20 next year? COVID 21? Or there's a new iteration of the SARS virus, right? This thing hasn't gone away. We've seen this progressing over and over and over again. Burlacidin works on SARS. So it's amazing. Yeah. There's a huge chance that we will see a new SARS or MERS, and this works on both as a prophylactic. It's a potential big play. It is OTC, though. So, again, I do not recommend anybody go anywhere near this. I don't. It's an extremely risky play, guys. Extremely risky play. And you need to do the due diligence and read the medical reports and understand what's being said. So please keep that in mind. Don't just rush into this thing. Later, Saki. Enjoy the date, man. Have a great weekend. Yeah, it's looking like a red old day, doesn't it? Holy jumping. Okay. So space doesn't seem to be running on that news of the Eve test, and that's fantastic. I'm pretty happy. I know that seems counterproductive to wish space to go down, but I exit my position. I could potentially actually get a better entry as of next week. So it'll be interesting to see what happens here. The other good news is that with SPAC not going till Monday, apparently my my broker has not yet updated my holdings, which is a bit of a piss off. I'm not surprised. It's TD in the States or TD in Canada, so it's not surprising that they're not like quick to the gun. But makes it difficult to trade this if I was looking to exit first thing. Not sure when they're going to get around to doing this. I am? What's I am? Nobody's got it updated. Makes it kind of difficult to trade if nobody's updating it. So there's not a ton of traffic on it because, I mean, let's be honest. Odabrick, Gamma's Game, Hail Demon. Thank you all for the follows, guys. Much appreciated. Glad that you guys are here. Feel free to buckle in and enjoy the ride. Yeah. SPAC hasn't updated for anybody, which is probably why we're seeing such ridiculously low volume here. I could enter a position right now on SPAC. I could buy it directly, but I cannot. I wonder what happens if I buy 5. So I'm getting an error when trying to place an order on it. So I cannot currently trade FSR. So whoever has access to this, I don't know what platform has access to FSR right now, but it's not mine. It's not mine. I don't have SPAC calls though. I think if I open up my IB, probably has access to it because if I look at IB right now, I have FSR. Voila, FSR, and it's up a little bit. Ajax, I just tried to take a position. I just tried to buy like 5 shares of it, just something small to see if I could actually enter a order on it, and I cannot. I'm not capable of doing that.
I think I want to get back into pins, but I don't know if today is the right day. And I don't think
I would wait. I think all of those social networks are going to dip on Trump win if Trump wins. I would wait. In my opinion, just like I see Trump winning being negative for social media as a whole.
Pinterest care? You think really?
I don't know that Pinterest specific cares, but Pinterest is tied to the other social networks. So when like Snapchat does well, when Twitter does well, typically Pinterest does well alongside them, right? So I think that if Section 230, if people think Section 230 is going to do well, we see Twitter, Facebook, Pinterest, or TikTok, Twitter, Facebook, Google go down, and Pinterest would go with them, and that would just be a buy the dip for you because Pinterest doesn't really get affected by that, right? Pinterest is literally what social media is supposed to be, which is a giant spew board. They don't curate outside of pornographic material, as far as I know.
Sounds about right.
And I mean, if Biden wins, I don't think it goes. I don't know that it goes down, but I definitely I think you're still going to be in a better position. I think there's going to be a lot of fear. Do I think after the elections the stock market will tank? No. I think different sectors will benefit for sure. You'll see some sectors do well and some not. I expect the oil industry to go down significantly if Biden wins. Expect green energy to take off and expect pot stocks to take off. If Biden wins pre-market, I will be having an entry on at least one pot stock, if not more. So it looks like FSR is starting to get opened up to people here because we're starting to see a little bit of an increase in volume. We'll see exactly what it does today, but yeah, there we go. Starting to see some volume pick up on it. So I think people are finally getting it opened up and they're able to trade it a little bit. Let's see if my holdings have updated. I imagine I will probably be last to see the update. Posted a ticker with insider buys in Discord. In which channel? CERE, third stage Parkinson disease. Yeah, yeah, that's an interesting pick. I'll put it on the watch list at least. Yeah, it's up 10% right now on the day. All right, let's head over to StockTwits here and see what is.
I actually don't know if I agree with you about social media companies if Trump wins.
You don't think
it seems to me. Sorry, what?
No, go ahead.
It seems to me like all of this like contention between Trump and social media companies is because all the social media companies are like left leaning and they're trying to kind of fuck with him because election is coming up. I think all that goes away after the election. If he wins, like there's no point to do that anymore. There's no point to him.
No, there is to stoke the
there is. The FCC has a ruling coming up on Section 230, and that's still going to be pushed through. Actually, it's bipartisan, so it may not matter if Trump wins or not. But Biden is not going to push nearly as hard. Biden Biden's in the pocket, right? Like he's perfectly protected by social media, so he's not necessarily going to be as aggressive on it. But Trump is going to push that thing through the FCC as hard as he possibly can. Just he's a vindictive asshole, right? He's got to go through 4 more years of this fake news nonsense. He's had enough. I'm pretty sure that you see him continue. He's going to continue the witch hunt on Jack Dorsey for sure. Ice T Foot HD, thanks for the follow, man. Much appreciated. FSR move by mooning. What are we talking? Okay, it's up a little bit. We're back up to $10. Yeah, so clearly it's opening up to people. I still don't have it. I still can't trade it. I still can't exit my position. So I don't have a choice, unfortunately. I just have to hold.
I bought some 50-cent calls on Robinhood, or I paid 50 cents for them.
What strike?
12.50 for next month.
Yeah, I've got 15s for the 20th.
God, these ads are fucking annoying on Twitch.
I'm break even on them right now.
Yeah, I just threw out like a few dollars to distract me from my 5K loss on Qs.
Ouch. Yeah, no, I still don't have it. For me, Monday's the play. You guys can make a call on what you're gonna do, but for me, Monday's the play. It's still relatively low volume. Like 350,000 is not huge volume here, guys. I think most people still can't trade it. I think Monday will be the day that we see this really have the play. There'll be a lot of after hours buying today, I think. Pre-market on Monday, and then into the day on Monday. I will probably exit first 15, 20 minutes on Monday, depending on what the price is. Again, I'm not super gritty on this, guys. I am not expecting a Nikola 80. I'm happy to take 25 on this. I'm not a super greedy man. I have an $11 average. If it goes to 25, that's me doubling it. I will take that double up, and I will throw that money elsewhere. But the thing that I do want to go back and watch is that's weird. I do want to go back and just take a look real quick at stock quits and see how people are reacting on there. Not a lot of bears on here chirping today. They're very, very quiet. There was a lot of bears yesterday. Not so many bears at the moment because they're holding on for dear life, I think. Oh, Fisker's talking with Kramer on CNBC right now. There's 13% on the day. What's Space looking at? Space is 1730. That's going to be a better entry for me. Like I said, this is all playing out really, really nicely for me here, guys. So I'm probably going to take Fisker, whatever Fisker does as far as gains for me. I will take Fisker, and I am like I showed you guys the map yesterday that I've drawn out here. I'll give you guys a little taste of what the plan looks like, the master plan. So SPAC earnings are going to split in between ACRX and Space. After ACRX, I'm going to split that between Mattel and Waiter. And then I'm going to take whatever I get off the Space play and put that, or whatever I get off of the space play and put that into LPL and DGLY, and then I'm right back to holding through into next quarter. But hopefully, if this goes according to plan, I should be able to hit around that 70, 80,000 mark on this portfolio, and that'll be kind of it for the year. But I'm pretty happy with that. You know, 2,200 to 80 grand in a year is a decent growth on an equity portfolio. I'll be happy with that. Yeah, I mean, most people still can't trade this. This is still not available on most things. My stocks are still not updated, so I couldn't exit if I wanted to, which is, I mean, no point calling TD because by the time they get back to me, it'll be 3 weeks from now, and they'll say that, look, you've got the stocks. I just want to buy 5. Let me buy 5. Nope, still can't buy them. Still cannot buy them.
All right, redemption.
Show you the triangles. Oh, it's available on Robinhood now. Here we go. Here are the triangles, guys. There's the map. That's now how I am mapping out plays.
Are you streaming right now?
Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
Been available on Robinhood from this morning.
Let's see if Robinhood wants a piece today or not. Did SPY just go green? No, not yet. Hmm. Interesting. This chart's not even updating. Okay, there we go. I guess that there's a change in the shares as well, right? Rita, you were saying that there's probably going to be a change in the quantity of shares that I have, right?
Sorry, what?
On SPAC?
Mm-hmm. What about it?
No, I was just wondering, do you remember what that looked like, the change in shares? If you had one share of SPAC, it was most likely going to look like how many of FSR? I think you said 3-1 at one point, but I don't know that that was the final number.
Honestly, I didn't dive any further. I think it's about 3-1.
Okay. I mean, ultimately, it's just a shell game, though. Like, I'll still have the same book cost on it. It'll still be $9,000 for the 3-1.
Like technically you'll get 1-1, but technically it's 3-1 because what you have to understand is the warrants. That's 3-1 if all the warrants were issued, if all the private placement units were issued. So
Yeah. Yeah, there's
everyone's
a lot of
gonna call
if,
me
ands,
out and
buts.
say, "Oh, it's just 1-1." Like just like on Twitter. It's not technically that. Okay, great. Well, I like to know when my pieces of pie in my pizza are gone. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yep. Yep. Mm. I finally found cough suppressant that tastes like grape instead of that really crappy cherry. Mm. All in Domino's, is that what Rita just said? She said, "Don't mess with her pizza, yo." Kenny, or K Kenny, K Kenny. Thank you for the follow. Much appreciated, man. Okay. I mean, this is not, guys, this is not rocking my world, and this is about what I expected on Friday, right? So if this was a mirror of Nikola, um, what we expected was this to go relatively sideways during the day today, and then after hours we were expecting to see some massive movement into pre-market on Monday, massive movement into the first 15 minutes. Never miss Rob, thanks for the follow, man, much appreciated. And then Monday pre-market first 15 minutes, we'll see it do what it does, and whether it does Nikola craziness of going up to 80 or whatever, that'll happen Monday. The movement's definitely going to happen pre-election because nobody's friggin' holding on to anything, it looks like, heading into election, unless you've got a 10-year portfolio, which is some people in this hangout here, but for most of us, we're not in 10-year holds. Yeah, I need to just keep refreshing here.
Why are you saying 10-year holds? Nikola died in 4 months.
No, I'm saying with the election. Some of us with our portfolios are trading on the week, and so the election is a little bit scarier than those people that are holding for 10 years and could really give a fuck what happens tomorrow because you're looking 10 years from now. Are we looking to refine the second wave document to a shorter list? Probably. That was a big list. I think I'll probably narrow that down here today. I ideally would like it to be no more than 8 to 10 positions. What are your thoughts on that, Rita? Because I think we have about 20, 25 stocks in there.
I'm sorry, I stopped listening.
Ah, that moment when you feel valued in the community. The second wave spreadsheet we put together, we had about 25 stocks in there. I think ideally I want to get that down to 8 to 10 stocks, right?
Why do you want less?
It just feels like it's spread over too much.
Okay, I mean, they're either in there or they're not. I mean,
yeah, but there's going to be bigger winners than on some of them, right? Like you're going to see some of these do far better than others on those lists. Like we just picked out what we liked in the sector, but I think if we actually took a look at the charts and see how they did on the initial COVID, some of those are going to be clear winners. Abbott comes to mind as being like, okay, well that's a big deal. BNTX I think is going to be a big deal. mRNA on the other hand, I don't think is going to be a big deal. I think they're boned.
I guess you can further pick if you want. I just don't see just to have less stocks. I mean,
At the very least, I should put in the hypothetical on it, or I'll put in the Google the entry price, and then kind of space it out and see. Hypothetically, if I'd put 100 grand into this thing, what would it look like 4 months from now? This is driving me nuts. This still hasn't updated. Looks like my hands may be tied anyway. I won't be able to do anything with this until Monday, guys. Now that it's coming down, the bears will show up, see? Okay, I'm gonna grab a water, be right back, guys, and then I'm gonna ask Rita how institutions hold stocks down, because this seems to be the favorite line of retailers. The institutions are holding us down. Okay. The myth, the legend is the institution is keeping us down. How does the institution keep retail traders down?
Good morning.
Good morning. All right. So the quick 411 on this is the institutional traders set sell points. So you see here when it's on a rise, it looks like it's got some weight behind it. An institutional trader goes, you know what? I'm gonna sell us off here at 1040, and it's gonna come down. And then another institutional trader could go, okay, well we're gonna sell at 10, and it's gonna come down. And just because there's such big chunks, people are going, is FSR gonna kill my portfolio? I really doubt it. I very much doubt it's going to kill the portfolio. Everything I'm seeing here is consistent with. Hold on, I need a. I think I need a new sheet here. Yeah, this can go. This is remove this. Okay, manage my layouts. Flex sheet 1x2. Nicola the Fisker.
I found out I got a half day today at work, so I'm off at 1. Good Friday.
No, people never learn, Blader. I do love that thing of like, don't you think people will learn? There is a reason why every January gyms get pounded by people coming back. It's because they don't learn. It's because every January they go to the gym, they go for 2 weeks, then they get fat all year, then they come back in January and they go for 2 weeks and they get fat all year, and then you end up with an obesity problem across the U.S. because people are not hitting the gym 11 months of the year and they are going for 2 weeks of the year. You know what I mean? People don't learn. A person, an individual person, can make a sound decision and learn from their mistakes. People as a whole do not.
I like that analogy.
Activewear into January. Yeah, Lululemon. Like, check Lululemon into January sales. Like, their January sales are bonkers. Absolutely batshit crazy every year. So, Nicola, guys, what we're seeing here, these 3 days here and these 3 days here are the same 3 days. Nicola, June 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Wrong screen, thank you. June 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Okay, so the close on the Wednesday was $33.97 for Nicola. The close on the Friday was $35.97. So we're talking a difference of $2. The close on this is just showing me the 1 day, right? And it won't show me SPAC. I think the close was like $9 or $8 or something yesterday. And then today we're up 1060. So if this finishes around 11 today, like, okay, that's kind of the same ballpark. That's what I'm looking for, is that sideways movement. This is Monday. when everybody's on board and after hours on Friday, like this is when I expect to see this move. So this is just today. I expect this to maybe go to 11 today, and that'll be it. As we've seen, not every brokerage is trading this yet because I am still waiting for my FSR shares inside my TD portfolio. My holding data's, oh, that's always good. Get a wrong screen emote. That's not a bad idea. This is always a good idea. You love to see this from your brokerage when you try to refresh your holdings and they tell you that you can't load your holdings. That's always encouraging. Maybe I need to restart it. I'll give it a shot. I'll close it down and restart it, see what we get. So TD in the States or TD Canada?
I mean, it's on TD in the States, but probably not TD Canada.
Yeah.
For you.
Yeah. So TD in the States, TD Ameritrade is what we call it. TD Ameritrade is different than TD Waterhouse. They're two very different brokerages.
Redemption.
Mm-hmm.
Friday.
I know. I'm scanning, but I don't see anything I like.
Where my YOLO?
I'm already in my YOLO. So my YOLO's from yesterday, Netflix.
How's it doing so far?
Up 370%.
Nice.
I'm trying to hit 1,000. I don't think it'll happen, but if we keep falling, it will. I'm about to get in the money. So
fuck yes.
So Martini, you remember when we cautioned everybody that maybe trading bankrupt stocks wasn't a phenomenal idea and putting all your money in there hoping that they were going to come back to life, but probably was the stupidest thing you've ever done? Remember that?
What, people trading Hertz or like you trading the dog shit that you do?
No, Hertz. I meant more Hertz, less the dog shit that I do. I've never traded a bankrupt stock. GameStop isn't bankrupt.
On what planet is that correct?
What bankrupt stock have I traded?
I said dog shit.
Well, I trade dog shit all the time. Absolutely, I trade dog shit all the time. I'm talking about
She's
bankruptcy.
about to fire your ass up.
No, I am acutely aware that I trade dog shit. I'm proud of that. I find the little pebbles of gold inside the dog shit. That being said, my hands are brown. No, that being said, Hertz has been pulled from the New York Stock Exchange through their bankruptcy proceedings. Everybody's like, look, they got a massive loan. Everybody get in. Get in. Hertz is going to be fine. Pulled from the stock exchange. Bye-bye. Gone.
Yeah, they're not even being traded right now, so
oh wait, I did. Who did that? Oh wait, that was me. How far does Matt fall before the retail ramp up? As far as it possibly can, please. If I could see Matt drop down to 12, that would be just beautiful. And again, guys, this is it. Like, does the market learn? That question of do people learn? Don't people learn? Don't people know it's the same thing that kind of repeats itself over and over and over and over? No. People trade the news, they get the hype, and then it'll slowly degrade because there's no news around Mattel. Absolutely no news until we get into Christmas sales. So right now, you just watch Mattel, and it'll just keep going down, keep going down, keep going down. And then eventually, sometime mid-December, they will announce that the best-selling toy for Christmas so far is the Baby Yoda toy or the Wonder Woman toy or whatever, and then Mattel will get a little bit of a spike up. And then people will forget again into the earnings from Q4, and then Mattel will go, yeah, we beat by some ridiculous number like $800 million or whatever on Baby Yoda. And it'll go to the moon. My hypothesis on Disney was with the launch of Mandalorian today, it went green. I was wrong. Did you catch that, Martini? I was wrong. I was wrong. It is not green yet today. Hopefully, all of you guys that have Disney Plus are on there watching it right now. I'm encouraging your friends to buy Disney Plus membership, not just using your buddy's password, because none of you would do that. I know none of you would do that. You're ethical, good, upstanding people, right? Right?
Yes.
Not right, exactly. I see y'all sharing your Netflix passwords and profiles and
He sees y'all doing it. He doesn't know. He sees y'all doing it.
wow, the watch time on Mandalorian is really up. This person here watched it 15 times in the same day. Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
Rita.
On 15 different TVs. Man, they
Rita.
must really get around.
She's on mobile.
Oh, they're bouncing their IPs off.
What happened?
I was wrong.
About?
Disney. I thought Disney would be green on the day with the Mandalorian drop. Has anybody watched it yet? Has anybody seen the Mandalorian episode? It's live.
I remember when we
I
used
thought
to
that
like.
was Monday.
No,
Nah,
it's
it's
today.
Fridays.
I signed up on Twitter for the updates directly from Disney as soon as it launched, and I got that first thing this morning saying you can watch the Mandalorian.
No, you said the play was till Monday. That's what you said.
Oh, then I'm not wrong yet. Yes. Oh, Magic Nachos watched it. He says it's a nice episode. Is it longer than the typical ones? 55 minutes? Yeah, it's a little bit longer than the average episode. So it's like a double episode to start. I love it when they do that.
I love it. I think I need to pick back up on Disney Plus. But no, it's not worth it. It's only Mandalorian. Once I watch that, there's nothing else for me on there.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at it right now to see kind of what. There's the episode.
I mean, you could do marathons, Marvel marathons. But
Yeah,
once you do that once, how many times are you going to do that over and over?
Narnia, The Right Stuff, Clouds, Once Upon a Snowman. So there's some like new shorts here. Hidden Figures. They're adding some older movies in here. There's a lot of National Geographic stuff that's new. Some animated movies. This was awful. I watched this with my daughters. This was brutal. Secret Society of the Second Born, whatever. Once Upon a Time's on here now. I thought that was on Netflix.
Oh, wow. It was on Netflix for the longest time.
All right, it's a Disney deal now. Big with Tom Hanks. Mulan's still here with Premiere Access. Yeah, it's mostly older movies. Muppet Babies.
Yeah, the ones that appeal to me are like the Pirates of the Caribbean, Emperor's New Groove, Emperor's New School, Harry Potter. Wait, Harry Potter's not Disney. Never mind. Fuck me. Marvels.
I'm getting a Disney Plus subscription for a year from Verizon when I redo my internet in a month, and I'm pretty sure I'll sell it on eBay.
Can you like cover the stocks that I actually care about? Can you do that? That would be great.
Oh damn!
Shit, dude.
Well,
okay,
then
just
I'm sorry.
bring out the flamethrower, why don't we?
Yeah, let me just abandon all my dog shit. Let's look at something of value, shall we? Let's escape the dog shit for a moment, shall we? All I look at is dog shit all day.
I'm sorry.
Pull up Nicola.
I've been saying this since the beginning. Oh, I'm sorry. Disney Plus, we should all buy Disney. I'm like, I remember that in the beginning of this recession. I was like,
Facebook.
Do you know what Disney is made up of? It's got cruise lines and fucking.
Okay, Facebook.
The parks, you're fucked.
Facebook is a super value stock, guys. This is one of the real stocks, not dog shit. It's down 5% today because it is dog shit, and Zuckerberg's dog shit, and the whole platform is dog shit. Now let's go to Twitter, shall we?
He's dog shit because he has 60% of all the users on the internet. Yeah,
Yeah, sure. And 95% of them live somewhere in Bombay. Like I believe that.
Just
Oh,
look
I
at the
just
balance
love it.
sheet, you
I
dork.
fucking love it when you two start ranting at each other. I need to grab some popcorn.
Oh, okay. Let's buy. What's your pick? Oh, let's buy Fisker, the lying. Oh, okay. So I have solid state batteries. I came to CES to show off my solid
Let's
state
see.
batteries in 2016.
Facebook on the day down 5.5%. Fisker on the day is up
I could
11.
tell you.
Okay. Yeah. Remember, guys, timelines are important. Yeah, Rita's savage. We get along real well. What is with the big white box in the top left? I have no idea what this is. What is this?
Oh, on your computer, it blocks off half your screen. So check
Has
your
he been
stream.
streaming and half his screen is gone?
I thought, because when you pulled up Facebook, it said Facebook was worth 4 cents, and I was like, I'm buying as much as I fucking can. But it was the screen blocking it off.
Let's take a look at how Tesla's doing. Yeah, they're down 4.5 today. Now here's one that Martini and I can both agree on because we both have holdings in it. Okay, so let's pull this one up and see how it's doing. BlackBerry on the day. It's down 1.8. That's too bad. Not too bad.
69%.
Twitter down 18%. Omega lol. Yikes. Okay. So the 10-year chart.
Did you say 20%?
18. Twitter's down 18%.
Dorsey.
Oh, Jack, what have you done? What have you done, Jack? Guys, I really like BlackBerry. I am super bullish on BlackBerry. I think that as AI cars and self-driving vehicles become the trend in the market, that BlackBerry is going to go back up to a $30 stock.
Do you even own any of it?
I did. I sold my position so that I could move the money into plays that were more immediate. But
so stop talking about it if you're not in it.
No, I am going to talk about it.
No, because it's a completely different play. The timing really matters. Like if you're out of it, then don't talk about it because then
next Friday I will be entering BlackBerry after ACRX earnings. So BlackBerry will be entered next Friday, irregardless of where the price is, because this says 450. It doesn't matter what this says as long as it's sub 30, because I see it's 30. And I'm officially going to take BlackBerry as my first 5 to 10 year hold. I will put it in there and I will forget that it's there as of next Friday.
Holy fuck! I made 100% on this options play.
Yeah,
oops.
At least I can look at my Fisker option. At least IB has given me access to that. I've made a whole $5 on it. Buy one share of BlackBerry so I can talk about it. That's an excellent idea, actually. Let me just do that right now. Buy.
Oh, that's gold. That's beautiful.
I'll buy 20 shares of it just to live dangerously.
Oh my gosh, look at this landslide. Mwah. Is Stoby still in here?
What's my opinion on house mortgage refinance? My opinion is go to Stock Guy.
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, he just closed his Netflix put.
Yeah, I went ahead and exited. I just felt like Netflix is gonna find support at 485, but
I'm in a 324 on SPY right now, and it's just
holy cow, SPY! What the hell?
I'm up 113%.
People is scared for their tendies. My goodness. 325.
It's Black Friday. Not Black Friday. What's the other Friday? The 1920.
Redemption.
9.
Yes.
SPY.
I know.
The YOLO?
I was looking for it. I was waiting. I don't like the IV right now. It's just too high for me.
Elections Tuesday.
Oh my god. Forget about the options pricing. I'll figure it out. You just tell me where you think.
Well, I was looking at a put down for like 320, 319, but they've already increased by like 50%. So
I'm in a 324. Bought it for $60.
I don't think that's gonna stop. What do you mean you're in a 324? You're playing options on the day.
It's
Ginger!
a fake account.
Oh,
It's
okay,
a fake account,
Okay,
yeah.
fine. Do whatever the hell you want with paper money. Oh man, I was about to go, Ginger. I was about to go.
I know, because you said yesterday, if I ever hear you say options one more fucking time, I'm gonna rip you a new one.
Rita, I think that
Look at space. Look at space.
I think middle of the day is the time to get in because what I think is that like I don't like the IV right now. I want the IV to burn middle of the day, and then we'll get into a closer strike, cheaper option middle of the day. Because I think we're going to swan dive at the end. That's what I think.
ADHD. If I say that to Martini, she's gonna rant on me about dog shit again, and that it's total shit, and that the entire.
Oh yes, tell me then. Tell me.
ADHD would like me to remind you that FSR is one of the only stocks that's green today.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, and everybody was right about Nikola for approximately
2 days.
Intel's green.
Intel's green.
Who trades Intel?
Google.
Google was the only one that actually mooned yesterday.
Side-eye.
Side-eye's green? Fucking side-eye.
Mm-hmm. 4.5%.
Side-eye, you bastard. That was it. That was a millennial was wrong on side-eye. I was wrong. I lost. Yeah, FSR is Fisker. Yeah, I lost on side-eye. Millennial was wrong. I still think that there's hope for them, and if they ever do get uplisted, I will take a piece because it looks like they do have the cure for HIV, and that's kind of a big deal. But they need to get uplisted first.
What is this low? 325.09. All right, let's break 325.09.
So
Yeah,
we're back to low
3.9,
volume on Fisker, guys. I honestly
Rita,
like
if this
end of
breaks,
day
I'm
you'll
gonna
see a
get in.
buy up. End of day you'll see a buy up.
Rita, if this breaks, I'm gonna get in.
Rita,
Rita,
what?
YOLO.
put.
YOLO.
I just don't know which one to take though. That's the problem.
323.
Those are expensive.
I'm gonna regret
much are
taking
those?
319. But...
You want me to
Like
mention
three-
solid state battery? I don't know what that means. Like it comes from
Rita,
Texas?
which strike? Rita, which strike
Solid
is good?
state.
Because I don't like the IV on any of these ones. Rita.
20 or 21, but I know Rita.
While they're arranging their YOLO, guys, I am going to mute them just because I don't want people shadow trading. You guys can tell, though, that they did... That's weird. Why did it switch to... Okay. All right. They're done. They've said what their entries are. You'll note that they obviously took puts because SPY is going up.
SPY's going up?
Hey, I waited a moment, okay?
No, did you hear what Millennial said?
Yeah, I know. I did.
This is Murphy's Law. Whenever somebody from our community enters a position, it must immediately go against them. That's just the way that this goes. Oh! You entered? Great, perfect. Let's go the other way, shall we? Oh, great.
Wait. Redemption. Wait, is that what you're saying? God, you're such an ass.
You're in such a pleasant mood for a Friday.
It's awesome. I love it.
Friday martini is best martini, hands down.
Yes. You have Wednesday Millennial who just fucking hates Wednesdays with all of his guts, and then you have Friday.
I'm not doing Wednesdays anymore. I refuse. I will be here
really?
for the market open, and then I am fucking off. I'm gonna go do something valuable with my life. Fucking Wednesdays. Ugh.
Oh, good. You can fly down to Dallas and you can help us flip houses.
I can't fly down to Dallas
That sounds
because
fun.
My prime minister won't let us go into America. Can't go.
You literally can't leave your country?
No. No. Gotta protect the beaver population.
But people coming People can come in, no problem though.
Only if they're political refugees. Come on. How many
Or
of those could there
celebrities.
possibly be?
Don't forget celebrities.
Oh, and celebrities. But they are political refugees, the celebrities.
Man, this thing
Oh
is
wow, look at that. How fast it went into the money. What the fuck?
beautiful. I fucking love it, dude. It is just reaming. 150%.
You know what I would love to know is, people die when the economy gets worse.
Yeah, that's true. It's a sad stat, but it's true. I think AMC is going to head down to that $2 for me and actually put me in the money. I bought this thing as a joke that it would go down to $2, but it might actually do it.
Oh yeah, so we're gonna go rent out a theater because we can.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Apparently, it's $100
for the whole entire theater.
Play Overwatch on the big screen.
Ooh.
Oh, can you imagine Reinhardt
That's
on that
better than-
screen? Ooh.
That's way better than Ryan. Did you say Reinhardt?
Yeah.
I was playing him last night. He is so much fun. I can't wait to play Overwatch today.
He's pretty much all I play.
Yeah, I was playing tanks last night. Reinhardt, Roadhog.
Yeah,
Tried
no.
Sigma.
All of those things take so much aim. Reinhardt, you just click a button and he shoulder taps.
He just swings.
Yeah,
He's an
stop.
AoE.
Hammer time.
Exactly.
AMC already had their earnings or no? Oh,
Did you miss the earnings?
They haven't had their earnings yet. They're 239 and they have not had their earnings yet.
How much lower can they go?
The estimate on their revenue is currently 93 million. Last quarter they brought in 18.9. Anybody here think that they made $93 million this quarter?
I do.
You do? You think AMC made 93 million?
Absolutely.
Are you just dicking with me here or what?
Yes.
Oh.
Very much so.
Like, give me one movie.
Absolutely so.
Okay, so Millennial, you have to open up this on your stream just so people understand how desperate this company is.
What am I looking? Oh, Netflix, don't do this to me. I wanted to be right.
Make an
Market was
AMC
dying.
auditorium all yours. Bring 20 people in 6 feet apart for only
I take it back.
$99 plus tax.
500% trade. I was right. I just wanted to be right on my exit.
This is hilarious.
You made $300, bro.
Fill this out.
I know.
We'll contact you in 3 business days. Listen, bitch. I'm pretty sure I filled this out. You will contact me. Oh boy, wrong screen. I'm pretty sure I filled this out, and I hear from a rep at AMC in 15 minutes. You want to rent a theater?
ON Semiconductors. Remember how I was talking about that? I think. Hang on.
Yes, I remember.
We member.
They have earnings on the 2nd. There was this was about 4 days ago. About 3.6 million, 25.49, right? So we're below that. Just now, 1 million at 25.05, we're below. 1.1 million at 25.21, we're below. Their earnings are November 2nd.
561% was the number.
All right,
Ginger.
we got a Motley Fool Wells Fargo article. Where does Motley Fool think Wells Fargo will be in a year?
In the dumpster? I unfortunately bank with them, but in the dumpster?
No, they're of the same opinion that I am. It's at the floor and it can only go up. Once it receives fiscal stimulus from the government, it raises its dividend and it removes its restrictions on capital distribution. It will go back up. Now, he doesn't give a price target, but he does say that this is the floor. I'm pretty comfortable with my Wells Fargo April 30s. I think by April it's back up there. Vaccines will have rolled out, stimulus will have hit the market and had its effect.
So I want to talk about the stimulus real quick, Millennial, because if Trump wins, he's obviously in office and he can still act and do stuff. So stimulus could happen soon after the election.
Yeah.
But if Biden wins, correct me if I'm wrong, he's not inaugurated till January. Therefore, he has no power, can't do anything until January. So all the promises of X, Y, Z can't happen until after January. Because there's no way Trump's gonna allow it and play nicely during that period.
Yeah, we've been almost guaranteed that there will not be a peaceful transition of power. So yeah, I think that's a thing.
So that means stimulus is delayed another 2 to 3 months.
Yeah, but
no, I'm just saying. How do you think in with coronavirus going up, economies shutting down, and I can tell you at least local provinces are starting to put shutdown orders in.
We'll have a vaccine by end of November, regardless of who wins the election. And then we'll see rollout into sensitive sectors by, I'd say, late February. You'll have mass distribution across the states. By April, everybody will have been vaccinated. That's going to get vaccinated. Yeah, so as far as like COVID lockdown, I'm not too concerned about a COVID lockdown. Now, as far as the inauguration and the handing over the keys goes, because Trump has made this a time of crisis to the point where he almost tried to use wartime powers, right? Actually, he did at one point, didn't he? I think he did issue an executive order under wartime powers for something. Because I remember us losing.
I think it was for one of the reliefs.
Yeah. So I think that he has set the precedent by doing that, and that might allow for Biden to petition for a rapid approval, I think.
What does SPY have to get to for SPXU to get near 10?
320.
Thinks 320?
Yeah, I think it's funny.
$4 away.
Well, I'm trying to debate. Do I?
Well, how much time did you take? I only took it for this week.
I did too. Yeah. Right. If I let it expire, I lose $35 on the contract, but I made $55 when I sold the one set. Right. So I'm still green on the trade, but I have a chance to possibly exit and break even right now and save that $35. I'm just debating. As time goes on, it's got to make a $5 move from this point.
I'm aligned at 322. I'm hoping it falls and bounces on top of it. That's in a perfect world.
It's Netflix at now, 486. Yeah, that 485 level just wanted to hold on Netflix. So I feel good about my exit, regardless what happens.
Yeah, because you could technically still be in this trade with emotions eating you alive.
On Netflix, yeah.
Yeah.
No, I expected it to pop, but I did not expect that. So I'm happy with the return.
It literally, what line is that on my chart? It literally just ran right across that 20 EMA.
Mm-hmm. I mean, the whole market's taking it with it, and that's what I expected to happen. So it played out to my T, which I was worried because futures did exactly what I thought they would do when it hit 323 on SPY. But then they aggressively rebounded, and I was worried about that. But it was only $50, like we said. So
on QQQ fall.
Martini, are we gonna dual stream the election night?
Fall.
Pajama party?
Yeah, I'm in.
But there's no concept of an election night because they have to count all the mail-ins and shit.
Yeah, that apparently is just not gonna matter.
But there's a ton of mail-ins. So what are they
Matter.
gonna do?
There's a bunch of states that have rules in place that have been enforced by the Supreme Court that say if it's not counted by the close of the election night, it doesn't count. That was one of the ones that came in with Wisconsin. Was
Holy
the Supreme
shit,
Court
Tesla's
said if
at
it's not counted,
387.
it doesn't count.
No way.
Yeah.
And states encouraged mail-ins?
Yep.
That's crazy.
There's some states that there's a little bit of an extension, and it's like 5 days afterwards, but for the most part, what is on the night of is.
Holy shit. If you were in a Tesla put yesterday for 77 cents at a 400 put, today it's at $12.
I love options.
Man, that's the one I should have played instead of Amazon.
I love options.
As of 39 minutes
I mean, not
ago,
sorry, Amazon, Netflix.
only 10 in 100 scenarios have him
Keep
winning
dying,
the
Spy.
election.
Hit me my strike.
Still 10%.
Yeah. 538 has a 10% chance.
What the fuck? Tesla's 380?
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
what I'm saying.
What is the news?
Oh yes, die, yes.
Oh man, look at it go. Holy crap, look at Spy go.
No company news specific. Oh,
I don't see
Spy
anything
just
for
broke
this.
the 325. Is that why?
324, baby. Yeah, I'm
Long
323.
Dong
money.
Silver on the Spy, ladies and gentlemen.
So I lied. This is real money.
No, it's not.
Ginger?
Yeah, it
Are
is.
you serious?
It's a $60 put. Yeah.
Ginger! Ah!
I'm just gonna roll it over into my long terms. I promise.
What's
Ginger?
what's it at now?
200%.
If you don't have a proven ability to time the market, you're not trading. That's it. That's it, period. That should be the rule for anyone in the fucking chat, anyone who interacts with us. That's the fucking rule.
Do I have a proven ability, Rita?
Get the fuck out of here.
You're a statistical anomaly, and we've been over this. Smarshed, thanks for follow, man. Much appreciated. Guys, the rage here is I simply just I like to help people win, and it hurts me when they lose, and it hurts me when they lose several times, and it just breaks my heart, is all. And I would never portfolio shame. I want you all to be adults and make your own decisions. And if you fuck up, and so be it. But it breaks my heart that I can't help people break out of habits. And this is the part where people tell me that habit breaking is impossible and I can't make people do that. But I'm still going to rant and rail if I see you continuing in destructive habits. I would tell a 500-pound man to put the Big Mac down, you know? That's the kind of guy I am. If I have got a buddy who's 300 pounds and he's got a double Big Mac in his hand, I would tell Fatty to put the Big Mac down. Because I love him. So, Fatty, put the Big Mac down.
Yes, Daddy.
Thank you. Go ride your hoverboard or something.
You're so wrong.
I thought about it, bro. I actually looked over at it. I was like, honestly, I just made $170. Let's go fucking ride the hoverboard.
Right now, move that over to your long-term portfolio. Right now, so you don't have it available.
I still don't see Spy breaking this trend right now.
You're not giving advice of what he should do exactly. You're just educating him what happens if you continually... Do you get it, Millennial?
Yeah, I get it.
So I think Ginger has learned, and I'll speak for him on this one.
No. Please let Millennial...
In my opinion, if it was
Millennial's
me,
known me
I
longer
would move that
than
money
you
over
have,
right
Stokes.
now.
Yeah, my
so
history...
You're correcting your previous statement?
I am correcting my previous statement officially on the record recorded. Hi, SEC. Hi. I want this picture in your portfolio. Take a photo, SEC. This is me.
It's a cash account, so I can't pull it out till Monday.
I always see all these sad mugshots when they drag these people in the court. For me, I'd want to have a nice, smiley picture, so that way the jury looks and they're like, "Hey, that's a pretty nice guy. Maybe we don't dick him, Looks like a nice guy." Instead of like,
I still
Holy
wasn't
cow,
wrong about
60
Netflix,
viewers.
but
You guys are amazing. 60 viewers. It's like I'm a real full-time streamer guy that
I'm
does
actually
things.
happy with that trade, even if it does continue to go to 320.
I was gonna say though, but in general, Ginger, correct me if I'm wrong. You've learned the era of your option ways trading of out of the money multi-day plays.
Yes. Swing trading with random fucking strike prices that I predicted does not work for me.
It doesn't work for most people. There's a reason it's so cheap. And
How's
out
your
of the
long
money.
equity portfolio doing?
Up 11%, but I
Uh-huh.
think it's shitting the bed today.
Okay,
No.
but
I actually want to know something funny about that. We were talking about this last night. I was like, so Millennial and I started around the same time.
Yeah.
But I started with I think it was like $170 on January 2nd.
Okay.
I'm sitting at 1707 with that's reinvestments bi-weekly of like $50 bi-weekly. Compared to my day trading where I'm in the hole $3,000.
So it's almost like long equity is a profitable strategy.
Yeah, and this is what my mind said to me. He goes, long equity, or this is what my mind said to me. Long equity is a placeholder for your money to grow without you doing shit.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, Fisker here on the right, for people that are about to lose their mind on this, remember the DD that I had was today should be sideways, just like Nicola. Sideways. Nothing. After hours, money. Monday morning, money. First 15 minutes of the market on Monday, money. And then Millennial go bye-bye. If we quickly check on our good friends over at StockTwits, I guarantee you the bears that were silent this morning are in there having a riot right now.
Can you keep talking and baby talk?
Baby talk.
Weren't you doing that a little bit earlier?
No.
Yes.
Okay, so here we go. When we checked this earlier, guys, there was not one bear. They were freaking quiet. Absolutely quiet. Not a peep out of the bears, right? Hibernating. Let me just refresh the page here. Bear.
Not a bad trade.
Bear.
I just spent $6,000 to buy the dip. We'll see how that goes.
To buy this dip?
Yup.
On SPY?
You.
Yep.
On the cues though, right?
Yup.
We're in the money.
It's like we know how Euro trades already.
Yay,
Yup.
Teeny's in the money. Are we gonna get all of us in the money today?
Wait, Weeble's not open?
Wait, Tina, you took a YOLO? I missed it.
Yes.
Well-
Apparently, I was phoned into a bad entry, but it worked out all right, I guess.
Redemption was like, Teeny!
I was asking for what strike and everything.
Oh dear lord, that
I was like 325.09. If this breaks this, we're looking nice.
I
That's
wanted
a
us to go
400
to
put.
middle day, but
So
Yeah,
apparently
I heard you say
Schwab-
that, and I was like, damn, I don't know. This theme looks like it's bleeding pretty bad.
Can you get a stream where I only rap? No. I do have to see when Twitch Sings is gone. I will do a final Twitch Sings stream. I'm a little bit upset that Twitch is closing that down, I'm gonna be honest.
Oh,
what the hell? That is no fair. Hate it when that happens.
What I need is Davey Day Trader to get on this thing.
wow, to the fucking penny. Rita, previous dark pool, guess where it was on the SPY?
323.38.
323.41.
323.28. To the fucking penny.
We go again?
Oh yeah, because it hit 29, huh? And 27.
Man, I'm happy. I'm proud of my efforts today.
We go again?
All right, time to go back to the paper account, Stobes. That was my one real
Look at
money trade.
ETM.
Now it's back to the paper account.
You already broke your rules, Ginger.
Redemption, look
No,
at ETM.
It was a
Wow,
3
what's
week.
going
Wait.
on? Down 10%. What the
Oh,
fuck?
it was only 2
Look
weeks.
at ETM.
Oh, it's down. It's like down nearly 10%.
Yes.
And say, Rita, don't look at Tesla now.
So again, guys, the market is incapable of remembering what happened yesterday. It is a forward-looking market. ETM gets a massive deal with FanDuel yesterday that is a 5-year contract, which caused that spike that you guys see there. This guy here. That's an initial response to that. And look where it came back down to. It came back down to the exact same place it was in. ETM looks like a delicious buy the dip for me, in my opinion, at this moment.
That is crazy,
Interesting.
millennial. That is crazy. That's like a life lesson right there. Forward market proof.
Interesting. SPXU is getting, people are buying a lot of options now.
Well, yeah, it's end of day, end of month too. So
is it? Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of buys at 3 cents.
So do we see 320 then? Is that what we're saying? End of day?
I mean, that's what I'm looking at. Probably 320, 322 or something like that. But I would like 320.
All right, let's go check the paper account to see how bloody it is.
All right, need water. We'll return.
I don't know. I just saw a beautiful short position. I had $60. It was Friday. I was like, fuck it. $60. It's either going to be beer or a nice payday.
I'm gonna tell you what I tell my 9-year-old. I don't want to hear any excuses. If you say you're not gonna do something, don't fucking do it.
Okay. I'm just really bad. I know it is. I'm just really bad at like being my.
It comes down to the basic. It comes down to the basic psychology of if you can't stay away from the account for 2 weeks, like you said you would, what kind of discipline are you going to have?
I did. I stayed away from it for 2 weeks.
Well, you said you're going to paper trade for 2 weeks.
I did. This was the end of the second. Oh, I didn't complete the 2 weeks. I did a week and 4 days.
You justified playing today.
Yeah.
And if one thing the market has taught me, discipline matters.
Yeah.
So, anyway, to each their own.
Yeah. Yeah. But I mean, y'all are older than me, so I take that as wiser.
I am not the most disciplined. I am probably the least disciplined of the group.
That's why I take everything with everybody says with a grain of salt, but y'all still do have an influential effect on my thought process because y'all do make money.
So, am I the only one in here that actually does, other than the occasional YOLOs, that does day trade for the most part? Because I know, Rita, you don't.
I stopped. It's just too much for me.
Yeah, I think you're more of a swing trader, though, aren't you?
Yep.
Yeah. I think I'm the only one other than you, Ginger. So
I just like to sit down for like the first 2 hours of the market and just fuck around on it, honestly.
I'm with you. I've got work to do usually throughout the day, and there's some days I just can't do it. So this is my new video game because I have a Mac, so I can't play video games.
Like, what was I gonna say?
Recently, there's that Mac love.
In reality, it's the truth. My new Mac will be able to do it, but we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, I completely hear what you're saying, 100%. I found that I need to learn to take breaks. If I'm not getting the results that I want, just walk away. Because when I got busy with work, in those 2 weeks that I was paper trading, I wasn't like actively grinding. It would be like, all right, I made $500 this morning. I'm gonna close the charts to actually kind of reenact.
Yeah, 40 blue. I'm not sure how that works. I think state to state, you got to come there's different laws for sure. I don't think that you are allowed to online bet in California, as far as I know. I imagine it's in the user policy though, for sure.
To do it, but yet I get to play and watch.
Yeah.
So that's just my personal, and at least with TradingView, it's a web thing.
Yeah, 100%. I do catch myself, like if I have TOS open, I can feel this little voice inside of me saying, "Oh, you want to take that? You can." You're like, I see myself
step
checking
one,
my
don't
balance.
open TOS.
Yeah,
That's the point. Yeah, that's
the point. And even if you do, or even if I do, I open a paper account.
That's true. You could always open up the paper side.
Just to be like, okay, if I were to take this with real money, how would it turn out?
I mean, it's okay to practice, and then at least in that case, but there's always that mechanism of practice not being real, and
yeah.
Oh, Tesla gonna break 380?
Yeah, FSR is flat, like I said, and so you see how there's a lot of people that are kind of losing their minds at the moment of, oh, it's not doing what it's supposed to do. Okay, like.
And this is why I have 80 grand of cash sitting, just not doing nothing in there.
It is a bargain. Who was it the other day? We were pissed off that they missed was it 308 or the 380 point that they wanted to buy Tesla? I think it was ADHD.
It was 380. No, 480.
No. Somebody wanted to buy Tesla and they missed the 380 mark.
Yeah, it was
I want to say
that was yesterday. It was yesterday where that was. Let me see.
I'm talking
looks
a few
like
days.
18 states, 4C Blue, have legalized sports betting. Arkansas, Colorado, Delaware, Illinois, Indiana, Iowa, Michigan, Mississippi, Montana, Nevada, New Hampshire, New Jersey, New York, New Mexico, Oregon, Pennsylvania, Rhode Island, West Virginia, Washington, D.C.
That was Lonely Cat 350.
350, that's right.
That's a big Maryland.
We broke past it, 323. What was it? 323.18. No, sorry, we jumped.
Sports betting on our ballot this year, and I think it's going to pass.
It's legal in Delaware, but you still can't bet online.
Rita, I think we're going to pin here.
What?
I think we're going to pin here. Because look at that violent rejection back up. I think we're going to pin here.
Yeah, that's a big red or green dick.
Well, which is it? Those are two very different colors.
Big green dick. It just took out the past 3-minute candles.
Yeah, I got back into Pinterest and I doubled down on my calls.
What did it fall to? 50 something?
58.
Fuck, dude.
Nice.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
So
Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, I like that. Are you looking at November? Or are you looking further out, like January?
My man.
February. Yeah. I like it, man.
I kind of see how Euro's playing. He plays options as if they are shares. It's just a shorter hold period and massive returns.
Kinda, yeah.
And cheaper buy-in.
Well, I mean, that's the same thing millennials been saying too.
Yeah, but yours been doing it longer.
For sure.
I trade out of the money options that are at least like 6 months out, unless I'm doing some stupid degen shit overnight.
Yeah, you still dabble in that weekly BS from time to time.
Yeah, like yesterday.
Yeah. What was that, Rita? You're getting cucked. Push to talk has got you.
SPY's actually
Don't forget. Today's the last day for early voting.
Did I hear correctly that Texas
I don't know,
had more early voters than they had all voters last time?
Yeah,
yes,
that's a fact. And those are older voters. So the early voting is looking skewed to the Republicans in that state because the older voters are the ones that are hitting the polls early.
Do you know what was funny? My dad's girlfriend called me yesterday, and my dad, to congratulate or basically say happy birthday, and they asked me, "Did you vote?" And I was like, "Yes, I did." And then I told them who I voted for, and then they're like, "All right, you're getting another birthday present. Good job, good job." And I was like, "I feel like that's illegal, but it's
no.
after the fact, so you're
Yeah,
not buying
they
a
already
vote."
did it. Yeah,
But
they
you
didn't
can
bribe
change
you.
the vote.
Yeah, that's true. You could
No,
still change the vote.
I don't know why. Seems like a hefty process.
Not
Oh,
really. You
but
just go back in and say you want to change your vote. You go to a poll. And
did
say
anybody
that.
watch the that debate video I sent earlier?
No.
Oh, it is the
It's-
best
It's the
bad
lip
lip reading
one?
debate
Yeah.
yes. I love the last 20-30 seconds where they just call each other names.
So, guys, on a day when the SPY doesn't look like it wants to be green at all, for Fisker to go sideways like this, or I mean, it's up 9%. I'm saying sideways. It's up 10% on the day, and it's like, oh, that's no good. I'll take a 10% day when it was supposed to go sideways. That's fine. Again, all I need, my dollar cost average on this thing is $11.
Oh wow, IAU, 9 million shares, 1797. Thing's been printing nonstop.
Yeah, there's some weird ones on here today. BLRX. What the hell is BLRX? It's up 75% today.
That was a penny stock that Warrior Trading, Ross from Warrior Trading was looking at.
Of course, because it was a gapper.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, BLRX is the cancer. Okay. Pancreatic cancer. They got positive data. So this is a biodegradation stock. I don't know if there's options on this, guys, but this is going to degrade BLRX.
Oh, I could
How much
buy.
capital do I have on Fisker?
Is today the
9 grand.
91st anniversary of the 1929 crash?
9 grand.
Yesterday was.
Yesterday was.
Yeah, September 29th.
I think I read that on somewhere.
I saw it in my email just now, but I can't look at it just yet. I want to watch a video on that. I think there's a video that I can watch on that.
Yeah, Raffle Cake, it's definitely BLRX is definitely the low float pumpers on mildly positive news for a bio stock. It's not like they got an FDA approval, it's just they got positive data. So if you're trading bio, that's like a meh. So that it's up 75% on that is a big, like, there might be a short opportunity in that. It's up 80% now. Man. Unfortunately, there are no options, so you'd have to take a short.
I feel like Twitter with a long position or like a swing position with 5% stop loss isn't a bad idea right now.
Being down 18% is kind of huge. Yeah.
I mean, what's another 5% to it? That is
a lot.
Correct, yeah, but that would be $40. It would have to drop $2 more.
With Hertz not being tradable, I think you're stuck holding those shares of Hertz. Correct me if I'm wrong. You still technically own the shares, I think, but you can't trade them. You'd have to do a private sale of any holdings that you have, right?
Yeah, pay my car note.
Redemption, Martini?
What are you asking?
So Hertz has been delisted. If you were holding shares of Hertz, would you have to do a private sale of them?
I think you pink sheet them.
No, they would have to be listed on the pink sheet first before they can actually do anything with it.
Yeah, I don't think Hertz is on the pink sheets, is it?
No.
Oh, they went OTC though, right?
Yeah, usually go down.
It's now Hertz GQ. Yeah, there is an OTC.
Okay, so they moved to OTC then. Yeah, so then you have to deal with it on the OTC market.
So there's no guarantee you're going to get filled, but you would have to sell them on Hertz GQ. I wonder what Hertz GQ is doing today. I can't pull up Hertz GQ. So I don't know that it's actively being traded for equity. Options are still available on Robinhood? Really? For Hertz? Well, I mean, that's Robinhood for you. I don't touch those, please. In my opinion.
Oh man.
I have no idea. I have no idea what the price is going to be. I assume it being delisted is going to have a whole ton of fallout. You're going to see this fall to pennies. Now, does that mean that Hertz will never get listed on the exchange again? It's a pretty big beast. I think there's opportunity for it to get listed again, but it's going to have to prove, what is it, 3 quarters in a row of profitability? It's going to have to emerge from bankruptcy, have 3 quarters in a row of profitability, and a certain level of market cap.
So
Thanks.
when you think it's pinning, did you exit or are you still holding?
I'm still holding it. I should have exited, but I don't really care about it.
Yeah,
Doesn't
but
really look too
Avis, I
good.
think, is going to be the winner on that. I think people are just going to go into Avis, not into... Look at this BLRX thing go, though. Average volume on this thing is 420,000 in a day. Currently 100 million.
This could have just been a retrace up to the 50 EMA.
Wait, the SPY has how much on it today? 30 million? This thing has triple the volume of the SPY right now. BLRX.
And the SPY's been shitting, which is interesting.
Martini, this looks like a retail short, this BLRX. Just waiting for the volume to start declining instead of increasing, which it still is, but it's currently up around 85% gains on the day.
I really am thinking about taking a Twitter swing.
How far out?
No option. Just
Far
$1,000 worth of shares with a 10% stop loss.
Yeah, I mean, if I were to short this thing, I think I would look for a 280 entry to take a short on it. I think you could get the market makers to give you it at 280. Yeah, when the market gets desperate like this, I agree with you, Ralph Cake. When the market is red like this and people are like, oh, this is boring, it's Friday, I want to do something. I'm a day trader on Robinhood. Can somebody give me something? Oh, a low float piece of crap that normally only does 400,000 in volume and is already up 100 million in volume on the day. Yeah, I'll take a
MSFT
piece of that.
200. Ooh. Too bad I have to wait another quarter to buy Microsoft. Jaeger.
It depends, morning or evening.
Right now.
Jaeger.
Right now, Jaeger.
Like right now is a Jaeger type of time.
Actually, you know what? Right now is coffee with brandy.
I don't drink
Or coffee with Jaeger.
Oh no!
Just
You got the
completely
moves like
disrespect the coffee.
Okay, so I think Jaeger wins. All right, thanks, guys.
Yeah.
Okay.
Tequila's a nightly drink for me.
Well, it depends on the type of tequila. If you get
This
some
is true.
good prime tequila that
I like that agave tequila.
is real smooth and tastes like olives.
Yeah. The smooth tequila is dangerous. Dangerous.
What was it? We had in our sales conference. The VP of our company is a huge tequila connoisseur, And so we did the 8 steps of selling, and each step was a different tequila. So as you went from like the worst one turpentine to the smoothest at the end, so we had 8 shots in an hour-long meeting. That was a fun
That's
meeting.
kind of crazy. I bet you that was a fun meeting.
Yeah.
How the fuck did you get banned from this server so fast?
This shit is ridiculous on BLRX, guys. Just waiting for this volume to diminish here. We've got another big green candle here. This is looking like it's even going to provide you. So when I say diminishing volume, what I'm talking about, let's go to the big sheet on this. BLRX, you go here. We just wait for the volume to show that it's diminishing instead of gaining. So you'll see here that we had a big old green dick. Just wait for this to stop being big old green dicks in succession. Wait for it to be starting on the downtrend. And then this thing is just not... I'm not advocating entering position. I'm just saying, hypothetically, if we were paper trading this on paper, what I would do is wait for this to show that it's showing a decline, and then I would take a sell position against it and let it ride into the end of the day, where it's probably going to come down and level out. I mean, this is a big jump. If you look at 2 days, this thing was down at $1.50 yesterday. I think you probably see it finish the day somewhere around this $2 mark, if not the $1.80 mark. I think there's a decent short play in this for sure. When you see a tiny floater like this tripling the SPY volume on the day, like this is one of the big signals that short sellers are looking for sure. Wow, Ginger taking all of those YOLO gains and putting them into a subscription.
All for you, buddy.
Uh-huh.
So that when I get reminded monthly that I subscribe to you, I just hear, "Have you fucking learned yet?" So I'm spending my money to better myself while also helping you. It's a mutual respect.
I do gotta say, it's kind of nice to just see like 95% of the chat are subs. It's really cool. I know there are a lot of streamers out there that would die to have numbers like that. So
My only subs are teeny and millennial.
Martini, this thing is about to hit that magic 100% number.
God damn, I'm at 6 months? Teeny, I'm at 6 months in your stream.
Well, awesome.
God
It
damn.
just hit the 100% number. I do read chat here as well. What's up, Dren?
All right.
Oh dear Lord, Netflix did hit my price
It
target.
hit the magic 100% number.
Did SPY reverse?
It is starting to, but Netflix is still declining. I could have pulled away with 630 instead of
Magic
360.
Nachos with a subscription.
You know what? I'm happy with my trade. I left
Big
I
ups,
left
man. Big ups.
$15 on the table. I'll fucking take that all day. All day.
Oh no, I'm happy too. Just ouchie, ouch. That's cool.
Martini, are you hearing me yelling at you?
Yeah, but I always say that's fine if you want to resurrect the shorting thing, but you know you gotta run a strategy. You don't just take one play.
Well, yeah, but I mean the strategy on this one is that it meets all the criteria of the old strategy. Is all I'm saying. Of like low float into insane volume versus the SPY on the day. 100% seems to be that magic number where it starts to fall down. It touched it, and now it's at 97%. Now it's at 96%.
Is it EV or Bitcoin?
Nope. It's bio, and it's not even an FDA approval. They got some positive data. That's it.
I actually
there it
left
is. It's at the 100%.
102.
103. If you could get a $3 short from a market maker on this, I think it meets every criteria we'd ever look for. This thing is nutty. It just happened later in the day than our original entry window would have been because the news dropped later in the day.
Crazy.
So I will be watching
Mateo hasn't
BLRX
talked
all
about
day
it.
here, guys, alongside Fisker. Fisker's just kind of going sideways, but this gives us a little bit of excitement to watch here and try to figure out what's going on. So for those of you that are unfamiliar with short selling, it's the opposite of what I typically do, which is long equity, right? Long equity, you buy low, you sell high. Short selling is the complete reverse where you sell high and you buy low.
Unless you're like
Shorting's
me.
fun. Shorting's fun. You
Yeah.
you buy
When
low
done
and sell.
properly, I should say, short selling is sell high, buy low. Most accounts
Shit.
can't do short selling, guys. You need to be approved to do short selling. There is inherent risk to it. There is unlimited risk if you don't know what you're doing. So this is typically why you don't hear a lot of people advocating or talking about short selling, because the risk is so massive and you have to be sure as shit as to what you're doing. It can move against you real quick.
And fuck you real quick.
I'm trying to roll my take two options, and there's like no bid price. I will literally. You guys want to watch a bid actually come up?
I'm down.
Okay, go to take two, November 27th, 28 days, 172.
Well, hold on. So
Take
what is it?
two.
What is it? Is it just TTWO?
TTWO.
When did you
TD
say
just
November
crashed, so hopefully
6th?
they're giving me my Fisker stocks now.
November 6th. November
Yeah.
6th.
Put or call?
I'm selling the calls. Let's see. What November?
And you said 172? Oh, TD is running like a dog right now.
Yeah, and mine just crashed.
Oh, wait, it's because I have a virtual machine up. Oh, there goes my memory.
Take two, she's just rolling her options, guys, so she's extending the expiry.
It says one or more of the contracts have no bid prices, but that's not true. There's bids and asks here. I don't know what they're talking about.
Where is...
Oh, wait. Is it a 172 or 172.50?
172.50.
Oh. I see bid and asks.
Yeah, so it's because I'm rolling. So it's buying the 172s back, right? So do you guys know how a roll works?
Essentially, is it basically extending the date on your contract for a little fee? So basically, if you have $100 on one contract, the new contract costs $200. You would only pay $100 because it would use the old contract to roll it over to add more time to your current position.
Kind of. I mean, you're buying back the one you sold, right? So you sell high, buy low, right? Because it's the opposite: buy low, sell high, right? Or the other way. So, I mean, yes, it is the difference, but just remember, part of it is buying back the contract that you were liable for, so that way you know that you closed the liability that you had, right?
So yeah, you have no bidders on that 172.50 for October 30th, right? That was your original one.
I might be a little screwed here. Let's see if they'll...
You just have to expire it.
I might have to if no one's gonna buy it back from me. Let's see if I can get it. Let's see what it comes up with. I sent the order. Should show a bid and it doesn't.
I mean, what's kind of interesting with the shorts on these guys is that what we witnessed is, as much as stocks move a little bit here and there when you put in buy orders, when we were shorting, it was crazy to watch things come up and meet them. Market makers were like, sure, we'll sell you that at that. And the thing would we would watch it real time move to the shorts. Not like anything I've ever seen with buying equity. Like the market makers were like, yeah, we'll absolutely come up 8 cents or 9 cents to grab that. No problem. It was crazy.
Okay, so they're not giving me a bid. So what instead I'm gonna do, I'm not gonna roll, because every time I put in what is the mid, they're basically front running me, right? So this is exactly what Millennial is talking about. So instead of meeting me, right? Because we're the liquidity provider in those stocks, we were the liquidity provider, which is why they meet you. If you're the sheep, so to speak, then what they do is they move the bid away from you.
Yeah,
right?
they're trying to lead you
They
to
make you chase it.
Yeah, they're trying to lead you to the liquidity to move the price in the way that they want. Oh, Rita, this thing's gonna go back to 3 again. It's a thing. It keeps doing it. And now it's going. Yeah, it's gone.
Well, and the other thing for you, Rita, the hardest part is you've only had one volume on that strike for the day, so just nobody's looking at it.
Okay, so guys, the pattern that we had recognized was retail traders, low float stock, high volume on the day, rides up and runs, and traditionally we would see it touch that 100% gain and then just kind of fuck off for the rest of the day. And then into the close, people go, I don't want to hold this, especially end of the month, overnight, on a weekend. They don't want to hold this. And so they're going to bail out of this thing. I think, I mean, 3 down to $2 or $1.80 would have been reasonable. So I'm going to watch this all day because I'm excited to see what could have happened. And this may renew my passion for the short strategy. It's going to have to change a little bit, I think, the strategy, because obviously this entry didn't happen in the time window that we used to play. So it would have to be changing the time window, instead identifying people that have this low float into high volume, recognizing that, waiting for a certain gain. There's going to be fewer plays on it, but the plays are still possible and there. You may see a little buy up in here into lunch on this, just because the algorithms are going to take over, recognize this as a high volume stock for the day, and it may buy back up to 3. So there may still be an entry on it, but I think into the end of the day, we see this. If I had to draw a magic line, I would say somewhere in between this $2 to $1.80. So if you were shorting this and you were in at $3 and it goes down to 2, you're gonna have a 30% gain on the day. Right? That math adds up, right?
Yes.
See, I math.
I
okay.
math.
Redemption, can you look at this? Why doesn't my bid show up? That's so weird, right? My $2 bid should show up. Why does it not show up?
On my TD ladder, I don't get down to that for some reason, so I'm not seeing anything under 5 cents.
It literally doesn't even show it on level 2. That's so bizarre.
Sorry, take 2?
Yeah, if you look at take 2, I'm trying to buy back the 175. So.
I'm looking at the wrong ones. I'm sorry.
Week?
I was looking at 172.50s.
Right, because that's what I was trying to roll to. I'm buying back the 175.
I was looking at the wrong buyback then.
I don't see a bid. I see the 5 cent ask. I don't see a bid.
But you buy at the ask, sell at the bid.
Yeah, I don't see the $2.50 bid.
You buy at the bid, sell at the ask? What is it again?
Well, I'm glad you're chilling, man. Yeah, no, what we're talking about is rolling options at the moment and short
Sell
selling,
at the
which
bid,
are not
buy at the
necessarily
ask.
entry-level trading strategies.
Correct.
So don't sweat it if you're not really grasping everything that's happening. But I had originally thought that people would buy up, but Redemption seems to be more accurate with his prediction that the SPY is actually going to just shit the bed as people exit towards the end of the day because nobody wants to do anything. I don't know that we can expect Monday to be a big buy up either, though, because I don't know anybody that's looking to really dive into major positions before the.
I don't see any good news for Monday to buy up.
Before the election. Yeah, I think everybody just kind of holds their breath until Wednesday, which makes Wednesday next week not an F Wednesday, which makes Wednesday next week a big deal.
An actual Wednesday.
Rita, is it just one contract?
No, it's 2.
Okay. I was going to say, is it really that? I mean, could you do it at 5 cents and just get out of it to do it?
A lot of major funds guys and institutions don't like the end of the month because they do the reporting monthly on earnings, right? When you're sending to all of your holders of like, this is what we got for the month. So they like to have clean books in many respects.
I just saw 2 get filled at 4 cents.
End of weeks is always frightening because you never know what's going to happen after hours and pre-market. And over the weekend, you've got 2 days where you can't really react to the news. And so it's a little bit frightening for people of who knows what kind of crazy crap is going to happen over the weekend, right? It's the lack of control that causes fear. Is it a good idea to buy FSR end of day? That's a little too close to financial advice for me. So I probably, in my opinion, FSR is following a similar pattern to Nikola. That's probably the best thing that I could say to them. But ultimately, you would have to make a decision on that FA. Hopefully that makes sense. Rita, it's going back for 3.
So let's see if I leg into it. I see the declining volume. I mean, it's not a bad short, but I don't revive. If I do a trading strategy, I do a trading strategy because you never know where you are in that one. So I'm happy to revive it. That's fine. We can short till our heart's content. I don't give a shit.
Yeah, I mean, it's sitting at 120 million volume. I think if you can get a short on this at 280 right now, this is just going to fall into the end of the day. Holy crap! Like have you ever you ever played T-ball? You know, you see that look on your kid's eyes when you give them a bat and the ball's just sitting there, and you see that look in their eyes of like, I am gonna just knock the piss out of this thing, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so I already have shares in BLRX, but it'd be nonsensical to buy more shares, right? No way this uptrend continues. I can never say there's no way. I mean, there's some way, but from what I know and my opinion of biostocks is, biostocks run on approvals. This is not an approval. They got some data. For this to run like this is because the market is desperate for some kind of good news. It's a low float stock that got pumped with volume. That's why it's up where it is. I don't think that this goes past anywhere past the high there. I think that $3 mark was the 100%. I think that's it. I think that's as far as it goes in my opinion. Do brokers even have shorts?
No, they wear pants.
I don't know. I don't know if you could actually. So that's the other thing, guys. When you're buying equity, no problem. Everybody's got it. They'll sell it to you. But when you're shorting equity, not everybody has shares to short because you're essentially borrowing the shares from the brokerage.
Is this the trend break on SPY that we were looking for it to fall some more?
But so here's that. You guys see that gaining volume here? You see how it went up to the peak here? Ascending volume, ascending volume, ascending volume, and then diminishing.
It doesn't look good.
Right? It won't let me draw on the.
It's always fun to see the things that I tell you and then and then
He starts doing it.
What? What? Am I doing a bad thing? Am I wrong?
Fucking hilarious.
Despite what people may think, Millennial does learn every day.
This is true. Hey, if you're
Every
not
day.
learning, you're rotten.
Oh, man. Okay. I really got to use the washroom here, guys. I will be right back. Linux MLG, man. Thanks for the follow. If you guys have tickers you want me to look at or do DD on, I'm chilling around here anyway. So throw them out there. We can take a look and I can give you my breakdown. But yeah. I'm actually a little bit excited about BLXR today. BLRX, whatever the hell it is, that piece of shit.
Yo, P, get the
Get the fuck out of here.
4C Blue says BLRX seems too
point
obvious
the
of a short.
wiener in the potty and release.
All of those. Who puts the wiener in the potty? They put the wiener in the hand. Come on.
I said point it.
Oh, yeah, don't point it at your hand. That would be a mess everywhere.
Jesus.
Oh my god.
Easily trap and squeeze.
I've never squeezed. I'm just saying.
Oh, I was reading a statement. Whoa!
Maybe.
Scoop it.
It's trap and squeeze.
What can we do to get millennial banned?
My mom would not approve of this Discord.
Oh,
Are we hot mic'd on his?
yeah.
Oh, I can play
we
music.
are.
Don't
You
play
could,
music.
you could DMC. Oh man, that would be brutal.
No, I wouldn't do that.
Show
4C.
feet.
So, by the way, for anybody, including the Discord and his stream, that is trying to actually short things, I recommend that you. I don't recommend. I'm trying to educate you that it's like such a huge risk, right? Because these things can go into infinity and beyond. But if you are going to investigate, right, the way that you find shorts, 4C, is you need to see what oh my god, it just blanked. You need to see what the back end system that they're using, and I forget the name for it. But Tastyworks has a lot of shorts, sometimes even better than interactive brokers. But you need to go to a broker that has shorts. So we found that Tastyworks had it all the time. So if you're gonna go try do this stuff, that's where we found success in finding shorts.
This is also having to do with
Yeah, 4C, I'm there with you. I'm there with you, and that's why I said that $3 mark, that 100% is beautiful. Is just beautiful for the short. I think three. I don't think it's gonna blow past 3. I think it's gonna hit 3, and that'll be it. That 100% seems to be where the big shorters come in on this thing.
Rita, this also adds on what I said about, like, this is why you need to know what to ask for, because if you don't know what to ask for, you don't know what to look for.
The subscription,
it doesn't exist if you don't know what it is.
You just rolled in here today too. You guys are awesome.
Is it called a circular redundancy or something?
We're gonna sub to this. We'll be around. That's sweet.
Remember when I first started, I said that like some of this data you can't get because people don't know what the fuck to ask for, and you can't get access because you don't know. The person you're asking doesn't even know themselves. So if you don't know exactly specifically what you're looking for, you can't get that data feed. Like if I go to a Canadian brokerage and say, like, hey, can you give me the dark pools for the Canadian ones? It's like, okay, what is dark pool? I don't know which one you're talking about. I don't know what to look for. But if you go there and say, like, hey, I want the match now data feed. Okay, how much is it? I don't know if I can get that or not, but we'll look into it for you. At least you know what you're looking for.
Yeah, so Linux, the way that this works is I am here every morning for market open. So every day from 9 o'clock, 10 past 9.
Is this your new permanent time?
Yeah, my new permanent time is every day from around 9:10 until 11.
Now he mutes himself? Now?
I didn't realize it was muted. So from every morning from 9:10 a.m. so 10 past 9 every day till Eastern, till probably around 11. Sometimes I go later, depending if there's things to watch. I'm excited about BLRX. I'm going to watch FSR today, so I'll be around a little bit later today. But typically it's from pre-market all the way through till around 11. I stream, break down the plays. Typically I trade long equity. I used to be a bio trader, but looking at my portfolio now, you wouldn't know that. I'm kind of all over the place right now, just because there's money.
I didn't know you were going to keep going. Now you can mute yourself.
There's money to be made everywhere. What we do is I break down tickers. Typically, I ask the community for stocks that when we take a look at.
Man, Rita, if I just held on to that Netflix short, oof.
We're looking at the market all day for about 2.5 hours as the market's into it. Today I will be sticking around longer simply because of this.
Bigger asshole.
That's why we stay around you.
Oh no, don't hit $10 Netflix, please.
I don't see it going that high.
I'll buy Netflix at $10, but
What was the
No,
what was
no,
the
that
news?
that
What was-
contract I took yesterday, it's now hit 865.
All right, let's pull up the DD. Let's pull up the DD from BLRX and see exactly what it is that's happened here. Preliminary results from a phase 3 clinical trial evaluating for stem cell mobilization in myeloma. Okay, so it's a cancer treatment from stem cell research based on preliminary interim data. The independent data monitoring committee recommended the study be stopped early due to the strength of results. Okay, so they don't have to finish the entirety of their phase 3. I don't think Monday you see a bounce. No. Lord Disco? No. I do not think we see a bounce on Monday. I think there are too many people that are just going to hold on and wait for the election. Monday, Tuesday, I expect to have some very boring days. Now, Tuesday may not necessarily be red because there may be those that want to take positions because they think they know what the election's going to do. But yeah, I think Monday and Tuesday are relatively boring days. Wednesday going to be a party. Wednesday is going to be just gangbusters. Definitely want to be around Wednesday. That's going to be a wild Wednesday. If Trump wins, the oil industry gets that little shot in the arm that it needs. It depends on which sectors you're in, right? So this is one of the things that we were breaking down. If you look at the ETFs, I've got a Trump ETF and a Biden ETF right now. The Biden ETF is up about... Oh, interesting. That's really interesting. Did everybody see that change? It changed pretty quick, so I don't know if you guys saw it. As of yesterday, this Biden portfolio was up $8,000. So yesterday it was up $8,000. Today it's down $280. Trump portfolio is about the same as it was. But confidence in the Biden markets is eroding. Very interesting.
Yeah,
Now the-
because they all ruled that mail-in ballots aren't going to be counted. So what did everybody do? Mail-in ballots.
The only ticker I have in my watch list that is green that's in equity is Google now.
So, by the way, I sold the 2 calls against my Take 2 at $500 every time. I mean, I think I'm break even though I'm down 3,000, 4,000 on the Take 2.
I'm excited to see 4C. I do want to see if this is going to run to 4 like you think, or if 3 is kind of where it's at. Because in my mind, this is normally where we see that profit taking is the 100%.
So, Reed, a question on U.S. taxes when it comes to rolling over options. Is it still considered separate plays? So you have to take the tax implications on that first play? Or because it's rolling over, it just keeps going?
What are you asking? I mean,
I was going to say, did that question even make sense?
No.
Okay, so let's just say you made $500 on that selling those first 2 puts or first 2 calls, right?
Yeah.
So here we
but
are,
you
guys.
rolled that money over into a
72
new
days.
contract.
You'll see the
Is that
ascending volume.
considered
So
something
4C has
that
a
you're
really good
passing
chance
the
of being
tax capital gains down the line,
COVID
or
friendly
you still have to
stocks,
pay?
Digital turbine,
If
gravity,
you're doing
good
a covered call, there's
delivery
no
here. But
money
let's
to
see.
roll
Thanks for your take.
over. I mean,
Yeah. So tech gaming,
I mean,
tech is gonna.
You know what I mean? You're just taking on a new liability, so you're receiving money.
Yeah,
so I don't know
mean,
what
depending
you're
on
rolling
where
over.
you are in tech,
Right, but
I
isn't
think
that
gaming has
considered
been
a gain
fine,
still because you're receiving
irregardless
money?
of who wins. COVID friendly stocks, it really depends on which
No.
COVID stocks you're in.
You're
but they should do all
receiving
right.
money, but the mark to market is whatever the price is, unless you can buy
Delivery
it
Hero,
back
Good
for
Food. I'm in Waiter,
less.
but yeah,
Now
very
you've
similar
gained money.
plays there.
You haven't gained money in the IRS's eyes until you close it.
Right, that was what my question is, because you closed by selling at 4 cents, right? So you made money on that covered call. So therefore, rolling it over is just another execution. It's just a term of strategy rather than something else, right? Unless I'm just not understanding it.
Does Tasty have shares?
Probably, but if we're doing this, we're starting it up again. I'm not
Deal.
fucking around, and I
Deal.
need to put a different account.
Deal. All of what you just said. Deal.
Oh my god.
Deal. I just adjusted the volume, so hopefully it's better now, Dr. Zari. Deal. I still got the scanners.
Give
So
me the share count.
It's kind of like you're tempting you're tempting a little child with candy, and that little child is millennial, and he's just eating it all up.
yeah, Mama Stocky. She's tempting me. What was the per play that we were at?
I had to pull up the Excel sheet. So there's two conversations going on. I can't. Let me go get my headphones. So I can just talk.
Okay, I'm gonna have to. I'll open up. I'll get the short sheet open here.
Hello.
Hey,
Hello.
I can't remember the name of the spreadsheet.
I don't either.
No. I've got so many different strategies in here. I can't remember the name of the freaking sheet.
I know you're like a wombat or a fucking squirrel. Money trading. What?
I literally have. I literally have like 30 different strategies in here.
Okay, so let's see. A covered call. So
Never mind, Rita. I realized what I was doing.
what were you doing?
In words, by just rolling it over, you're saying you're not using any money to purchase the new contracts because again, you're selling those contracts, so therefore you're intaking more money in hedging the gains you made on a previous one as risk protection, right?
Right,
So,
but for tax purposes, what you're doing is you're reducing your cost basis, right?
Oh, I don't have it in my
That's
Google
how-
Drive.
That's how things like that get calculated, right? And so
But,
what you have to do.
is it because you have a covered call and it's not naked?
Yeah, because they're offsetting positions, and
Okay. That's the part that it adds in because it's a covered call. So if it was for a case like we were doing the same thing but on puts and I was selling naked puts, that would be just pure income because I have nothing to leverage
Linux,
against.
I can't speak to PDT. I'm a Canadian. We don't have PDT up here. I'm not sure how the PDT rules work.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right,
Well,
let's
we
rock
can
this out here. I don't have access to the sheet because it
Oh my
was
God.
it was a Microsoft Excel sheet.
I have it.
Yeah, you have it.
Do you want the link?
Yeah, please. But I just need right now, as far as the $3 entry, I just need to figure out what sizing.
Oh. There's the link. Don't share that one because that's the editing link. I can give people a view link. But
Yeah, no, I'll.
the sizing is at the top where you used to put it. Stock price 291. I'll do it real quick.
So, guys, this was not a small strategy. This was one that Martini and I poured a lot of freaking hours into.
Oh, okay, I know how many shares.
I think you said it at 3 and they'll meet you. if they have them.
Probably, but I mean,
All
I
right.
guess it's declining volume, but no shares to borrow.
Damn it! Ah, this is always the bane of my existence with these shorts, guys. Is that the brokerage has to have them. They've got it. The broker has to have the shorts to share, and they don't have them. And that
Here,
makes me
here you
makes
go.
me
I put
sad.
a screenshot of it in the Discord, so in case anyone's curious of what it looks like when you try to short things. I mean, I can try to put down the order quantity and see if they'll give me.
Yeah.
There's,
See if you can get anything.
no, I tried 1,000. I'm trying 500. There's no shares. Nothing.
Damn. 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 Damn.
I find that Tasty Works, Ajax ass, you can never get shorts or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, Tasty Works was the only one we found that was consistently there for us. TD didn't have them. IB didn't have them. Surprisingly, I thought IB would have them for sure, and it didn't. Lord Disco, you're never asking too much.
What happens at IB? I think what happens at IB is literally they have a, what was that program called? Remember? The pre-borrow program.
Oh yeah. They're the special program for
you
special
have to
people.
oh my god, yeah, you have to have 500,000 or something stupid.
Yeah.
And then you have to, which, nah, I don't want to say anything, but anyway, so if you get approved into that, right?
Yeah.
Then what happens is you got to tell them in pre-market
What you want.
that you want them to locate at that point, right?
Yeah.
So, like, how were we supposed to know? You know what I mean?
Yeah, this one you wouldn't have been able to do it for sure. Because this news didn't drop until 11, and then that's when the play started to take shape. Disco, what do I think about the giant gap between current price levels and the perceived inherent value of the well-performing stocks this year? I think the entire market's overvalued, but it continues to be overvalued, and these IPOs and these SPACs continue to push that. And so we see things that are extremely overpriced, but they're becoming the norm. So that means that they're not overpriced, that they are just the accepted level. And short of the entire economy collapsing on itself, which there are some tinfoil hat folks out there that think that the entire economy is about to die. But short of that happening, I think the current pricing is where it stands. This is just the levels we are at. And if the SPY continues to run on a Trump win, or maybe even potentially on a Biden win, who knows? But on a Trump win for sure, the SPY will continue to run, and these prices will continue to go up, and it'll be nutty. That's my opinion on it. There are those that are a little bit more bearish on the market and the direction it's headed, but so long as the global economy continues to rely on the American economy, I think it's okay. Man, this thing is just, I tell you, end of day, guys, BLRX, end of day, this thing is just going to plummet. People are going to evacuate like rats on a sinking ship out of this thing. It is going to be disgusting to see what this does. But yeah, as for the short strategy, guys, here is the entirety of the trading period. We did have drawdowns towards the end because Millennial broke the rules. This dip here, this big nasty cliff that we fell off of, that's Millennial being an absolute tard. I was a total idiot here. This is all my fault. This is not the strategy's fault. This is Millennial completely going against the rules that we had, so this is my bad. But up until here, we had grown this from.
Wait, you're selling your dong? Hold on, I need to pay attention to this. What?
He did it earlier. This is 2 times today.
2.0.
What? Can you repeat that again?
No, now you're recording. I'm not saying it.
No, I wasn't paying attention. I was trying to figure out how to get shorts to locate.
This cliff at the end is Millennial being an idiot. This has very little to do with our strategy and more to do with Millennial not abiding by the rules that we had set out with the strategy. So we saw a drawdown. But overall, guys, this was a period of a month and a half. Strategy had a over 70% win rate, so 74% win rate. Would have been higher if I hadn't done the stupidity here. Probably would have been closer to 80, 85. It ran from where we started all the way up to $8,000 in gains, and then it fell back down to about $4,000 in gains. But again, the total portfolio that we were working with to start was, what did we start with?
We started with 3,000 and then we doubled up some point. There's a line there that shows when we doubled up. Yeah. 727.
So I mean, we started with $3,000 and then doubled up, but I mean, we ultimately walked out with $4,000 on the strategy, which wasn't terrible, but I got tired of doing it. I didn't. Once they closed down the what was that called, the Robin tracker access, we kind of started to pull back from it.
Kind of difficult.
Yeah, we didn't see the 300% gains every day like we were seeing with low float. So obviously institutions were doing the exact same thing we were, and they were cashing in too. But when Robin Track pulled their API, the strategy needed to be reevaluated. And instead of me doing the hard work to reevaluate, I just said, let's just move on. It was a win. Let's just move on. Martini's been in my ear ever since saying, well, why did we move on? It still works. And we will see. I'm still gung-ho on it. Based off of what I'm seeing here. It's just that we do have to change the criteria of it, where it wouldn't be on the first 15 minutes of the day we're able to analyze this, because this appears to be a on the day there has to be low float into high volume, and waiting for that 100% mark to hit. So it's a slightly different strategy that we're talking about. And when you change one thing, Martini is good to tell me that you change the whole thing. But essentially, it would be the same principles and outlines that we had before, making sure that you're staying out of EV and crypto, but look for something to run on extremely high volume up into the 50 to 90 range. Wait for it to hit the peak on that, and then expect it to decline into the end of the day. Now, that there's a bunch of OTCs on here does not make me feel good about life, but
I'm not shorting OTCs.
No,
You can
no.
off of that.
Yeah. So this is a no-go. These you guys are looking at the stock screen still and saying, Millennial, what the hell are you talking about? Yeah, so these here, guys, these are OTCs, these five letter stocks. So we wouldn't go near that, but this stuff here, like AIRI or TCDA that are up 20%, that's a potential play on the day. Where you see something that's normally got 79,000, and instead, what the hell is this piece of shit? Normally,
okay. So here. Hey, Ajax. Look what Ajax brought up. Now I remember. God damn it. Look. That's why it worked. That's why we found stuff, because we found the broker that has the same clearinghouse as Robinhood. So that's why they were able to find shares to short.
Oh, that makes sense.
Because we were borrowing the shit that Robinhooders were
buying up.
Right?
Yeah.
Because they're not allowed to short, right?
Euro? Are you guys not allowed to short on Robinhood?
Yours
I don't think so.
So is redemption.
I think you can buy and sell options, but not
You
specifically
can't
short.
short shares. You can only buy shares.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I think I have a Robinhood account, but I don't have it fully open.
I tried a couple times in the past on some like cheap ass stocks, and it doesn't even give you the option. You can either buy or buy.
Yeah, a lot of people are looking to crypto for the exit in case the world loses its mind. Disco, for me, I'm looking at more. But say shit here as soon as I say this. I'm looking at Mara as my Bitcoin play.
I might go get a coffee.
Oh, look at it! It's dying now. Are you seeing that, Millennial?
Yeah, I pulled it back up.
BLRX.
Riot's nice too, but I like the news on Mara that they've got 10,000 more miners coming by April. It looks like Riot's not expanding nearly as quickly as Mara is. I think Mara's going to be a big winner.
I just want to see this thing go all the way back down to 240, 225.
So I'll put the line in now, guys. My expectation on this before the end of the day is that line is way too high. Why did that shift like that? 10 days.
Because it's a boomer using technology. Oh. I mean, look at you. What do you do?
Hold on.
It's
I'll
got to
get it.
fill the gap.
Hold on, I'll get it.
Oh, get the fuck out of that shit.
Hold on, I'll get it.
That shit.
Rita's toxic.
I'm toxic because it's utter stupidity. Okay, look. Okay, let me watch. I can predict your first 3 years of trading. Watch. I'm clairvoyant. I'm the fucking toxic Illuminati. Okay.
She's
All right.
about to
Watch.
explain my life.
Oh my god, I just discovered stocks. It's this cool thing. Like maybe I can earn some money with this. Yeah, I'll be at work and I'll just, I'll download this thing Robinhood. Oh my god, look at this, and in 3 clicks I get it. It gets right out of my account. That's weird. That's different than every other broker. Huh, weird.
It's
Okay.
BLRX that we're watching right now.
Go on, Teeny. Go on. This is, so far you're 100% right. Go on.
That's not me, by the way. I never had a Robinhood account, but yeah, go ahead.
I
Go
did.
ahead.
My boss can't see me looking at this stuff. I can't be day trading while I'm at work. So, I'm just going to check it while I'm on the shitter.
In the bathroom. How the fuck
Get two particles on this. Better wash my hands. So, next day, a couple of months later, right? You're just looking at stocks. You haven't bought anything. You haven't worked up the courage. And then, you hear about Hertz. Well, it's really cheap. I could buy like I don't know, with maybe maybe $50, I could get 10,000 shares. Look at this.
10,000 shares of
More
Hertz for
shares,
50
it's
bucks.
better, right? I'm not gonna buy boring Netflix. Nah, I'm not gonna buy. That's $400. That's too expensive. I can't put $400 in the stock market. Nah, okay. 4 months later, oh man, Netflix is doing a stock split. That means it's cheaper. Let me buy it. And then
Stuart
it
Izzle, thanks
comes
for the
up,
sub, man. You
"Oh,
rock.
the Robinhood article says a stock split really doesn't mean that it's more money."
You're giving
Holy
people
shit!
you're giving people PTSD here, Martini. You gotta stop.
I'm dying. It's just
You
word
gotta
for
stop.
word the shit
You
that I
gotta
went
stop.
through, bro.
You are explaining
Don't stop.
literally.
Keep going.
Oh man.
Keep going. Keep going, please. I need this.
You feel bullied. Again, Martini, this has to be a safe space.
A lot of what she said I fucking did. I was like,
Don't
God damn
check
it.
losses.
Does she know me?
I know
Okay.
everybody in this fucking chat.
So,
I know you guys. I know it.
ladies and gentlemen, if
Oh
in
my
any way you
God.
can relate to the story that was just told, you are in the great place. Oh, wow. Okay, great. I'm glad you made money on Spaceman. Sweet.
What, bit?
That was all you, though. I had nothing to do with it. But yeah, if you guys can relate to that story in any way, you're in the right place. Now, we still trade dog shit here. Reported I'm in this post and I don't want to be Sag. Yeah, no. Guys, you're in the right place. I still trade dog shit, but it's dog shit of gold, okay? Blader's going to make bank on Fisker's solid state batteries and chips. My thing with trading has been a little bit different, guys. My story as a trader is I have never blown up an account. I'm one of those rare traders that never did that. I did not start with commission-free trading because Canada didn't have it. And in my mind...
Hold on a second. Correct me if I'm wrong. What was your option account when you first got it?
$500.
And what was it when it turned around?
$100.
So you lost 80% of that account. You don't consider that a blown account?
No, because it still had 20% in it.
Doesn't matter.
You blew the account.
You blew the account.
Oh,
You lied to me. I feel betrayed. And
I didn't really count that as a blown account. It still had 20% in it. Blown account in my book is it's gone.
Okay, let's just say 80% of the account's gone. It's not.
Okay, hold on.
Gone.
I'm going to ask this of somebody who's been in the market more than a year. anybody in chat, what is considered blown account percent wise?
Yeah, I mean, for me, blown account is gone. Like it's no longer there.
In an options account, I would agree with you in that sense because yes, you can go to
Yeah.
zero.
Yeah, in an options account for me, if you're blowing up an options account, it's gone. There's zero left.
So then, Ginger, you've never blown an account.
No, I have never blown an account. I've never gone to zero in my entire life.
Did you
I
put more
stop
money
at
in?
25.
No, I'm sorry, but I consider a blown account 0.
Yeah.
Okay.
Blown is losing money, right?
Now, to be clear,
If you can't make a play, I consider that blown.
To be clear, the options account that he's referring to is now a net liquidity of $2,000. So
Correct. I wasn't saying that there wasn't a turnaround, but at one point the lowest is 80% loss.
Yeah, it was an 80% loss at one point. That is fair. But
of closed funds, right? Where you only had $100 in cash left.
Yeah. But I do not consider that a blown account.
No, that's fair enough. I guess I would, but that's just me.
Well, I mean, I played with $100.
To be fair, on an options account, I would not consider an 80% a blow up an account. On an equity portfolio,
fair enough on an options account, yeah.
On an equity portfolio, I might have a slightly different opinion. But back to the tale of millennial. So in January, I decided, okay, well, marketing and public speaking at conferences. Did I put more money in? No, no. I didn't put more money into options because I decided I was never going to be trading options. That I wasn't an equity trader. Because in January when I got started, I said, okay, I'm going to read everything that I can about this. As a digital marketing consultant, as somebody who's in public speaking at conferences and stuff, COVID's going to kill that. So I've got some time. I can invest in some knowledge and invest in some learning. Okay. And I did that, and I taught myself some stuff. Took some plays in early January that didn't really make me a lot of money, didn't lose me a lot of money either. But then all of a sudden people started telling me, well, the bio sector is a sector that's really hard to trade. Most people don't want to put in the work on it. There's a lot of money if you can figure it out. And I went, hell, I'm pretty good at figuring things out. I put puzzle pieces together pretty well. So I started reading medical reports. And then I spent the next couple months reading medical reports and trading off of what I was reading in the medical reports. And I started to recognize patterns and understand the process. And I started to trade that more and more and more. And then I started to apply that same level of strategy to reading SEC filings. And that SEC filings and reading medical reports and doing all the boring crap led to the account going from 2200 US.
Oh,
sorry.
I thought I had a reprieve.
2200 US all the way to 22,000. Now, right now this says 14,000 because I still haven't been granted my freaking Fisker shares. But add $9,000 to this. That's 14 grand. But yeah, therein lies the story. That's how millennials up over 1,000% so far this year. It is not with options plays. It's not with playing the tech sector. It's not with playing pieces of gold and wonderful stocks. It's playing relatively dog turd stocks.
So nice.
Fucking mute.
I just I've heard it so many times I can't do it.
All right, story time's done. I'm back.
Oh, it's kind of funny, Martini. Yeah, why isn't Teeny an admin?
Yeah.
No, it's because he PTSD'd me because if I dare mute him, he will literally be silent for days, and then he'll clear the chat with gifts.
No, his gifts are the best. Remember that one week where he literally communicated all week with nothing but gifts? I mean, I have to give props are due, man. That takes some skill.
I remember.
I see no
offering trading thoughts using gifts only. Try it for a week. Let's see what you come up with. All right, so the line that I've set here, guys, for the day, I've marked it with a nice little ticker here that says "Go F yourself."
I need a break.
That says "Go F yourself." Go F yourself at $1.90. How about that BLRX? I marked it at $1.90 for the end of the day. Yeah. I mean, at the very least, this will be confirmation that all that work we did wasn't for nothing. Can't short. Casinos. It's interesting. Look at the SPY move, guys. Look at the movement on the SPY, and look at BLRX. SPY buys up, and people are like, "Oh wait, the stock market's coming back. Let's get out of this piece of shit and trade real stocks." Like, kind of nutty how that works, huh? Did you manage to roll your take twos? Yeah. Yeah. Never leave it open.
Right. It expires, what, like 15, 30 minutes later, right?
Nope.
No, sometimes
It expires. Go ahead, Redemption.
it depends on your broker. It expires like some could expire like 4:30, some expire like 6, some expire at 8 p.m.
Okay.
Well, it's not your broker. OCC, it says that it doesn't actually expire until midnight. So if you look inside the OCC, the problem is when your broker allows contrary exercise advice to be sent to the broker, and that they'll actually honor it. So in all intents purposes, it ends when the last person can send contrary exercise advice to say, exercise this or assign this to this person anyways, which you're the asshole who's going to get assigned, right? The only reason you never get assigned is because it's unlikely that it moves that much outside of after hours.
Shopify
Right, because
does
you
this.
were so far in, out of the money, you probably were safe. But it's still one of those that if you're over 90 something percent,
Yeah,
it's just
Shopify
best
was
to go ahead
overvalued. That makes sense for it
and
to
close
be
the
down
position, right?
That makes sense. This should not be up at $1,000. This is ridiculous.
Yeah, because
that
you're
what-
taking
This is too much.
liability. It's called pin risk. That's what they call it.
Okay, I mean that's what I've always heard when you're selling contracts. If you can get to where you're at 90 something percent or better, just go ahead and close it, because what's the extra couple percent worth versus the liability, like you're saying?
I just mechanically do it because I don't want to think about it, but yeah.
I'm with you on that. I would do the same, just because I hate being in a stock and thinking about it.
Tesla got an upgrade to strong buy from a buy. On the everybody's expecting it to be added to the S&P 500, and Biden win.
Interesting. So what firm bought it before that came out?
CFRA apparently is the one that's giving it the strong buy.
I'm saying that because it dropped so much, and then somebody decided to put that out today.
Yeah, they're seeing a 40% upside. Tesla 550 is what they're saying.
So is Trump for oil and then Biden's for EV?
Yeah.
Oh shit.
But I think Tesla actually gets a win on both because it's American made. I think Tesla will do well under Trump.
If you actually listened to Trump that night, he did like EVs, remember?
Yep.
I'm not saying one, like, I don't think Trump's for oil over EV. I think he just wanted to solidify Biden is against oil. That's really what it was.
When I say oil, it's the pipelines I'm talking about, right? He's going to push through the approval on pipelines, which is why oil will do well better stateside.
He's for capitalism, regardless which sector it is.
Yeah.
Where Biden clearly has stated no oil.
Yeah,
which is stupid.
I think that loses in Pennsylvania. I cannot see how he
So-
takes Pennsylvania now.
But he's up 7 points, right?
No, we're talking polls. Fun. We might as well be players.
I'm kidding. Yeah, I was
Yeah,
going to say
yeah, I
I'd rather
know.
play jacks.
Yeah.
So this is kind of like a weird idea that I just thought of, but based off of the presidents that are running right now, so we got Trump, who's for oil and also EV, and let's just say it like this: could you potentially go through the market and find each president's or each runner's likings, like what they stand for and what they say they're going to do, and then see how they perform in the market to get a prediction on who could potentially win the election? Because if the market is forward looking, if everything for a certain side or certain candidate is mooning to the sky, couldn't that be an indicator that, oh, this has a high probability of coming to fruition? Or is that just kind of
Well,
like a
Ginger, what do you think? Are most
noodle?
voters in the market?
No?
Well, look what happened in the last election alone. How the markets reacted to what they thought was a Democratic win.
Yeah, they got caught with their pants down last time around, for sure.
Yeah, so if you would have taken that stance, you would have said, "Oh, hands down, Hillary wins," just like everybody else kind of thought.
Yeah.
And you would have been wrong.
Okay.
Well, I'm just saying. In
you would have been
general,
right, but you would have been wrong. Like she technically won, but didn't win presidency.
What do you mean she technically won?
Not technically. Maybe technically is the wrong word. Which vote did she win?
She won the popular vote, but she didn't win the election.
Okay, so she won.
the one you could
vote, not
the
the
one you could
electoral vote.
argue would be Gore Bush in that sense, because it came out to a ruling that after the fact found out was probably not the case, but the ruling already happened, so it didn't matter.
Okay, I don't.
Am
I just
I
kinda
wrong
thought
in that?
something. I was like, because guess not.
I can't open that on stream because this is going to be a monetizable YouTube video, but I can open it off stream. See what it is.
I think I was asking others just in case I was wrong in my thought process there.
Is this a protest in Poland?
I think you're probably right,
this
since they
feels
didn't correct you.
locked up.
Like, and as I was saying that
2 seconds,
scenario,
guys.
I knew that it was kind of weird due to Rita talking about what she experienced last election and then seeing it on the futures, and I was just like, what the fuck?
Rita, though, I would like also a master's class in that too. So if you're taking enrollment, I'll join ADHD.
Martini's teaching a class. Oh,
Or you're not allowed to join your professional.
that's fine.
You've already signed your contract. You're out of the collegiate leagues.
Dude, I think I just took my last payment for stocks yesterday. And then it's great because the market tanked today. And the next paycheck's coming from the private sector. So
Hey, Hitch is in here.
So you starting
Yo.
your job?
next week.
Holy shit.
I know. How fun is that?
I was fucking fast, bro. It literally feels like 2 weeks ago you just passed your test.
I know. That's the direction I was going. I was like, oh, we're gonna do this. And then I did my phase 3 interview for Vanguard. And I'm waiting to hear back for them, but yeah.
Good shit, my dude. Out here making the moves.
Heck, so my options account is basically blown up at this point. I think I have like $400 left in it. I lost.
Oh, no. We said that is not blown.
That's not blown. It's not blown till it's at 0.
Mm-hmm.
It's not
We
blown
just-
till
we
it's
just
at
had a-
0.
That
We
was the
had a
consensus of the chat.
total-
I disagreed, but I have been outvoted.
Okay.
I am the weakest link.
All right. Well, I've lost like 95% of my portfolio value in the last like 2 weeks. So
Your whole entire portfolio or just the options?
Just for options. Just for options.
Okay, fucking shit.
No, dude. I'm still beating the fucking spot for the year. Like I'm not.
I was about to lose my fucking shit. I was like,
Let's see. I need to find out where SPY was on May 14th because that's when I started trading.
Kraken Karen says you still have 5%
about
to
this?
go.
It's blown. It's considered blown for the rest of us, right? But for Millennial, it's not because he's stupid and can get it to whatever. I don't know. How about that?
Okay, so you do agree with me that if you're down 80%.
I mean, $500 to $100. How many plays can you take with $100? I can tell you right now, not many.
But I will say, if you have $100, you probably it's still technically not blown. I was thinking of a percentage value rather than a dollar value, because you could take a dollar SPY contract and make it $8 and you're back in the game, right? But or look at me, I took a 55-cent Netflix and it hit 9 something today.
I think
So
it's
in
important
one-
to note
That's
that
different.
what Martini is saying is generally most people would have gone down, but I am the exception, which makes me exceptional.
Be careful, or I will mute your ass. Get the fuck out of here.
I was gonna say Ginger's done it plenty of times already. He's taken $60 and he's been up to 200. The point is he then loses it again. But
Like today, I had $60 and turned it into 176. I had that one fantastic month where I went with 115 up to $1,000.
So
but
there
see
you go.
that's the thing is each time you said you blew your account, right?
Yeah, afterwards.
But then the
Like
question is, did you blow the account? That's the semantics of it.
Yeah.
Yes and no. I couldn't buy any options, but I could buy penny stocks if I wanted to.
You
But
could
I
still buy options. You just had to be out of the money, low probability.
Very low and extremely low probability, which I'm not gonna.
But that's
put
still
my
considered
money.
playing technically. So I
I resent that
No.
entire line of logic.
I consider playing.
I reject
don't
all
know.
of that.
If
what
you
just
buy
said.
an out of the money contract that's 10 cents, that's a gamble. You're not playing shit. You're just fucking throwing money into an ether and hoping it comes out at $11.
I mean, that I started with
If
$500.
you have less than
and the lowest I went
$500
was
in your
100.
account, I consider that blown.
I started with
If-
500.
I
Yeah.
consider that a blown account.
would you
What do
say
mean it's a
Hitch?
blown account? I started it with
$500 is a blown account to me.
No, but he
That's-
started
there's
with
nothing-
500.
He started with 5.
That's
You can't say
that's
he
great.
started with a blown account.
I mean, you can say that. You can't
I
start
guess
with
you
$1.
could.
Like,
Well,
you need.
started with 500. It went down to 100. It's back up to 2K.
No, I mean credits due where credits due. Millennial, yes, pat you on the back. You were able to recover the account, but as far as semantics are concerned, is do you consider losing? And it is just percentage wise. Hitch lost 95 something percent. Can it turn around in the next couple of days? Maybe, but
All
Yeah.
my options are
point-
till December, so I'm just holding them anyways. If the
so,
account's blown, then
so
whatever.
even then, it's not blown because you're not out of the trades.
Pepe Hands, I started with a blown account. Yeah, I guess for me with options, guys, in my mind was always this is a blown account, right? For those of you that don't know go ahead and Google Robinhood. For me, that was always a blown account.
yes. Fucking Apple Play.
Like she's
no,
she's
watch-
she's
let's
dead,
watch
Jim.
Go.
She's gone.
Let's watch Go.
Bloody go.
Seriously, are we gonna watch Go?
I can't because
Yes,
it's a
please.
YouTube video, but you guys can watch it.
Hey, SPY's only up
You
17%
watch
since I started trading.
And you get demonetized?
Yeah.
They just know if you go because they have that. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, because of the algorithm. It happened yesterday. It
No,
happened
very
2 days
good.
ago. I watched a 30-second clip on Twitter from Good Morning Britain. New streaming schedule is every
Rita.
day, Monday through Friday,
Real
9,
talk.
10 a.m. until I get off.
Did you say you
no
were available
earlier
the
than-
14th
No earlier
that day
than
or not?
11 a.m.
Okay, Ginger, what about
The
you?
PTSD is just making 4:30 in
what
the
day?
morning impossible.
The 14th.
Of November?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't got shit going on. That's 10 days before my birthday.
Because I think that's the missus is going to Austin for a girls trip, and I may be available that day. So
Boys trip! Boys trip! Antini.
Get out
Look
of
at
here,
BLRX.
exclusionary
No, I added you in.
digital
I
thing.
added you in. Don't give me that.
Don't
Don't give me that.
mansplain your exclusion to me.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Jeez.
Boy.
Now who's the mansplainer?
Here we are, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Friday at noon.
Yeah.
Currently, the market
What does
is
that
not
say?
doing
Does that say
anything of
go
interest.
fuck yourself?
Yes,
Millennial.
it does.
Speaking of,
Yes.
Does it say go fuck yourself?
speaking
Millennial
of
withdrawn.
redemption,
Mhm.
is it time?
What?
YOLO time.
I mean, like, I took it earlier, but I guess. I mean,
Because a 320 is now 18 cents.
well, I should have actually waited or got out until now, but
See, this
Your
is the thing with IB.
71
I can't
is
even
20
take that.
cents.
How do you take that with IB? Because with me, redemption, if I take the daily for the SPY, it closes at 2 hours before the market.
beats me.
They don't close you 2 hours before the market?
No.
No, that's because you're an Fisher Price broker. Well,
Holy
damn.
shit.
We're using the same broker, Martini. What are you talking about?
that's I don't use that. I use it for charting. I don't use it for actually doing orders.
Interactive brokers?
I
We're
can't.
talking about options
Yeah, I
trading.
can see it.
This is what I envision whenever I put in a YOLO options trade.
Oh boy.
Okay, Martini, I gotta send you this
Interactive
article.
brokers does not close you.
They do.
The
They did
the
it twice.
day of.
They did it twice.
What did you do? Did
And
you?
if you're on a verge of a margin call, I mean,
No, I don't have margin. It's a cash account.
beats me.
They went, you do not have the funds to
Oh, yeah, you're
exercise this
still on a
option, and they
Fisher
closed
Price
you 2
account.
days.
You're on a cash account. Congratulations.
Cash accounts are fun.
So, Martini, here's that in-depth, awesome insight that the guy at Motley Fool has on space. Space went down 5%. I don't know why.
Because the entire market went down 5%.
Yeah, but he doesn't know why.
That's my guess.
This guy's insight on space would hurt you deeply, Hitch. Like, it's bad.
Really?
It's really bad.
Like I said, you don't listen to anyone at Motley Fool except Tom and David.
I agree.
That's it.
I agree. So when I get down on Motley Fool, guys, when you hear me getting down on Motley Fool, it's anybody but the 2 guys that started it. Because all these other people that they've added in, 9 times out of 10, they're just... The only thing they really want you to read is whatever stock they're pumping at the end of it. The little Canadian stock that they want you to buy with your CERB money down at the bottom of the article. Because the insight into the stocks is just brutal if it's not Tom and David. BLRX! Ooh! What do you think? 260 and it free falls?
I never get it away from it. What is it?
269 right now?
I'm with Millennial on that 260 mark for sure.
260.
If it can break past that low right there, I think we see a nice little fall. All the way down to 240 at least.
For a moment. Hold on. Where's Hitch? Has he left yet?
Hi, what's up?
So did you blow your account with your lines?
No, I YOLO'd calls for the Head and Shoulders, and I was just like, you know what? We're just gonna fucking do it. And if this account blows up, it's fine.
Was it a cup and handle too?
And then that didn't happen. So yeah, the account's gone. But I still have the calls.
As long as
no,
it was a cup and handle, you would have been okay. But head
How'd
and
that-
shoulders.
How'd that cup and
handle
handle go on CRM?
It didn't go great, I had to say.
Yeah, I was about to say, I was like, I was watching you for a couple days.
It wasn't fantastic.
For everybody
Market took a
listening, this
dump.
is not Hitch's only account. He has a real account, like a trader's account with equity in it.
He's a big boy.
This is memes and YOLOs. This is not his life savings or his pension or his any of that bullshit. This is a YOLO account that he blew up. It does
My
not matter.
entire 401k.
And his parents and his grandparents, they're all gone.
Yeah.
I
It's everything.
It's gone.
ACB
Yeah, we're all
calls
broke.
gone.
I did that shit with all of my money.
Oh.
Why?
After the election, I'm just gonna YOLO my whole entire 401k on SPY calls. If Trump wins.
Dude, I just can't believe I didn't want to believe that it was possible for the Senate to hold a stimulus package hostage. I honestly did not think that they would do it, but
Bro,
they
They
did.
I
fucking
could have told
did.
you they were gonna do that.
I know exactly thought process you were dealing with in your head when you say it like that, Hitch.
Actually, I think
That
I did
is-
tell
You're
you
like-
that. Didn't I tell you that they were?
I think
gonna
you
do
did
that?
tell me
Yeah, I
that.
think I did. Yeah. There was no way you were gonna get that Republican Senate to agree to anything over $1 trillion. There's no way. Not with the economy recovering the way that it is. There's no way. They would not have done it.
Economy recovering is a real strong word.
Right? I know, but again, you've got to put yourself in the headspace that they are in. And in their minds, they're looking at the SPY and going, look, we're recovered.
Oh god.
And you know it. That's the worst part, is you know it. I didn't even need to tell you that, and you knew it.
The way he said, "Oh God,"
Yep.
just gave it away.
It's such like a misunderstanding of how like the economy works.
Right, but tell me I'm wrong about the psychology.
Like everyone was staying alive because everyone got free money and free cash flow.
Yep.
But you take that away, and we're basically exactly back to where we started. Like that's how bad it is.
Yep.
We
but
just
the SPY's at
delayed it.
320.
Delayed the inevitable.
It's like why?
I thought we were saying this shit whiles like when SPY was at 200 when they started pumping this shit and we got the first stimulus package. Oh, they're just delaying the inevitable.
So, ladies and gentlemen, FSR is doing exactly what it was supposed to do. It is sideways today, and then Monday pre-market, expect to see this do the thing that it's going to do.
Fisker Inc. Is that the guy from SPAC?
Which,
So
Oh.
can we talk about, just for everybody's sake, what the actual misunderstanding is? So that way.
oh yeah,
Uh,
okay. Lesson time. We're actually going to discuss what economy means, and it's bigger than your SPY attendees.
Maybe let the economist talk. Maybe
Who's the economist?
you go.
You're not a
Millennial.
professional anymore. You blew your account.
You blew up your account.
Oh my god!
Shit! Fuck, dude, she is just not letting off the gas today. It's just
Shit.
boom.
No.
Right.
We
I guess
do
I
have
have no idea what I'm talking about.
We do have a
There you go.
professional, so go ahead and let us know about the economy.
TLDR, how the economy works. You need to produce shit in order for the economy to do well. And not only do you need to produce shit, people need to buy the shit that you're producing. When nobody can go outside and people are losing their jobs, people stop spending money on shit. And at the same time, people stop producing shit. So basically, money is being saved and not being spent. And that money is being spent on like rent. And that's barely happening now.
Hold on. You have to explain it as though we were small children. And
I
maybe
love that.
let me direct this. I'm the director, okay? So
Okay.
Millennial, go look up. So he mentioned producing shit. I don't know.
Yeah.
You want to agree on something like a GDP? Go to the St. Louis Federal Reserve, and we're gonna look up the fucking numbers. Go. It's Fred, F-R-E-D.
I'm there.
Okay.
I
I'm
know
gonna
how
put
to
your
Google.
screen bigger so I can see what the fuck. Move this over here so I can see my chat and your chat.
There you go. That's the boomers typing in Fred.
Yeah, there you go. Okay, so what would you like to use as the measure of producing shit?
GDP.
Go ahead, Millennial.
Do you want GDP or real GDP?
I mean, I think nominal would be better, but you can use real. It's fine.
Well, we're agreeing on what we're using here, so
Just tell them what to use.
Productivity is different than GDP. He's saying produce shit, not how effective you're producing shit.
Just
Would that
the
be
act
accurate?
of getting shit made.
Hinch.
That for the purposes of this conversation, GDP is fine. Real GDP is totally okay because it's even if you have everything else that's included in the GDP besides the actual like production of shit, you also have stuff like trade going down. So that's relatively important. So for the purpose of this conversation, you can look at GDP.
So I mean, we're seeing a
I mean, if you wanna
Q3
look-
2020 GDP of 21.
Zoom in on recent. Can you zoom in on recent?
Yeah, I think I can narrow the chart
not
here. Hold
all
on.
the-
Yeah, not 1950.
Yeah, just do the bottom to the left and then kind of move up.
There. That's Q4 2018 through to Q3 2020 estimated.
Just do it to the beginning of the year, right? Because that's the story of
COVID.
Oh, it is. Okay, never mind.
Well,
Because
Q4
it's taken quarterly. I forget.
yeah. So
Mhm.
Q4.
Mhm.
Here's the last 4 quarters. Enjoy class.
Where's everyone looking?
Gore Hunter.
Wait, where's everyone looking right now?
Millennial
At
stream.
Millennials stream.
I got you.
Oh.
I can link it for you right now.
Yeah,
Give me
link
one
me.
second. All right,
Oh
it's in voice.
shit,
mind
we're on
text.
stream. I can't. Okay,
There you go.
I have rules.
Yeah.
All right. So hold on, I got an ad.
Defining basic definitions, though, I think is within your scope, right?
I mean, they're all great points. I am, but like you have to understand we're like a toddler. You don't explain money. Like that's where we are. Just basics.
Basically, explain it like I'm 5. Explain it like I'm a toddler. How the economy works.
I mean,
So
if you've got a metric that we can easily look up that's going to give us individual productivity on the quarter, I'd love to see that, but I don't think you're going to be able to
I
find
think you
that
can
easily.
actually get productivity numbers. I think
Off of Fred?
I don't know off of Fred, but I think they're produced somewhere.
Why are my hands frozen? What?
So, anyways, right? You have GDP, which you need to grow at a certain rate in order for it to be considered good, right? Essentially, this rate is you can use inflation. It's like 3 to 4%, right? That you need GDP to grow at that rate in order to be a successful economy in the eyes of pretty much every economist. You need it better than inflation.
Okay.
Right. So you look at the numbers and you're like, oh, that's great. In the numbers, it's still up, but you're looking at the growth rate of your GDP, which is important. So when that slows down, not even like stops, when it slows down, there are problems. It basically means that you're buying more than you're actually producing. This is how like debt happens. Bunch of stuff like that. It means people aren't working maybe because they're not producing as much. There's a bunch of stuff that goes wrong. Essentially, you want to grow at a certain rate.
Right. Now, what I'm
So-
seeing here is from Q4 2017 to now,
Yeah.
we've had a decent 3% growth year over year from where we are in Q3.
Okay. Right. What was it in February? I mean, what was it like it was Q1 or 2?
Q1 was 21,500, and right now we're 21,100. So there's a decline from February.
Okay, but that's in your GDP. That's not your growth rate, right? So you want your growth rate to continue going up. So those like declines, your actual growth rate of GDP from Q1 to Q2 is like negative like 7% or whatever it was, which is fucking horrible. Like
Yeah.
that's really, really bad. Like 1-2% is considered bad. -7 is horrible.
Yeah.
So this is why the first stimulus package happened. Basically, what it meant was, hey, companies, big companies,
Wait,
we
can
need
back
you to.
up for 1 second.
Sure.
How horrible is horrible, right? Because if you think about it, 2008 was only what, down 2%.
Down
Right.
2% was 2008. If I remember, was the 20s? Was it down 8%. What was the
So
1920?
Great Depression.
Yeah, it's
Right.
about 10% on this drop, and let me go back to 2008 here.
Down 25%.
You can just search GDP growth rate. and
GDP
it'll
growth
come
rate
up. Yeah.
for the Real Depression was down 25%.
Damn, a quarter. What was it for COVID?
I mean, we can look it up. I thought we weren't getting like technical about it, but we can look it up if we wanted to.
It was
I'm just
no,
kinda
I did. I
curious
just
now
did the
'cause-
math on it, and it was 9.5%. For 2008, it was 14.8 to 14.3. So
Minus 14% for 2008.
no, hold on.
There's no way that's right. It's
No, it's
definitely
not. No,
worse
no, no,
now
hold
than
on.
it is in 2008.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
it
got
was.
a-
It was 4.4 in 2008, and it was 9.5.
Oh
this year.
yeah, that's right.
Those are negatives,
Look
right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hit edit
So-
graph. Hit edit graph. Millennial. And then do units. And hit percent change.
This is
There you go.
in billions of dollars.
Thanks,
So
ADHD.
1.8.
There you go.
And 9.5.
So this is GDP over GM. Okay. So you want this number to be? Wow, you really want this number to be like? I thought you wanted this number to be like 3%. Martini, am I wrong here? I thought 3 to 4% was what he
What?
wanted it at.
What's the matter?
This is saying it's normally at like 1%.
1.5.
Yeah, that's what I've been saying is that the U.S. is falling behind for the last
What are we-
couple.
Decades.
It's nerve wracking.
What are we at right now?
That China's at like 4.
Yeah. Okay. So this
They
is
say they're at 8, but they're at 4. Whatever.
But
Suck it.
Q3 saw
China
an
says a lot of
8%
things.
growth.
okay. Anyways, you want this number to be between 2 and 3%. You basically want it to beat your inflation rates for it to be a healthy economy. Now, because of this, the COVID incident, plague, whatever you want to call it, we took a massive hit in how much we were able to produce, as well as people losing jobs in like the aggregate. So not only in the we have a short-term problem, but now we're gonna have a long-term problem because people can't afford rent, and that's gonna create a lot more issues down the road. And people are gonna continue getting sick, and they're gonna spend a lot of money on healthcare, money that they don't have because we're not producing anything. So there's a lot of issues that come about with when money stops being spent here. So that's issue number 1. Now, the U.S. government decided, I think most people considered correctly, that something needed to be done about this. This is what happens with the stimulus package. The Federal Reserve, I can get into that, but Federal Reserve basically said, have X amount of money. You can have all the money you want to fix this problem. And it means taking on a lot of debt, yes, but it also means we get to save jobs as much as we can. Now, yes, people still lost their
Wait,
jobs.
No, the Federal Reserve can only monetize the debt. No.
The
you mean
stimulus package. The Federal Reserve put money into the money supply. If we want to talk about actual like money supply, what the Federal Reserve does, but it also allowed the money to come into the system for a stimulus package to be done without causing detrimental harm to the current system. You needed the
Right,
Federal
they can
Reserve to put in the
monetize it.
1.3 trillion before the stimulus package came through.
Right, but only the Treasury can decide to put it in.
Right.
That's
But
not Federal
what we're
Reserve.
saying is if we see a second stimulus about to be approved, then expect Papa Powell to do another cash injection before the stimulus comes in.
I'm trying to keep this like
Absolutely.
I'm trying to keep this like base level. I'm assuming people don't know what the Federal Reserve is. So my explanation of the Federal Reserve is they just put money into the system, and then Congress actually like gets to distribute what's going on and under what terms. and those policies.
Okay.
But for the purposes of this conversation of what the economy is, Federal Reserve gives blanket money out, takes on debt, and then the actual like government, the Senate,
Treasury.
gets to
I'm learning so much today. This is awesome.
decide where the money's going, where different money is going for the same problem.
This might be a sidetrack question, but and also might be a dumb question, but what would be the purpose of Powell pumping money into the market before stimulus? Or what would be
so that there's money for them to actually spend.
Oh, okay. Okay, that makes sense.
Well, they have a mandate, but it's only so far, right? The Treasury and the Senate have way more power than the Federal Reserve does. So
Yeah.
if the problem is this fucking big, then you need the Senate to fix the problem.
Yeah.
Right.
Federal
Right.
At some point, it's out of the Federal Reserve's hands.
Right.
Don't do
Yes.
so much.
Which is what Powell's been saying.
I'm trying to go in like a timeline scenario, right? The first stimulus package in March, April, right? This is what happened. Now we got to the point. The CARES Act, yeah.
I remember that.
So
or Heroes, I forget.
No, Heroes.
Heroes is what's on the table right now.
Act.
Heroes is not on the table. Heroes is on the floor.
I have heard from a very credible source that Heroes is very much still on the table on the Democrat side.
Oh yeah, on the Democrat side, sure.
From
sure.
Someone who is very involved in that process.
It never left the table from the Democrat side. It's always been on the table.
Right. Okay. So back to Econ 101. So stimulus package helped. It really did because it put money back into the economy. It allowed people to still produce even though selling was down, and you got to take on a bunch of debt in order to do this, which is a short-term fix. It's basically a band-aid. It basically stops the world from imploding on itself economically and financially speaking. Now, every economist, everyone who understood finance knows that this money is a short-term fix. This does not solve the problem of consumer spending.
Right.
Because not only can consumers not switch that quickly, they're also losing their jobs because some companies are still going out of business and still closing up their doors.
Yep.
So there's a much bigger problem of restarting the economy. This is where the conversation starts about how to restart the economy because you have to for XYZ reasons, but that's where that conversation comes and gains some validity and some fruit. So the stimulus package back in March, we discussed it here, but it's about a 6 to 8 month fix, and that was $1.3 trillion, and there was another one at $1.8 trillion or something like that.
Yeah.
That was put into the economy. Okay, great. So now we need another dose. The problem is the Federal Reserve is kind of at their end. They can't really do much more. So we basically need another stimulus package to come in and fix this problem. The hope is that by the time the next round of stimulus is quote unquote done, is used up, we would have solved this issue in terms of a vaccine or getting people back to work or whatever. But we needed this to pass. Because it doesn't pass, everything basically goes back to square one. You can only prop up the economy for so long under the same conditions before that money that you take on as debt gets used up entirely. So now we're in the situation where no stimulus package and companies are still shut down. And this is supposed to be the biggest spending months of the year, November and December.
Yeah.
That is not going to happen this year. So it's like we really needed the stimulus package. I was under the assumption that there was no way they were not going to push a stimulus package because of the detriment it would have to the economy.
Right. And I was of opposing opinion that they absolutely would.
Seems I was wrong.
Now, the Atlanta Fed and New York Fed just came out with their estimates for Q4 GDP. Like just now, as we were talking, they came out.
Okay.
That's crazy.
Yeah, right.
More spending?
They're
No.
saying Atlanta Fed is predicting Q4 a 2.2% increase on GDP. The New York Fed is estimating 3.2%. So we had a decline of 9.5, an increase of 8.6, and they're estimating somewhere between 2.2 and 3.2% for Q4, which is better than we've actually had for the past couple of Q4s based off of this Fred data.
So I think that's
Pipe dreams and unicorn farts.
Well.
I almost want to say that's a
Not
a
with
dream come true.
lockdowns coming.
I don't know how realistic that is. But when I saw somewhere in our chat that I was thinking about annual numbers. So annualized, that's still pretty bad.
Brett Favre just voted Trump and tweeted for him. Now the hate will flow.
Congress, Treasury, Federal Reserve
no.
banks. Yeah, they all have super different roles, but
yeah, but I mean they're estimating that we're seeing that 2 to 3%.
Okay. Well,
a quarter. Does anyone have like questions? I know like this is all super general stuff.
What's interesting is I would think that this would be super boring, but we've actually grown from 42 viewers to 55 viewers as we've been breaking down something outside of like, look at the funny lines go up and down.
But let's tie this to spending. Because I don't think we've hit the slap you in your face, right? The economy isn't the stock market kind of thing is how we started, right? Because
yeah.
So now we produce shit, and we produce shit because people are spending shit. So I think we have to talk about that, right? Because that one person's income is another person's spending, right?
Yeah.
Yes. So, I mean, at what point do you want to start? There's like, I mean, it's a whole like cyclical cycle. So, I mean, you can start like in the general concept of.
Well, you went over supply. Demand is the spending, right? So
yeah.
So you want me to pull up consumer spending numbers?
Consumer spending and probably consumer savings, because to me that was the point. That was the point that you should get about what Hitch is saying. Is he went directly to the point, which is I think this is what he said. He said they're not spending it; they're saving it.
So here's spending. Similar decrease, similar increase. Down. This is monthly.
Don't forget to do annual, because that was a point ADHD said, which is why the GDP numbers were a little off. Because you're doing monthly, do at least quarterly, so that way the numbers make sense together.
Econo, there was.
And do you want an average, sum, or end of period?
No, just.
Yeah, I've got it modified to quarterly, but what do you want the aggregation method to be? End of period, right?
Go to the drop-down list.
I'm there. Average, sum, or end of period?
It's delayed for us, so you got to give it.
Okay. Was it average, sum, or
end of period? I think end of period is what you want, right? Where it finished.
Why doesn't it show up his drop-down list?
Oh yeah, it doesn't show his drop-down.
Throw up end of period.
I think end of period is what you guys want. This is where we finished.
Okay. So
this is spending.
This is what you're gonna see. You want spending to be pretty okay. How far back can you go on that? Go back to 08. Go back to 08. Or 2005, I think it should be.
2005 you want it back to?
Yeah.
Okay. So 2005, it was down at its lowest. It was down 0.6. 2008 down 3%. Q1 down 6.2.
It just progressively gets deeper and deeper.
Let's put this in perspective, right? 2001 .com bubble, 2008 housing crisis, 2020 coronavirus. So consumer spending.com, the thing about consumer spending and the .com bubble is why you're not seeing a huge downturn is because a lot of the .com bubble was services provided. And the way consumption works, Martin, we've talked about this before, a lot of that stuff isn't covered in consumer expenditures, right?
No, clearly, if all we saw was a
Right.
0.67 drop, clearly that's not included in here.
So
Cruise
a
lines will
lot of
bounce
like
back when
online,
COVID dies. Okay, Kenny.
a lot of online services like weren't counted, are still not counted if I remember correctly when we went over this. It was like a huge issue. So anyways, so take that with a grain of salt in 2001. 2008 is when people lost their houses. Is a
Yeah.
really bad real estate crash.
Yeah, they bought the
Now,
farm.
this had absolutely nothing to do with production. Production was still generally speaking okay. What happened was people lost their like debt and they lost a way to pay the debt in the real estate market. So you saw a lot of downturn because of jobs lost because of that. But companies that were able to survive were still producing. So it wasn't a total downturn in that sense. It's still horrible, still really, really bad. But he saw that negative 3%. Generally speaking, like you want people to spend money. Here in 2020 was almost a complete loss of consumer spending in terms of retail completely gone. So you see this massive, massive downturn. Now, the stimulus package put money in people's pockets. We talked about this here on before about the check that everyone got is just enough to buy a TV.
Yeah, that was 2008.
Because that's the goal. It was 2008, but essentially the one we got in 2020 did the same thing. Essentially, the goal is to keep people spending money because spending money is extremely important. There's a thing known in the economy called the velocity of money, which is extremely important, but it's very technical. Essentially speaking, the more you spend money, the more valuable it is. So when money stopped, things hit the fan really, really quick. So you put in this massive stimulus package to get people spending more to try to stimulate the economy.
Which worked. Because by
Which
Q3,
worked.
we're back up to 4.
By Q3, it worked. Now, the
What you're
problem
predicting
is
is a
you're taking on.
decline on Q4 to take us back down, but the Fed is saying that they see us leveling or gaining.
They see the level between 2 and 3. It was at 4, now it's going between 2 and 3. So the growth rate is still declining, right? So you always have to think about growth. Growth is more important than the real numbers. You always want things in reference to the last.
Okay.
Unless things go really, really wrong with interest rates, that's generally the way you want to think about it. When you mess around with interest rates and inflation and all that other stuff, it gets much more complicated. But generally speaking, when you're looking at these numbers, you want to look at stable growth. And when anything goes wild, it's almost exponential in how bad it is.
Okay.
So consumer spending is extremely. I focus a lot on consumers. I think it's a more important thing to look at, but that's my opinion. So seeing from going from 4% to 2.5 to 3 is not what we need right now. We need to keep those numbers as high as possible and put money in people's pockets to spend, which also means keeping businesses alive, which also means taking on more debt and another stimulus package.
I want to see here what so jobless numbers. What are we still looking at? We continuing. Still 7.75 million on jobless. Initial jobless has come back down to the 750,000, which isn't terrible. Given the current state of the crisis, I'm saying isn't terrible. But guys, I gotta be honest, this is not going to continue to decline in my opinion. I think that we're going to see initial jobless claims go back up as we hit a second wave here. So continuing jobless is 7.75. Pending home sales is down slightly.
Okay. Hey, millennial.
Yep.
Grab money velocity on Fred.
You should look at the savings rate before you do that, right?
Oh,
You have
sure.
to look at it in terms of that.
Yeah, it's good savings rates.
Okay, personal savings rate. Edit the graph. Monthly, quarterly, end of period.
Personal savings.
Percent
So
change.
my assumption seemed to be correct.
This is what concerns me.
So personal savings spiked to an 80% change in Q1, and then people stopped saving altogether in Q3.
Mm-hmm.
Now, that being said, not nearly as low as the levels we saw in 2005
Mm-hmm.
or 2008.
And that makes sense.
Okay, so that's personal savings rate. What's the last thing? You want velocity, right?
Well, Martinez, did you want to talk about personal savings rate and how it is like a
You're fine. I mean, you're doing it better than I would. I don't know.
Okay.
I have a basic bitch understanding of it. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
I'll just do real quick. Personal saving is not something I really care about too much. I just like to know when the frequencies change. Because a lot of personal spending is seasonal, and I don't really care that much. This is what I care about. This is anyone who knows me, who's heard me talk about the economy, knows the one thing I care about more than anything is velocity of money.
So you want M1 or
Go to
M2?
grab M2. Grab M2.
Yeah, M2. Yeah, you're not gonna. M1 is.
M1 doesn't tell me. This is what I care about.
Yeah, let me put it in quarterly here.
Oh my gosh.
Did it? Can you zoom in on the last part? Did it come back up?
Yeah, it came back up.
Did.
Here comes the inflation. Okay, remember I said deflation. Now, oh boy.
Now we're in some serious shit right now.
Yeah, now it's serious shit.
So this is what I care. This is what I care about. I care about velocity of money. Velocity of money is extremely important. It gets very technical. I'll do my best to explain it. Money gets more valuable the more often you spend it. So this ratio is gonna give you how much money is being spent. This is M2 for M1, right? This ratio?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So you want this number to basically be as stable as possible. And I have to actually go back and look. The difference between M2 and M1 is I actually totally forget. M2 includes it's M1, M2, and M3, and they all include different levels of the money supply. I actually have to go back and check. So if anyone knows off the top of their head, please save my embarrassment. Charts. Okay. Okay, yeah. So
it's nice that
M1,
they highlight this is where shit hit the fan in our economy for you. Makes it looking at this much easier.
Yeah. Okay, so M1 is liquid. It goes from most liquid to least liquid for M1, M2, and M3. So M1 is like actual currency, checks that are being processed, shit like that. That's M1. M2 is stuff like savings deposits, how much money is in like mutual funds, stuff like that. So it's money that is less liquid but still pretty liquid. And this is the number that you really, really want. So this includes people's savings accounts. And so how much people are spending this is it should be a little bit.
So it should be about above even. Zero, right? Yeah, you want it a little bit above even. Zero.
Yeah. If this ratio is negative, it means your inflation rate is a little high, but not too bad because you still want that to be, generally speaking, okay. It basically means people are comfortable enough spending money that they don't have and building up credit, which is, generally speaking, in terms of economy, is fine. But you want this number to be even.
So yeah, so people dumped out their savings in Q2.
So basically what this means is, yeah,
we've never seen it.
People's savings got hit hard. People stopped. Go to
backwards.
That's
If it
backwards.
goes
Like, take
down-
away the ratio. The ratio's gonna fuck me. I don't want the ratio. There should be real.
He's take away the percent change.
There
That's
should
what he's
be.
saying is throwing him up.
Yeah,
No, this isn't a ratio. This is just percent change.
that's a percent change of. Okay, just a percent change. Okay,
Yeah.
that's fine. I thought this was the ratio. I was like, I'm gonna get lost in here.
Yeah, no, this is so.
But it's still backwards. If the money supply goes down, the M2 goes down, or the change goes down.
Savings is going up.
Right.
Yeah, so
Right.
people are spending 20% less than they were before this
Less than they
nonsense
were.
started, and now
Right.
Right. Yes.
they are
thank you.
saving 3%. No, now they're spending 3%.
Now they're spending.
So now they're
less.
spending more.
Yeah.
So
But-
basically,
Good.
what you didn't want happening is that 3.8%. I mean, that's not entirely true.
I was gonna say you want some kind of a higher recovery given the drop that we had, but the risk is it either continuing to go up here in Q4 or it just having another drop back down, right? What we're hoping to see is some level of stability, right? Essentially, what Powell
Right.
and the stimulus does, guys, is let's say the economy had a heart attack, right? When you charge those paddles and you clear, you're trying to jumpstart the heart, reset it, and get it back to where it's supposed to be, right? It's not an adrenaline shot. You're not trying to get it like running full steam. You want to try to jumpstart it, get it back to, okay, the heart got a reset from the electrical charge. Now we're even again, right? Things are just working the way that they're supposed to. That was the hope. What we're seeing right now is, what we're seeing right now is what we're supposed to see, but Q4 numbers really, I guess, are going to be the bigger indicator. If we see this continue to go up, we have a bit of a problem. If we see it have a sharp spike back down, it didn't quite work the way that we had hoped either. So that's really what we're getting at here, right?
Yeah. Have I been saying interest rate instead of inflation this whole time?
No, you said inflation.
You said inflation.
Oh, okay.
So inflation's going to be like 5+%? I don't think so. I think that's
I think it will. I think it will. I don't think people realize what this means. We talked about this back when the stimulus package was being put into place. What happens if you were able to take on more debt, you can control this inflation rate. But because the Federal Reserve is kind of out of money, you can't buy up any more debt. So you basically just have to put more money into the economy. This puts you in a situation of hyperinflation. Absolutely, without question, you're going into hyperinflation. The question is can you offset it by having enough debt to be able to not do that? So we're in a really weird situation where we did it once, but we didn't do it in time again. And now we're in a really, really weird situation where we might experience hyperinflation. I think it's likely that we will.
What would you do in a case of hyperinflation?
Bitcoin.
You get fucked.
You don't do anything. You
go to Bitcoin.
You don't do anything. You're
Okay,
screwed.
let me decode what hyperinflation means. That means hyperinflation is the death of a currency. Okay.
Zimbabwe.
It means, yeah. Have you ever seen when somebody trucks in bills? That's hyperinflation. I think the hyperinflation is the little chicken little, but you're gonna get some inflation. And the only reason I say that is because the U.S. is the world's reserve currency. If you were running a country like this and you weren't the world's reserve currency, then I think hyperinflation would be on the table. But
so case study in
That's
point, guys,
fine.
Zimbabwe is
Insane.
not a global standard for currency. They printed money into obscenity and as a result experienced hyperinflation. So you can easily be a trillionaire in Zimbabwe because $1 trillion is going to buy you an apple. Like that's what's happened to their money. Greece a little bit, but not nearly as much. Greece is more weighted by debt than hyperinflation because Greece is bound to the euro, right? So they don't actually get to dictate their currency. Zimbabwe printed themselves into obscurity.
This is Zimbabwe.
Are we on our way to another Zimbabwe?
No. That's what Rita's saying. Because the global economy is so reliant on the US dollar as a basis, it's less likely that you're going to see that same level of hyperinflation. You will see inflation, but hyperinflation like we saw where $1 trillion US is going to be worth an apple. You're not going to see
Just because we have so many other people using our currency as well.
I am concerned of that. It's less likely, but I think not taking into account as a possibility is a mistake. Of course, we can't do anything about it anyways. This is the Federal Reserve's issue.
But sound fiscal policy is always prepare for the worst, but play what is, right?
Monetary policies, yeah.
Sorry, what did I say?
Cool.
Fiscal policy.
It's
different.
So basically, it just means you're printing and spending more money than what's the actual good is worth. So it essentially declines the value of your currency faster than fast. Your savings account is basically worth 20-30% less by not doing anything. I mean, it gets really bad really quickly.
Dead cat.
So at that point, high
BLRX.
interest savings are non-existent.
Yeah.
They don't exist. It's just a regular savings account.
Martini, check the dead cat bounce on BLRX.
So can I address questions in your chat? Just to
Yeah. So the question I see is, would Trump or Biden be better to fight it?
The president has very little to say in how this goes down.
Yeah, he signs the end of it. The interesting scenario.
He signs the end of it, and he signs the end of it, and he can guide in what direction he wants. But ultimately, this is a Federal Reserve and Treasury and Senate issue.
Congress.
And that's the interesting thing here, guys. Typically what has to happen is, in a sitting government like we have right now, the House has proposed a massive bill, and right now the Senate refuses to even floor it. They're not even going to look at it. It's dead on arrival, right? The interesting scenario that could play out here is the House is really up for grabs in this upcoming election. It is. It's up for grabs. You could very well see a Republican House. However, what you got is also the very likely possibility that the Senate's going to swing to the Democrat side. Now, because the Senate has not voted down the HEROES Act yet, they refuse to even table it, they may have done themselves a disservice, because what could happen is, through this election, the Democrats could swing the Senate. It could be a Democrat-run Senate, and so long as they don't change anything in the HEROES bill as it was presented to the Senate when they take it up, they could vote through the original massive wish list that was the Democrat bill, which would just be nutty, because you would have a Republican House, a Republican president passing a Democrat bill through a Democrat Senate for obscene amount of spending, which is almost the best way that you would want to start a Republican-led term, because you're going to have massive Democrat spending into very, very tight policy. As is my understanding.
Okay.
Because right now, the Senate has not voted on the HEROES Act as it exists. They didn't vote on it, which leaves it open for the Senate to just pick it up if the Democrats take the Senate.
Cool. So this is from Discord. I don't think I talked about this from ADHD. So to get people to spend, they should go negative rates, stimulate money flow, and penalize people who keep cash. This is a good idea in theory. In practice, it's actually horrible. Negative interest rates have really bad consequences for large economies.
It decimates your financial sector, doesn't it?
What?
I'm not talking the government's money. I'm talking your banking institutions. They just bleed.
Negative interest rates is from the government to the bank's borrow rate. So it's really bad. It lends to really bad spending habits and really unusual spending habits that often get put in wrong places by the public.
Yeah, if you get paid to take on debt,
really
the public takes out loans that they can't afford because they figure they're getting paid to take. And we've already heard some of that nonsense already. We heard some of that
Generally a
nonsense
really bad
back when
idea.
this was suggested, because we had some Europeans say, well, Germany did it, it would be good for us too. And that was immediately followed by, oh, if I'm going to get paid to take out loans, I'm going to take out loans and roll them into weekly YOLOs. And it's like, yep, that's exactly the kind of stupid thinking that causes that concept to just completely fall apart, right? A single person can make informed decisions and well thought out plans and strategies. People as a whole are going to sheeple onto negative interest rates and completely blow them and end up in debt that they can't pay.
You have said that twice today, and it has
Yeah.
definitely stuck to me.
Yeah, there's absolutely 100% in terms of economic theory. It's behavioral economics that says individuals make intelligent decisions. A population of individuals makes terrible decisions. So penalizing people for saving money is generally also a really bad idea because people don't know where to spend the money. And you kind of have to even out where you're spending this money in order to make it work. If you look at like the stock market, you see insane prices, and everyone's been talking about how disgusting prices are, because people don't understand spending and spending properly, and especially since you can't spend in other sectors. So individually, as an individual with something like Tesla continually going up, it makes perfect sense for someone to invest in Tesla as it's continually going up and looks like it's going to stop, and that's fine. As a population, that's extremely scary, for something to move up that much, and you get really unnecessary and unhealthy spending habits. So you really, really, really want to control the spending, and the way to do that is for very smart people to give money to the sectors that need it to allow them to stabilize, and sectors that don't need it need to slow down. But that's extremely difficult to do, and people and politicians get very upset when you say some parts of the economy have to collapse in order for everything to live, which is the concept of too big to fail and all this stuff that people get really upset about.
But you do have to trim a tree for it to grow properly.
But you do have to trim the tree, and otherwise it falls down.
Yeah.
So, question as retail investors, do retail investors look at putting money where sectors need it the most, or no?
Fuck no.
Are you kidding?
I was just curious because I
what we
mean
were just
that would
talking
be a
about with-
long-term play.
So
you
look
just
at what
hold
we're-
your shit. I mean,
just look at BLRX today as an example, Ginger. Right? This is what
Mhm.
retail traders do. This is what they do.
Oh, okay. Well then,
They chase the tail. Right?
who are the people who put money in the areas that need it the most? Would that just be institutions?
No, because institutions are
No.
going to try to make profit as well.
Institutions are going to try to make profit, so it has to be it has to be Congress. It has to be. They're only people that can do this, and so it makes me very nervous and very upset when they refuse to do it
For
in
political
order
reasons.
to gain leverage on who the president is going to be, who in reality of the situation has very little control
Yeah.
over what's going to happen. That's the way our government is set up, and the way that's being leveraged and used right now is very, very detrimental to the world economy.
Not to mention, and guys, this is us just being really myopic and looking at the U.S. economy. This is not taking into account the utter strain that the EU is currently under, as well as Brexit, no deal Brexit about to happen. So, and I mean, China manipulating their currency and proceeding into
China has the
currency.
right idea. I mean,
digital?
Fuck them, but they control their economy really, really well because they illegally control their inflation rates.
They manipulate
and their
currency.
currency rates. So, but they're the ones that are going to bounce back first, for sure, at the detriment of literally everyone else.
Okay, so the other two questions here: doesn't the president appoint the Treasury Secretary of Treasury? Yes, he does. But the reality is this: first, the Congress and the Senate have to come to an agreement. Are we going to spend money? Once they say, yes, we're going to spend money in these areas, then the Treasury Secretary goes, well, here's the details of this, right? So they all agreed on the PPP through the CARES Act, but then it was Mnuchin's job to figure out how that actually works and actually get it to go out. So it's easy to say, well, we're going to spend this much money on a car, right? You on your budget go, oh, I'm going to spend $15,000 on a car. But the reality is that when you actually get to the dealership, there's a little bit more in the details as to how that actually is going to go about, right? Is it going to be monthly payments? Are you going to lease it? Is it going to be so that's kind of what the Treasury Secretary's job is, to go, great, I have the approval on this money, but we need to figure out how exactly that's going to work. When you say we're going to give the USPS $25 billion, we're not just going to write them a check for $25 billion and say do whatever you want with it. There's going to be rules and guidelines around that $25 billion, which is what we saw with the bailouts for the too big to fail companies back in the 08 crash, was that there were a whole bunch of fucking strings attached to the money that came with it. Not enough in some people's opinion, but there were a whole bunch of strings attached. As far as a reason why bonds might be doing better than the SPY for the last 4 months.
Oh, God.
Oh, God is the answer.
Well, first off, you have to do
Sorry.
Bond 101. Okay,
Did
so
you see fucking yield rates, Martini?
no, I haven't. What's the
Don't look
what's
at 'em.
the SOFR?
Don't look at
Hi,
them.
Mr. Unknown. So Bond 101 is that when interest rates go down, prices go up. So what kind of bond fund do you have? Do you have the which one? Because there's bonds that are tied to interest rates, funds that are tied to the interest rates, and some that are tied to actually holding the bond.
Yeah, and Howell, let us know what kind of bonds you're talking about here, because different bonds will have different plays. As to the question on YouTube, welcome from YouTube, Mr. Unknown, Cali Life. Should you buy FSR? I'm never going to tell you what you should or should not do. What I'm looking at as a trend with EV SPACs is June 3rd was FSR on Wednesday. So let's go to the daily here instead of the minute on FSR. June 3rd was Wednesday, which was the 28th. So you'll see that this candle here, 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 this candle here. It's almost an identical pattern to what Nicola did. So for me, my opinion on this, and not my financial advice in any way, shape, or form, disclaimers and chat, see that there. My opinion on this is that FSR has a similar pattern on Monday. Do I think it's going to go to 90? Absolutely not. In my opinion, my price target for it is $25. Now, what it does, who knows? But I think Monday and Tuesday are going to be good days for it, and then Wednesday is election insanity, so who knows what it's going to do then. But for me, I would really, really recommend that if you haven't read the SEC filings for FSR and you are completely unaware of what anything I just said is or why it's relevant to your decision-making process, I would really say, and this is not a recommendation, but in my opinion, I would say stay as far away from this crap as you can, because this is super sketchy stuff that's happening. That's my thoughts on FSR. M. Howell, what kind of bonds are we talking here?
And what's the interest rate at? What Hitch has said, did you look at interest rates? So can someone look them up?
Let me see if I can find it. It was on Bloomberg.
Man, Rita, look at this. Look at it. Oh, I wish we could have got it.
I thought you got it.
BLRX?
Oh, I thought you were pointing at FSR.
No. Remember how I said, oh, look at the dead cat bounce, Rita? And look at this shit. Look. Meow. And right away, diminishing volume. Again, this is just gonna, it's gonna fall so hard into the close.
I mean, yeah. I mean, it's not. Yeah.
I'm not sure if Am Hal's still here or not, because he's not.
Yeah. Notes, bonds, stuff like that is absolutely my weak point. So I don't care or focus too much on them. I just know when people start getting real worried about them, I get real worried.
The old school mindset on
Just
bonds
10-year
was
yield.
bonds are safe. So when shit hits the fan, people go to what's safe. But the reality is, if the economy starts to go bonkers, there is no safe. So right now, with the SPY being just completely out of whack and nobody knows what the hell's going on, your bonds may have increased on that, but it depends on the bonds and interest rates and a whole bunch of other stuff. So
Yeah, I love when people ask me questions that I can't answer because I need more specifics. Hey, go to Koifin and we'll look at the whole bond market.
Okay.
Just look at all of it.
So if you guys don't know what Koifin is, this is a useful tool, not for real-time data, because unfortunately they don't do real-time data, which would be the one thing that makes this tool really, really useful, but we can't do that. So, okay, bond market, where do you want me to go here?
Just
Go
go to
to
Koifin,
go to yield curves for the United States.
macro, right? No, fixed income, sorry.
Fixed income.
Yield curves.
The left, top left.
All right, I'm gonna wait for the picture to arrive. So what kind of information can you pull from the different yearage on the
M.
bonds?
Howell was saying GIBX.
Oh, let me look that up.
Gibix.
Bonds aren't my space. I can read the article and parrot it.
It looks like interest rates are anywhere between 0.2 and 1.5 right now. 1.5 for the 30-year.
No, that's the yield curve. So it's like you subtract 30-year interest rate from the 3-month interest rate, and then you have a difference, right?
So it's 1.3 then.
Or are we looking at yields? Yeah.
So 1.5 to 1, subtracting the 3-month, which is 0.2. So it'd be 1.3.
So we're going up even further? What the fuck do these people think?
Yeah. I mean, this is nutty. This is when the market fell, guys, and you can see that this just like to the moon. But it hasn't really come down. We're not right, like we almost touched 2% here on the 30 years, but we're coming back up.
What's the benefit of looking at the different years?
Well, it's showing you where the confidence is in the economy. Is it, on a 5-year? Is it on a, so like you see the 2 and the 5-year there, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
The 2 and the 5-year are looking stronger than 10-year right now, but 30 years out, people are extremely.
Okay.
No, they've done
Yeah,
that
that's
for you, Rita.
bonkers.
Here, 30 year over the 3-month. They've done the math for you already. I don't need to deduct the 0.2. They've already done it. 1.5.
So what was it that you wanted me to look at, Hitch?
Someone on Bloomberg just posted that for today the 10-year treasury yield for today is inversing the SPY. And they said, "Yikes!" That's all I know.
Inversing this, like negatively correlated?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's
So
this
they
one. Yeah,
went
it's
up very much today, where the SPY went very much down.
Yeah. Hold on. Let me pull up.
I'm not a bonds person. Don't ask me too many questions.
Yeah, I'm pulling up the
So
month.
okay,
Yeah.
so
Yeah, it's up today.
imagine people are like little beehives, little groups of bees, okay? And when there's this concept that there's wisdom of crowds, right? So if a bunch of people, I know that.
Thanks, Redemption, for joining the conversation.
I was waiting for it. Sorry.
Thanks for that
God
input.
damn it. you know when you're walking and then you trip and then you fall on your face? That's what I felt like.
Ha!
Smack into the floor.
Redemption,
Yes,
congratulations. You
is-
are the Nelson
there-
of the stock chart.
There is that theory that groups of people make intelligent decisions.
Yeah, that
It's
is a
wrong,
theory.
but there is a theory.
There's also a theory that my my daily deposit into the toilet tastes like sherbet. I wouldn't test that theory, but it's there. It's a theory.
Depends on.
It's
depends on-
definitely a theory.
Anyways, Martini. Anyways,
The bond people are considered by institutions and a lot of people who trade and do finance that bonds are the most intelligent. Bond people are the most intelligent people in the room because their plays have to work out over decades, right? More than decades, generations. Because look, a 30-year bond, they actually sell 100-year bonds that haven't expired yet that they sold in the 20s and still have to get redeemed, So if you're going to do stuff like that, you've got to be very right about what's going to happen. So just stay with me here, okay? It's the prevalent theory. So people watch the bond market as a what's going to happen kind of indicator. And if the correlation goes negative on the difference between a long dated bond, the 10-year against the SPY, what that means is the beehive is deciding to exit out of SPY and go into bonds, right? You always hear me say, where did they go? Where did they go? Well, that's what that means. You need a negative correlation and you need one ticker going up and you need another ticker going down. But you need both of those elements. It can't just be that one went up and went down. You need a negative correlation as well.
ADHD said a zero-sum game.
The issue is when they just pull their money out of the market, when they just pull it out into cash, because it's like, okay, it went into cash.
And then nobody's playing
Yeah.
the game at all.
Well, and at that point, it doesn't matter what the real price is it's going to go down anyways, right?
Yep.
Because there's a difference between intrinsic value and
Ex-
supply and demand into a security, right?
Mhm.
So what Bloomberg is saying is that we possibly could be seeing money flows that are getting out.
Yeah, Mike, we can't
Hey,
take
Mike.
ourselves too seriously because we're a bunch of jokers. At the end of the day, we just really show up here to give each other shit and then brag up when we hit a win. That's really why we're all here.
Yeah.
I did it. I made the monies.
I did it. And then the next day, I lost the monies.
I did a bad thing. I did a bad thing. So
I YOLO'd the
I did a
monies.
bad thing.
So I looked at this bond fund. It looks like treasuries, I think, is what I'm seeing. So the reason they're going up is because that flow. So treasuries, meaning the U.S. treasuries, or bonds issued by the U.S. Treasury are considered safe. So when their prices go up, it means people are buying them, right? So people are looking for safety. So that's why it's green. Now, what's really bizarre is that some of the money flow has extended into China, and they're buying Chinese bonds as well.
China.
Chinese treasury. I don't know what their structure is, but government bonds, I guess.
That's really scary for me when you're moving your money into a state manipulated currency like that.
Well,
And China could
they're
just
the only ones
China at
that
any
are
point
doing
can
their fucking currency
appropriate
correctly.
everything. By the way, like it's not, despite them putting the Democratic People's Republic of China in there. That means dick all. That government at any point can just assume control of your property. You do not have the right to anything under that government. They can seize assets at whim, which is why we're all joking about Jack Ma probably moving very shortly.
Well, but see, them actually going into Chinese bonds is saying that the risk is so great that they'd rather that arrangement
Right.
than deal with our dysfunction.
Yeah. I would love to
Which-
get Macrovest in here, but he and Redemption would have to agree to get along.
What? I don't care.
Redemption's
Said
got
hi
this
to
thing
him.
with macro traders, not Macrovest specifically, but just macro trading as a whole. So
No, me and him agree on that point where it's like you have to follow people who are actually profitable.
okay, but yeah, I'd love to get Macrovest in here someday, Jimbo. I think he'd get along well, especially since the short strategy that Martini and I put together was inspired by some of the work that he was doing.
I don't even know who Macrodust is.
Stock trading is like an art.
I'm out of the loop.
He trades macro.
He was the one that put us onto the Robin track as an indicator for potential short plays.
He was screwing with it.
A macro player.
I love Stocky's chat too. It's definitely just a different vibe. And to each their own. There's got to be a little bit of something for everybody, right? Nobody just wants to watch Law and Order on TV all the time, and nobody wants to watch Jerry Springer all the time. It's kind of nice to have a little bit of both. Yes, I just compared Stocky's chat to Jerry Springer. That's personal opinion, by the way. That's not shared by anybody else in this chat. That is exclusively me who said that, and I think Stocky would agree with me, given that he sacrifices people to a blood cult in order to make the stock market go up. I feel like that's
more
the
like
equivalent of somebody taking a chair to somebody on Jerry Springer.
I don't want to say he's Jerry Springer. I think he's somewhere in between Dr. Phil and maybe a little Steve Wilkos.
No, bro. He's who's the guy on Siri? Oh my god, I know you guys are gonna kill me.
Howard Stern.
Thank you. He's Howard Stern.
Nah.
And what am I, Rush Limbaugh?
Basically.
Tucker.
Oh my god.
I'm gonna take that as a compliment, Martini.
You heard yourself speak?
I'm Canadian. Can a Canadian be Rush Limbaugh?
You're not Canadian. I literally.
Did you just say I'm not Canadian? I'm sorry.
That's so.
Did
It
you
only
just assume my
gets slightly
nationality?
racist in here sometimes. Look at everyone going into the Swiss franc
That's
today.
not racism. Have you ever heard him speak about politics? He has not a Canadian view at all.
That's not true.
Wow.
That's not true.
You can't just
You
say
were
that,
to
Martini.
Drop him in the middle of.
You can't just say
most
things like
red
that. You can't
state
just ask
on the
people if they're
planet.
Canadian.
Hitch, how do I feel
Oh my
about
God.
healthcare?
It's horrible in Canada. Yeah, it's just long wait times and
So
yeah.
that's not the opinion I have of Canadian healthcare, actually. I actually approve of Canadian healthcare. That's the only Canadian bone in my body is Canadian healthcare. But that's because I have 8 kids and I'm not paying freaking medical bills for 8 kids.
I don't blame you.
Look at the Swiss franc today.
The
Everyone's
franc.
bailing the fuck out.
Not the franc, the franc.
The franc.
Have you ever seen Young Frankenstein?
No.
It's pronounced Frankenstein. You haven't seen Young Frankenstein? Oh man, you'd love it. It's a Mel Brooks movie with Gene Wilder as the star. It's absolutely hilarious. You'd love it. Okay, the franc. Where do I find that on Koifeng here?
Currency.
Currencies, FX, Swiss franc.
Wherever that is.
Oh my god, the euro. It's starting, Rita. It's starting. Look at the euro.
It has begun.
Yeah, are you looking at currencies right now?
Yeah, I am.
I was talking about this. Yeah, I was talking about this a little while ago, but I said that the I can't find an EU stock. I can't find an EU stock because I'm lazy, but I think the currency is dead because they're net short right now.
The euro?
The other traders haven't caught on yet.
I was shorting that back when I was.
Yeah, euro's up 4.95%. USD CAD is up 2. Frank is
since a year ago.
Look
You
at
have
the
to.
yen.
They're talking about in the month to date or something.
No, yeah, no. Okay, I gotta pull the record.
There's the daily. There's the 5-day. USD CAD is up 1.6.
Somebody talk about the New Zealand dollar real quick, as if that's not an important currency to know and understand.
You mean the Aussie dollar? For those of you guys that don't know, as far as global currency goes, I can't speak to Forex because I don't trade Forex, but I can speak to economy a little bit. The Australian dollar is indicative of Pan-Asia. So
yeah,
where China is heavily manipulated. You said New Zealand, but pretty close.
Oh shit.
Whereas the
it's also heavily
the Chinese dollar is very heavily manipulated, and the Japanese yen is under severe amounts of debt. The Australian dollar actually gives you a fairly stable outlook as to the state of the Pan-Asian economies. So that
they're also very heavy too.
They do have natural resources where many of the other Asian countries don't have that same level of stuff. So they have lithium, they've got Diamonds, they've got gold, they've got yeah. So that's why you look at Australia to give you at least a more accurate representation. So you'll see Japan right now is kind of level, whereas Australia is down around where the euro is. So Canada though, Canada's
I'm
up
just waiting for our-
1.6, baby.
Waiting for our implosion.
Dude,
No,
I'm
man.
so fucking
The
ready
more
to-
valuable the U.S. gets, the better we do.
Devalue the U.S.
Yeah, worst tank ever. That's exactly it. That's exactly it. In Canada, if you've got a splinter and you go to the hospital, your ass is waiting until you die from it. But if you go and you're missing an entire arm, they'll take care of you right away. So yeah, if you got something serious, our healthcare system takes care of you really well. If you don't, it doesn't. But we also don't send people into bankruptcy because you have cancer. We help you deal with the cancer, and you pay for it on
Nice.
everything. It's not free
Yep.
healthcare,
It's-
despite what some people say. But I would much rather not be in bankruptcy because of a stroke or cancer.
Martini, do you still have your Bitcoin?
Mhm.
This is
told
like
you.
the exact
I
scenario.
told you this is what I
This
told
is
you this
full
would
tin
happen.
hat.
What did I fucking say?
This is full tin hat.
Well, we're headed there. Look at the
Yeah,
velocity of
we
look
are.
at I
Oh my god, we are headed there.
I think a decade out. I called this exactly. I said we would hit deflation first, and then we were gonna hit inflation fears, and at some point y'all need to.
What is NOK
You hated-
USD? What is
You
You
NOK?
hated Bitcoin.
Gold and Bitcoin,
Nokia.
and I did it. I just went ahead and did it. So
No,
You
NOK
hated
USD.
Bitcoin.
The
You were
forex
not a
pair,
fan.
the Norwegian kroner.
well, what's the alternative? That okay?
It's
I'm gonna sit
gold.
here in cash. Let me
Gold.
let me allow the U.S. government to print me out into insanity and just peter away my money. What is the oh? Let me buy Chinese yuan. No, not buying that.
Hey!
Oh, what else?
Don't
is
you
there?
knock that
Nothing.
won. I'm gonna be all over that digital won.
What's crypto at? I didn't look.
What's the Bitcoin at?
Bitcoin?
I don't even
Bitcoin's
have anything to look at because all my shit is in cold storage.
Bitcoin's at like
So-
1,300 or 13,000. Sorry.
Yeah, 13.5. On its way to 14.
Wow,
Yeah.
nice.
So the TLDR on what Bitcoin is, it's a fantastic currency. It's tied to the value of electricity, and it's great because it doesn't have any fiscal or monetary policies at all. Basically, what it means is when a country's economy decides that it doesn't want to function anymore, the only thing that country can use stably is something that isn't tied to anything at all, which is Bitcoin. So it's basically the doomsday currency.
Yeah,
which
when I
it
spoke,
looks like
when I spoke at
people
that
want.
conference in South Africa, that was the last thing that I put in. The last question that the room asked me was, so in what ways do you think Africa is ahead of the world? I was like, you guys, when we're talking about environmental moving forward as technology, there are very few continents that have exposure to absolutely every kind of environment in a single continent. You guys do. From extreme colds to extreme heats to rainforest to desert to you name it, right? Like as far as environmental technology goes, that's huge. And the other one is you have decimated economies that could easily shift over to digital currency instead of relying on their own currency. And they lost their mind. And they're like, all of a sudden questions just started to pour in. And they were like, well, that's all the time that we have. Thank you for joining us. And people are losing their minds of like, wow, he's right. Cryptocurrency. Why isn't everybody just using this instead of using the piece of shit currency that we have right now? And it's like, yeah, that's exactly it. How do you fix Zimbabwe? You let the government continue to pretend like they've got control over the currency with the Zimbabwe dollar or whatever it is, and meanwhile the rest of the country goes on using crypto and Bitcoin from now on. That's how you resolve that.
You know what's hilarious?
So a new
you're actually
currency is
I
like
think it's
a
called the
slightly
Zimbabwe dollar.
The what?
I think it is actually called the Zimbabwe dollar.
Twitter's down 20%.
I have VODs where I literally fashioned a tin hat and I said, I'm going
Yeah.
and doing it. I don't care. You guys don't understand. there's an apocalypse coming.
It's not that I don't understand. It's I don't want to. I am on the basis of if Bitcoin were to be used in the way that you think, like in an apocalypse situation, we are in much worse shape. We are in like probably a world war is gonna happen before that. It's like really bad things happen before Bitcoin starts being used. So like
Which
It's
is what.
already started to be used.
Yeah.
I don't know what you're talking about. Like,
In-
go look
in-
at Square.
He's talking
The
about rapid
total
global
transaction
adoption.
volume in crypto is higher than fiat currency.
on
The
Square.
huge, yes.
Yeah, but that's
God.
not indicative of the global economy. That's not mass global adoption of Bitcoin.
No, but
God.
it's a ton of money. Okay,
It
they
is. It
have
is a
still
lot
ton
of
of
money.
money.
It is. But we're
They
talking
have
about
a bank charter. Like,
it's a
Square is a
lot.
real bank.
It's a lot.
Okay.
Do you get a breakdown on which countries that money's being thrown to?
I don't know.
I mean, you probably can. You can get those wallet IDs, but and find out where
Let's
it's going.
see.
But
Probably.
that
But here's
seems
the
like a lot of
second thing.
effort. I
The-
agree.
Remember
Like
my thing? Remember my thing is when it crosses mainstream, okay? Everyone's like, "Oh, this is exactly what I said about crypto." Everyone said that crypto isn't a thing, and then they sit there and say weed is a thing. Well, weed hasn't been allowed. The people who grow it, who sell it, whatever you have dealing with weed aren't allowed to have bank accounts, right? Guess who's allowed to have bank accounts? Crypto exchanges now.
Now
For
is a
the first
key word in
time,
that sentence.
for the first time since when I entered, and when I saw that, plus the fact that I saw Square, and the third thing was that I started to see that crypto was negatively correlated with SPY. What did I say? When you're doing the guessing game of where everyone is going, you need a negative correlation, and crypto going up while SPY is going down.
Yeah.
So I
I
said
think
they're
that
going there.
I think you nailed the issue that I have with it, though, is in that sentence you said now. I think federal regulation around cryptocurrency is about to come in a big way because they're going to be faced with it.
It already happened.
that they can try all the fuck they want. Cryptocurrency, like for it to work, it'll people will find a way around that.
All right, top
I'm not-
10 cities in the world for crypto spending. San Francisco, Vancouver, Canada, Amsterdam.
Okay.
It's funny that we talked about
Yep.
pot alongside this because that's like the top 3 pot capitals of the world, right? I can't even say that. Slovenia, Tel Aviv in Israel, which totally makes sense because that economy is worried about being blown up every single day. Not metaphorically, literally. Zurich in Switzerland, of course. Tampa in Florida, that is now
Hispanic.
rocking Bitcoin ATMs.
Fucking
Buenos
Tampa.
Aires,
Yep, makes sense.
New York, London.
Makes sense.
Runners up, Cyprus and Malta. Also
These are cities,
countries
right?
experiencing economic uncertainty, such as Venezuela and Zimbabwe, are are huge adopters as runners up. Those were cities, but it said that there's so many cities in Cyprus and Malta and Venezuela and Zimbabwe that they couldn't pick a specific city, but those countries are showing mass adoption.
Got it. Yeah.
But see,
That
this
makes sense.
is a misunderstanding. Don't make fun of how little ATMs they are, because the point of crypto is not, for me, not a currency. Sorry, a
So if
currency
it-
isn't a good store of wealth, anyways. To be honest, because
Yeah,
it's just
Martini's using crypto as a
get into
vault.
it.
It's her Fort
I'm
Knox.
using it as a store of wealth.
Yeah, this
And
is her
that's
Fort
the
Knox.
signs that I was looking for, was people going into crypto for safety, right?
It's working better than gold's job. It's doing gold's job better.
Yeah.
Mhm. That's why my dad entered it a while ago.
because you can go buy GLD on your brokerage, but now you've introduced so much more risk, right? So the brokerage that holds the GLD, right, holds that fund, has to stay up. Then the bank that makes the fund, douche bank, has to hold the gold bullion. I think I don't know, the London gold bars or whatever, have to hold it in vaults, service it, everything else. So then that has to be there. So the bank has to be solvent, not only your broker, but the bank has to be solvent. And the last time that I looked at douche bank, look at the ticker symbol for Deutsche.
Oh no.
DB.
Yeah, this was one that I was forecasting its demise. $9. So I've thrown gold up there alongside Bitcoin, guys, to give you a picture of what they're talking about. So GLD against Bitcoin, it's a store of wealth over the last 5 years. If you had entered Bitcoin at 1,000, it'd be up to 13,000 right now. Gold you would have entered at 158, and it would be up to 176. So gold is stable, but gold is not providing any growth whatsoever.
Can you X out of gold and Bitcoin just to see how shitty this bank is?
You want just Deutsche Bank?
Mm-hmm. And then
After
zoom out.
2008, they just kept wedging down.
Deutsche. Coinfin's amazing.
I know, it really is.
There's
Weird.
my 2 least favorite banks in the world, right there. Those 2.
Yeah, but at least HBC. I'm sorry, but
Can we throw in Wells Fargo in there real quick as
sure,
well?
we can throw that in there.
Yeah, let's throw in Wells Fargo.
I am a disclosure. I am bullish on Wells Fargo into Q1.
Zoom out a little bit more though. You'll see how just how horrible Deutsche
Here's
is.
the 20-year, guys.
Yeah.
Is this a log scale? He says.
Oof.
That's the ticker symbol of the shit that's supposed to provide you safety.
Lamau.
Chase? You want to see Chase up here alongside?
After 2008 was the big like aha moments, like, because ever since that moment it was just like wah. I said like a lot in that sentence. Oof.
Oh, I deleted everything. My bad.
Cool. Someone said that GLD is not a good representation of gold. Go to gold futures, then GC1. GLD is good enough, but if you want to get specific about it,
What's the pair?
At least your
BTC
GLD is insured.
USD? BTC USD. Okay. So there it is.
At least GLD is insured. If you buy a gold future, which is deliverable at a certain time, fine, then you actually get gold bullion delivered. However, the problem is futures aren't insured, right? SIPC doesn't cover futures. So if that person decides to not deliver, you're fucked.
The 1 year on GC1 for the futures 1485 to 1867. There would have been growth there for sure, but not near the growth that you would have seen from Bitcoin from 9,000 to 13.5.
so
what are my thoughts on
basically-
FSR as a stock? It's mirroring Nikola almost perfectly. That's my opinion on FSR. So go back and take a look at Nikola when it did its spec. It's doing almost the exact same thing. So you can buy gold, sell a futures contract, and fuck the buyer.
So Martini, looking at this, is there any reason to go into gold or silver anymore?
Silver's a different thing. Silver's an
What do you mean?
appreciating asset.
Any reason?
Silver's growth.
Yeah. I mean,
In terms of what?
What's silver?
You usually
AG?
kept gold in your. Well, let's go back. You usually kept gold in your account for stability, right? Like that was its purpose. But
and
if
to hedge inflation risk.
and
That's-
to hedge inflation.
that's other-
But if that no longer seems to be the case because there's a better alternative, is there really any reason to do it?
No.
I don't.
Unless
Silver would have taken you
unless
17 to 20. So silver is more of a growth than gold or Bitcoin, I think. Well, let me do the math on that. 9 to 13, 17 to 23.
I mean, it depends on whether. Okay, so here we go into doomsday shit. Okay, how bad do you think the doomsday is gonna get? Right, that's the thing that you have to say, right? Gold and
Sure.
crypto isn't gonna be bullshit if it's really like an apocalyptic scenario where like a meteor hits and I don't know, the sun gets blotted out for 6 months, then things that are going to be of value are, do you have food stores and do you have, I don't know, guns, defense, right?
Mhm.
That's the shit that's going to be valuable, and you're going to be like, I have an ass load of gold, would you like it? And someone's going to say no because I can't get more food. You know.
So here's
on a
silver,
basic
guys.
level,
I can't spend.
Silver would have been a 35% gain over the past year. Bitcoin would have been 40.1.
So
so if you think it's just going to get like political chaos, or so, then the next level of chaos on basic shit would be safety, right? So if you think the US is going down, like there's going to be a world war, right? Then the next thing would be not food security but safety, right? And in that case, gold and stores of wealth that are not able to be confiscated, like Imhal says. Imhal brought up a good point, which is somebody said gold can be confiscated somewhere. I can't.
Yeah. I think Avery makes a good point too, though. Shit hits the fan like that, the electrical grid's fucked and we're all boned anyway. I that's where my tinfoil hat is. Like, you're all boned anyway. If we degrade that far, it's the Einstein quote, right? Nobody knows what World War III is going to look like, but I assure you, World War IV is going to be fought with sticks. Like, this is the reality.
I want to put like an
So-
asterisk next to the electrical grid thing, though. In order for the electrical grid to go down a lot worse, like the amount of electrical energy that it would take to drop those systems across the world would pretty much kill everybody. It's a very unlikely scenario that happens and everyone survives. That's making electricity from like a rocket hitting an electrical grid is not that difficult in terms of like some other things. So
No, nobody's saying that. Nobody's saying that. From YouTube, the question on space. My thoughts on space are they are getting ready to launch for the first time from New Mexico. So whenever they give us that launch date, it'll run up to that, and then you do the same thing that everybody's always done with space or any space stocks is buy the rumor, sell the news.
Woo!
In my opinion, that's my thought on space. And I love that you love the channel. So make sure that if you're over on YouTube watching and you enjoy the channel, that you click that sub button.
Subscribe.
Yeah.
Sub.
Subscribe.
Because I tell you, this month Twitch is kicking the crap out of YouTube. You guys are rocking it over here on Twitch.
So safety, right? And at safety's point, cryptocurrency and gold are gonna be maybe. Okay, so I've actually gone through some government destabilization events / whatever, and I'm gonna tell you, probably the crypto's probably gonna be better because the gold you have to have on you or somewhere else, and it's not easily transferable, right? So my family has been through 3 government destabilizing events, and in all 3 of them, you have to pay some sort of thing to get out of the country. So my grandmother was a Holocaust victim, and she had to give up her entire fortune to leave the country. And fortunately, they had accounts that were not confiscatable by the government. So they paid for their freedom and for a bunch of their staff, and they gave it all up and left to another country that would take them, aka Nicaragua. The dirty secret of the rest of the Western world was that they weren't taking refugees because they didn't want to have a problem with Germany. So that's another fun topic for another day. But some bullshit country decided they were gonna say something. So that's lovely. But anyways, so in that instance, I have personal firsthand knowledge of what it takes to get out of a country. So I'm going to tell you that the gold's probably not going to help unless it's in an account somewhere. Maybe you can transfer that via a third party. But to me, crypto would be easier. Then, so you go past safety on the terms of how stuff goes poorly, and then you go to the likely scenario, which is currencies stop functioning, methods of money transfer stop, right? Or solvency issues. The solvency issues would be past that.
Avery, she's not talking about using crypto as a living expense. Again, we're talking about, in this instance, using crypto as a vault. This is your Fort Knox. Where do you put your funds when shit hits the fan? That's what she's talking about. How's it
Maybe
used for
the
everyday
same
life?
logic that
Yeah, it's the same logic as, well, I'm putting my money in gold. You're not walking around with gold bars to actually buy a taco. I don't know why I'm hungry. I want a taco.
Yeah, I mean it's the same
I'm
logic of like
starving
what's the
now.
value of a dollar? Like you can't do anything with the dollar. Like
Yeah.
like
This is bad news.
you
Earthquake
can
shakes
burn it to
Greece
make
and
heat.
Turkey.
Like you can't do anything.
This is not good.
It's a store of value.
This is really bad.
I think there's when we get to finance breaks down, gold is absolutely useless. So crypto would be there to possibly also be a currency and be a store of wealth. So in that scenario where see the whole world runs on credit. If someone has a solvency issue, meaning like your debts are greater than your assets, but nobody wants to extend you further credit because everybody is net, everybody in the world, every Western economy is in debt, meaning their net worth is negative. Okay? The world governments don't run their finances like you do. They spend money that they don't have, and then they sell it as inflation to you, and they inflate your money, aka they water it down a little bit by a little bit every year. That's the big con, right? And then they send you checks and you're happy, and then they sell you on all this shit. But anyways, so if we get to a point where nobody wants to extend each other credit, what'll happen is you'll go to an ATM and there won't be money. You will go to cash your check from your employer and nobody will cash it.
Which is the
because
1920s.
payroll is on credit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the 20s. The run on the banks where people literally were like banging on the doors of the banks and give me my money. And they went, we don't have any money. There's no money to give you. It's not like we have money. There's nothing here for you. This is how big the earthquake is, by the way, guys, for those of you that are watching what's happening on screen. That earthquake.
It's the fiat con.
Heard it
Fiat con.
I heard it at some point.
Big con.
I mean, name a better word to describe it. Like it's the fiat currency con.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, and it's the U.S. con too. I mean, use our money, or we'll point a nuclear weapon in your face.
Yeah, it wasn't Izmir, but
what they're doing.
The earthquake was felt in Izmir, but they're saying that Athens, as far as Athens into Greece, and as far as Istanbul into Turkey, people felt the earthquake. This is 750 kilometers. So the earthquake
What's the
happened
number?
here in Izmir in Turkey. This is where the actual earthquake was, but people felt it in Athens and they felt it in Istanbul. This is a massive 750 kilometer area. What is that in miles?
Is that a walking chart that you have from Athens to Istanbul, them just walking across the sea?
Yes.
It's only 71 hours.
Just
It's not
fucking
that bad.
grab your backpack and hike across the ocean.
There is
dude.
a ferry. It says so right here.
No. I was like, what the hell, bro? Is there like a bridge?
Includes a ferry. That would be one hell of a walk.
Yeah, so instead of kilometers, it's 464 miles, guys. You felt this, well, I guess it would be half that. So you felt this 225 miles away.
Dude.
And these are two countries that have the governments in place right now to actually support people in the event of a disaster, right? Turkey and Greece. Yikes. Oh, Trump is considering moving his election night party from his DC hotel to the White House.
Dude, that's so baller.
He's
Oh.
literally going to hole up in the White House. Hell no, we won't go. Hell no, we won't go.
Dude. It's literally
Can he do that? Can he do that?
Who's gonna
he's
stop
going
him?
to. Who the fuck's gonna stop him?
I'm just saying that's not legal, right? That's emollients, the emollients clause, right?
I'm pretty sure you cannot do that.
I'm pretty sure nobody's gonna stop him.
I mean, this is part of when what's her name, Senator Warren said you have like 50 hatch violations, right? Isn't that the
Confirm.
same
Trump
thing?
does
I
hash.
don't- Hatch. No, it's the Hatch Act. Oh my god. Jeez.
Confirmed Trump does hash.
The president and vice president are immune from the Hatch Act, so that lady doesn't know what the hell she's talking about.
So
The Hatch Act applies to
I
people
called
not in that office, but yeah. What did you call?
Martini's Fulton head up about the economy,
Yeah.
which is some merit to. I'm not that doomsday on it, but there is merit. I am full tin hat on. There's going to be a civil war in the next like 2 months.
Like I said, ladies and gentlemen, I have a wealth of property up here in Canada. Just make your way north. We'll all party and hang out in Millennial's backyard. Okay? Okay, cool.
That might be the.
Come on up.
They are immune?
They're literally not going to leave. They're not going to leave the White House.
From the Hatch Act?
They're literally going to hold up there and not leave.
The Hatch Act doesn't apply to the president and the vice president. That's why it was laughable every time that they brought that up, because the press secretaries were like, just so you're aware, and I'm sure you are because I've said it before, the president and the vice president, the Hatch Act does not apply to them, and you know that.
Well, this is kind of what I'm saying. It's like, they want to label the president's tweets with misinformation. Label freaking hers with misinformation then. God.
I don't know
everything.
I don't know. Twitter fucking opened Pandora's box, and
Yep.
I don't think they knew what they were doing.
Yeah, no, Jack goes to sleep every night sweating balls for sure. He did a bad thing. He did a real bad thing. When he had to sit in front of the House committee this past week, and they're like, so here's a tweet from Trump that you guys took down, and here's another tweet that still is up from months before that says exactly the same thing. Can you just clarify how that works? No, you don't. Oh, you do have a policy, but it doesn't work like that. Okay, so explain how it works. Oh, it doesn't work? Oh, okay, great. So now here we have one that's not from Trump, but it's from a Democrat, and here's the facts saying that that's absolutely false. Can you explain to me why those haven't been acted on? No? Oh, you have a policy. Can you explain to us how that policy works? Oh, it doesn't work. Okay, cool. Like, it was the most awkward hour of Jack Dorsey's life.
They're so fucked.
Yep. Section 230 is going to get some serious rewriting.
fact checking the president is pretty important. Okay, there's a caveat with this though. Twitter is not a news organization, nor are they, so they're not able to fact check people, right? It's the same reason I can post that.
No, they can. They're just gonna lose the immunity.
They're just gonna lose.
Yeah.
Right. So if you're a news organization in the United States, you basically have certain rules you have to abide by in terms of being like truthful. Twitter is exempt from these rules because they're a social media platform. But if they do fact check someone, the argument is why don't they have to follow the same rules as a news organization?
Yeah.
Because you are fact checking.
WGD Section 230 changes are bipartisan support. Both the Democrats and the Republicans are asking for Section 230 to be reviewed and revised.
So I think Twitter and a lot of the Silicon Valley have a misunderstanding of their role in the world, and I think it's causing a lot of issues. The role on you cannot have a platform for everybody and have a social justice opinion at the same time. Those people say that you can, but those two are extremely conflicting ideas, and there's going to come into problems if you try to do both. And this is what we're seeing now is with Section 230 is you're going to start having some problem.
There's already an issue. So the last debate, it was an LA Times. One of the left-leaning LA newspapers was fact-checking the debates live. And what immediately followed was on every fact check that they did, about halfway through the debate, every fact check they had done was just on Trump. And people obviously got upset, and all of a sudden in the postings it was, well, where's the fact check on the other side? Where are all the Biden fact checks? What is this? Where is it? And then halfway through the debate, they dropped one or two Biden fact checks in there. But there was a clear bias in the fact checking that was happening. And then on top of that, if you opened up the threads of the fact checking, they fact checked Trump's facts. But then obviously immediately there were people that were watching that and they were fact checking the fact check of like, well, what you said was kind of true, but here's the actual full story of it. So it's a little bit interesting. Yeah, being that I'm in Canada, is most of the news about the US? No. Currently, we have a prime minister who has had 3 confirmed ethics violations. We are about $120 billion in debt as a result of his negligent spending before COVID. So tack on another $120 billion after COVID. So everything that's in our news right now is our economy is looking like it's due for an imminent collapse. We have a housing crisis where we have an overinflated housing.
You have it wrong. Our news isn't pointed at Trudeau and his misdoings. Our news is pointed towards the U.S. saying, "Oh, Trump bad. Trump. This is the possibility of Trump winning." We're so focused. The news is so distracting to try to focus on the U.S. election rather than what's happening at home. That my entire feed is littered with this shit.
Yeah. So I guess I curate
is
my
more
feed
important
differently because all I hear about is like our government's in debt. That's redemption. My feed in Canada doesn't get that stuff. My feed in Canada picks up fraud, ethics violations, but again, I curate my feed. So, 120 billion, that's a light year for us. That's true, but you also have a massive economy. We only have 30 million people in Canada. We have less than the population of California across our country. So $120 billion for us is frightening. Absolutely frightening. The only advantage that we have is whoever comes into the next Vegeta launched Final Flash. Thanks for the follow. Appreciate that. Ranod, you too. I don't think I got yours. So yeah, you guys have 10 times the people. So, and also you've got 10 times the industry. So the only benefit that Canada has is our natural resources and that you are our primary trading partner. So for us, I'm okay with this prime minister being a total douchebag and blowing up the economy because your economy is going to succeed, in my opinion. At least better than ours is. So as long as your economy stays strong, our economy can flounder because our primary trade partner is going to be paying us a more valued currency for what we're getting. Canada does best when the US dollar is stronger than ours. There was a point under conservative leadership where that reversed, and it was not good times for Canada. Yeah, but that's not freedom of press. If the press are, if reporters and journalists are afraid to lose their jobs or have problems with friends and family as a result of them reporting the facts, um, that's no longer freedom of press or freedom of speech. Now you're into a completely different thing, which is why we lost our minds as we watched Pelosi get on with Wolf Blitzer from CNN, and he asked her one hard question, a single hard question, and she went, "Oh, you guys are just apologists for the for Trump. You guys are constantly defending him," and it's like, Pelosi, you got to be nuts if you think that CNN is defending Trump. I think we can all safely say, regardless of where you stand politically in the U.S., whether it's with Trump or with Biden, I think we can all safely say that CNN is hardly an advocate for Trump. But all of a sudden, I think in a week we saw them come out against the mainstream media 2 or 3 times, right? There were a couple instances where they're like, "Yeah, mainstream media, they're completely lost. They're not listening to us. They're so biased. They're all for Trump now. They're just pushing the Trump agenda." And it's like, I don't know where these people are getting this. I it's nutty to me to think that you can make that claim with a straight face. Do I think the U.S. dollar will stay strong or weaken? Okay, so this is a much bigger question, but people I think know that I am predicting a Trump win, and I think the U.S. dollar will strengthen, especially in light of the global economy, and that's why it's so much a bigger question. I think Brexit is going to hurt. They are going to limp out of no deal Brexit. I think the EU is going to suffer more than they realize, having England leave and France crippled. I think China is going to continue to dominate China and bridge its way into the western side of Asia and really start to create footholds in places where people don't want footholds. And we've started seeing that happen in India and Africa, Japan and Hong Kong. Yeah, I mean, globally, I think the economy is going to get rocked and America will get rocked less. So as far as do I think it will stay strong in comparison to the Canadian dollar? Yes. Yes, I do.
Yeah, I don't know anything about the Canadian economy. It's not relevant enough.
I agree. That's why I don't trade it.
The Canadian economy is like the is wow, I totally blanked on how to say this. The Canadian economy is basically what gold is to us as Canadian economy is to China. Does that make sense?
No.
Okay. China uses Canada
Oh,
as
yeah.
a store of wealth.
Yeah. Okay, that makes sense when you say it that way. Yeah, China uses Canada as a bridge to the North American markets. That's outside of Trump's reach.
That's outside of the US. Yeah.
And once the money is here, then they can move the money from Canada into the US without issue. Absolutely.
Yay, how global economy works. It doesn't make any sense.
If you've ever visited British Columbia, so Victoria or Vancouver in British Columbia, and then visited upstate Washington, you will know exactly what we're talking about.
Well, all of this is just because people refuse to accept things that are counterintuitive, even though the evidence is there. That's the only problem.
Yeah, so
Like,
that's the other
Iran.
that's the other five-head craziness that
Canada. Go ahead.
That's the other five-head craziness that I called out. There's a few like crazy strategies that people think I am nuts on. The Supreme Court giving the election to Trump, people thought I was nuts when that came out, and you know, our macro view of what COVID was going to do into this year. We had several people, both Martini and I, tell us that we were psychotic and that wasn't going to happen the way that we had said that it was going to. And then the dissolution of the EU was something that I had been talking with Gosfather about back in January, that I very, very realistically see the EU dissolving as an entity in 5 years, within 5 years, could be sooner. with England exiting the EU, the current fiscal stable or the fiscal stability of the EU is now based almost entirely on Germany and France. France, however, is not a major it's not a major gain to the EU. It's just kind of a middle ground guy. But now what you're going to have is Germany dishing out the majority of the money, France dishing out the money, and then everybody else sucking on mom and dad's teat, right? Like that's just the way it's going to go. These are the failure to launch countries, everybody else, and then you've got France and Germany that are supposed to be carrying the bag. And the reality is Germany's population's already pissed off about this, but as France locks down again, which just started, by the way, they are in complete lockdown, their economy is going to suffer and they will not be able to support themselves, let alone give to countries like Greece or Italy or Spain. And as much as we have tensions here in North America from state to state, like, oh, New York versus Texas, like there's, oh, Republican states and Democrat states, that it's a joke compared to how isolationist Europe is. Like, we're talking thousands of years of ongoing strife in between these countries. And so when France is like, well, we're not giving any money to Italy or Spain anymore, or Greece or anymore, because England doesn't have to and they're out, we're going to go too. I think that's just an eventuality at this point. I think the EU can't be upheld by Germany alone. I don't think the German people will allow that. So you heard it here, 2025, no more EU. Oh yeah, I'm not talking about trade deals, but the second the EU dissolves, I very, very likely expect Greece to go, but you're still going to give us money, right? And France is going to be like, nope. There's a lot of people that say that. There's a lot of people that told me 5 years would be a bit short. I've heard that. It hasn't changed my outlook on it, though. I think Brexit is not going to go nearly as bad as people thought it would for England. I think it's still going to go bad, but not as bad. And as France gets sucked dry little by little by all the countries that are leeching off of it, it's going to happen a lot faster than people expect. Macron's out in a year and a half, 2 years? I think that this is going to be the major election topic in France in the next year and a half, 2 years. I think the next election in France is going to be on the point of you will have one party saying we should maintain our status as a EU member. We should continue to support the EU because it's good for Europe as a whole. Another party will run on we are France. We should be France. France first. France focused. Same kind of populist stuff that Trump and Johnson ran on. And I think they're going to win. And I think that you can expect to see France a Brexit. And if Brexit goes through, you better believe that Gexit is coming shortly afterwards. But if Germany exits, then the whole thing's gone. Nobody's sticking around.
Germany silently becoming one of the world superpowers. Do you know why? Well, besides all of that reason.
Because they're buying up the US dollar?
Well, that they didn't have to spend on military.
But I feel like it's Friday, guys, and we do need some positive news. So on that note, McDonald's is bringing back the McRib.
Ew.
That's not positive
Literally
news, bro.
rubbery.
Why would you say that?
It's a boneless pork sandwich served with slivered onions and pickles. Come on. What's not to like?
Just no.
Isn't that anti-American?
Shut it in your mouth.
I feel like that's
bro. You know I'm an elitist. Don't bring in McDonald's in here.
Oh man, we got some fancy bitches over here. Who will fill the power vacuum if the EU collapses? The power vacuum, it'll still be Germany.
It will
be as it's always been: England, Germany, Russia, China. Rinse, repeat. I think in the mayhem of the EU dissolution, Russia will extend itself for sure. Without a unified front to stand against it, I think Germany or Russia is just going to reach a little further. And Putin's going to sit there smiling, going, "Who's going to stop me?"
You know what I'm going to love? when Germany goes over to Poland and be like, "Hey guys, you want to join Germany?"
Right? Austria, Poland.
Yeah. when is that gonna happen? Oh, everyone's gonna be up in arms then. Hey guys, we'll take on your debt.
Yeah.
Just come join us.
Mm-hmm. Spain and Italy. You're getting wrecked in ETM. You still holding this? Timmy eats too much. Do you remember the DD that I did on ETM? The play is on into January. Is my DD on it? So I'm not sure what your entry was. I'm not sure what your exit was on it, but my DD had me buy, lock in, and hold all the way into January. Now they just got a deal with FanDuel. I'm down about $400 on the play with $3,000 in. But for me, $300 is not a big deal. As we learned earlier, I don't consider blowing up the position until it's 80% down, apparently. So I've got a $1.66 average on it, so that it's down 20 cents doesn't really bother me, because I think that we have seen over and over and over again that we are seeing spending on this election like has never been seen before. I think $600 million has been spent on political ads. So my price target of $4 on them is still the same price target.
Can we look at Square for a second?
Yep.
I'm really interested. So Kagray said, why did it go up? Why did their revenue go up if retail spending went down? And this is why you look at filings, is because if you look at the revenue line, here, let me give it to you.
What page? What would I say are the risks for ETM? The risks for ETM is that nobody spent their ad dollars with ETM, in which case it doesn't go up to $4. It goes up to like $1.80.
Look at page 20.
This is a really nice looking report.
That's pretty.
It is. Like it's laid out nicely. The fonts are there. It's well spaced. There's great graphics. I'm
I've seen
kudos
some
to Square.
pretty shitty reports too.
Kudos
We've
to
seen some
Square.
pretty shitty reports.
What was the
We
one
know
that
the
you were
people
showing
who...
us? The pet food one?
Oh my god, Fresh Pet?
Oh, Fresh Pet. Oh, Fresh Pet. You need to call Square and find out who put their report together, because this is what it
Dude,
should
you
look
know
like.
what? I want to put a fucking account together that is only going to buy stocks that have like, it looks like they spent money on their earnings report. I mean, if it's
yeah.
like, if it's like Fresh Pet, or if it's just like fucking like one slide type bullshit, like no. But if it's pretty and it looks like they spent a lot of money on it, I'm gonna assume that they're doing okay. If you have money
a Pretty Papers ETF, yeah. We'll call
Yeah,
it
pretty-
Papes.
yeah, Pretty Paper ETF.
So guys, transaction-based
their
revenue,
Bitcoin revenue.
682. Look at Bitcoin revenue, 875. That's what Rita wants us to see. That number right there. The answer as to why Square did what it did, Bitcoin. That's what Martini wants us to see.
So for the same time last year, what was it?
It's an 8x increase.
Transaction-based revenue.
It's an 8 times increase, yeah.
3 months ended. What would that? 3 months ended June 30th. Hold on.
China can just put in a
June
policy
30th.
favorable to childbirthing. Yeah, they can just remove the one-child policy, and then they can also the big thing that China needs to do is that they need to create a birthing stimulus for people that have daughters, because traditionally men were in the workforce, and so the one-child policy saw them lean immensely into keeping boys and aborting or abandoning female children, girls. So if the government was to create a stimulus saying we will pay you whatever this if you have this many kids, but we will pay you a bonus if they are girls, you'll see China's population start to regulate in the next. And again, that's a long time. Like when you're talking about populations like that, we're talking 30, 40 years for that to happen. In the meantime, China's just going to keep buying up white girls from wherever it can get. Conveniently, Russia's pretty nearby.
Bro, you can take it from LA. We don't need any more.
Russia's closer, man. And they're socialist to socialist. Mind you, LA is pretty socialist. But
Yeah, we got a great port here in LA.
Buddy, I'll be there in a sec.
Long Beach, you can get them right out, quick and easy.
Yeah. Why do you have bread?
am I getting pizza or are you getting pizza? I'm still live. I haven't stopped. We've solved all the problems. Well, we haven't solved the problems of the world. We've identified all the problems of the world. Okay, great. Thanks. They removed the one-child policy, but what they haven't done is created a fiscal stimulus or incentive to have children. So what they need to do is pay people to have a whole bunch of kids, like Canada does. And then they also need to, and I'm not talking. I get it. We have a population issue globally, but that's not what I'm addressing right now. What I'm addressing is we want China is looking to solve the problem of our population is declining. What do we do about it? What you do is you pay people to have a whole bunch of kids, and you give a bonus incentive for them to have daughters. Yeah, because I think it's like 3-1. 3 men for every 1 woman.
That sounds like a party.
It's a sausage fest.
Mm-hmm.
And the women then have their choice, right? And what the women are choosing is, and this is why if you go over to China and you meet people in China, you'll see guys that are owning 1, 2, 3, 4 houses because they're trying to use that to be like, look, I'm a well-to-do man. But the reality is, if you meet a girl on a Friday night in China and you don't have 4 houses, you're not landing that. That's not happening. Pick of the litter.
That's kind of dope. So if you're like you pull way more than you do in the US, then
if you are a white lady in the US, and I'm saying this because it is a benefit specifically to women. So this is not me trying to just be, a chauvinistic bastard talking about, oh, well, of course women are the gold diggers. If a man goes over to China right now, that's not to his benefit, okay, from the US. But if a woman was to go over to China from the US and they are somebody that is just looking to marry, they don't want to pursue a career, but they just want to marry and have kids and have a family, they would find themselves with a wealth of options, and those options would be wealth. Yeah, Jacob, it's not gonna fix it. Like I said, it will take 20, 30, 40 years for that to take effect. And in the meantime, what they will do is simply incentivize people coming. OnlyFans will become a North American version of mail order brides. Yes, absolutely. Yeah. Expect to see. Okay, now we're getting into 5-head 30, 40 year out millennial predictions. Expect to see a mass conglomeration of cultures between Russia, China, and the US over the next 40 years. That's all I'm going to say. You are going to see an exodus of the female population from the US and Canada, from North America, over to China and Russia real quickly. 40 years from now, 40 years from now, it's going to be a very interesting scenario. Especially if the US economy continues to decline, right? Not everybody's got yacht money like the professional here. Muddy Waters concludes that Tesla's going to Mars because there's no fraud prohibitions on Mars. Oh, Fisker did the opening bell? Yes, no?
Holy shit, Marty. You're right. With
What?
Square, I just saw that.
Yeah, it's Bitcoin.
Yeah, it's all about Bitcoin for Square. So now it's gonna basically intrinsically trade with Bitcoin. You know what I mean? Like if you're trading Square, you gotta look at the price of Bitcoin. You know what I mean? Because they're taking, if it goes down, they get the stick, so to speak.
Uh,
Oh, 1 minute ago, Fisker got a shout
I
out
don't
from
know,
the
because
SPCE.
if they stop using Bitcoin, they might just go back to using other currencies, right? Because other currencies are gaining value, right? So
Well, it depends on how much they're being forced to transact in, right?
yeah.
So it depends on the population and what they're trading in.
We're going to be exporting Karens.
CDC. Hey, look at it. CDC announces order to conditionally allow cruise resumption.
Yeah, I saw that.
Oh no.
Yeah, I saw that. I'm not in yet. That will result in 2 cruises. One of them will get an outbreak, and it'll all be locked down again. I'm not in yet.
I mean,
yeah, I'm not in yet.
Oh, that sounds like a fucking horrible idea.
Yeah.
we're literally going into lockdowns, and they want to open stuff back up more. Like, do we want to work our health people to the bone and destroy everything? Like, what the fuck are we gonna do?
Anybody in chat think that's a good idea to open up cruise lines right now as we're going into an escalated second wave without a vaccine? Anyone? Show of hands.
All right, guys. What we need to do is we need to wear masks, stay 6 feet apart. Also,
Not
cruise
take
lines where we
cruises.
all have smushed together. You guys go right ahead. You do you. We'll look the other way. Those are fine. But everyone else, yeah, restaurants where everyone's in like their own booth, yeah, can't have those anymore. But cruise lines where everyone's breathing the same like air in the cruise ship, everyone's right next to each other the whole time. There's buffets. That's all fine. Go nuts.
They're U.S. entities. Why do we give a shit? And I will vote down anyone who wants to bail out a cruise company. They're not even U.S. based entities. They don't even pay taxes here. Oh my fuck. Okay, this is smart. This is smart. The scientists are gonna allow the cruise lines. That's a good idea.
What a terrible precedent you set too. Imagine saying like, yeah, cruise lines are okay. Like everyone's gonna think, oh, so like masks like don't work then, right? Because like cruise lines are okay, then everything else must be okay too. That's such a oh my god, dude. People are gonna absolutely get thrown. This is such a horrible idea. Whatever, bro.
I agree, Kenny. That China and Russia are going to decline more, and it won't be in parity with the other world powers. So, whoever said that, I think you should go look at video of Asia and how Asia, because they went psycho on the mask wearing, on disinfecting things, on because they're used to dealing with infectious diseases that spread all the time. They're doing just fine, and their economy is growing. They're not going into a second wave.
Who?
I mean, I literally think you may see. I may need to learn an Asian language.
I'm 2 years into my Mandarin studies.
If Asia doesn't go into a lockdown after we go into a lockdown, we're screwed. Oh, I'm sorry, Jacob. Never mind then. But it still brought up a good point. I think, I guess, separate of your comment, do we think that we're screwed because Asia's not going into the second lockdown?
No.
No, really.
China will not admit to a second wave. Won't happen.
China will not. Yeah, China will not admit to a second wave. The
They barely admitted to a
I
first
don't-
wave.
I don't mind the lockdown. And if anyone remembers, that was when I said I was fucking out. When China admitted that there was a problem, I was so fucking out. But the locking down the economy is the correct long-term move. But you need to balance it with some short-term fixes. So China not locking down means there will be problems with production because people will start getting sick. The only reason that this won't happen is if like China says like we don't give a fuck if you're sick, you still have to go to work, and
Yeah.
everyone's just gonna get sick and you just have to deal with it. Then maybe. But other than that, people are gonna be sick and they're gonna miss work and it's gonna be bad. They're gonna miss deadlines. It might be bad for China's economy.
Yeah.
So if you can't produce at the same rate that you say you can if everyone's healthy, I don't know. I don't know if I agree that's gonna be okay.
I think it's going to be okay because they have so many bloody people. They with the population that they have, I think it's going to be fine. I think the real atrocity is 20 years from now, we are going to find out that China has unmarked burials of hundreds of thousands of people that died from this, and they just buried them, literally. This is look at this number here, guys. This is the epicenter of the outbreak. Okay, picture. So diseases work an awful lot like a bomb when it lands. Okay, so picture a bomb when it lands. The epicenter of a viral outbreak is where the atom bomb goes off, right? So there's nothing left where it lands, and then the fallout as it moves out from the center, right? Now, in the cases of viruses, you can create new epicenters, so it triggers other bombs to go off, and then the subsequent outreach from those other bombs, right? So New York City in North America was the bomb. They've contact traced 85% of the cases in the US to New York City. So that was where it triggered a bomb there. Italy and Spain in the EU, that's where the bomb went off, right? China, though, was the epicenter. That's where this all started. This is not indicative of an epicenter. So there's two possibilities here. One, China already had a treatment for this ahead of time, which means that it was engineered, which is a big, what do they call it, conspiracy theory. The other one is that they're not accurately reporting their numbers, and there's hundreds of thousands of dead people somewhere, which I'm more inclined to lean to. I guess maybe that's the optimist in me, that I can't, in my good conscience, come to the conclusion that somebody would knowingly engineer a global pandemic for the sake of positioning themselves as a global economic powerhead. There are others who are a little bit more pessimistic and see China as being the next Reich, like that Third Reich type of movement, and they most certainly did it. They knowingly did it, and that's the result of where we are. I'm not an advocate of that theory.
Ooh, I saw this in your chat. I want a quick show of hands of who understands what a first world country is. What's a first and second world and third world country? I love when people say this when they're talking about the economy, because it doesn't mean what you think it means.
First world is Western, second is communist, third world is everywhere else.
Ooh. There you go. Yeah, it's a Cold War term. Has nothing to do with how strong your economy is.
Yeah, because I would throw Cuba into third, second.
Cuba's a second world economy.
Is it?
Or a second world. Yeah. Yeah, so it's not has nothing to do with the economy. It has everything to do with your political alignment. The
Interesting.
more you know.
The more you know. Just picture the rainbow.
Oh, that's spooky, Bruce Linker. Spooky.
No, I think Singapore comes in under Western by British Association, right? Singapore and Japan would be included in first world countries, wouldn't they, by affiliation?
Like Cuba's second world. The more you know.
I would say Japan is so closely aligned with the Western world.
I think Japan's a first world, technically.
Yeah. Yeah, because Japan.
But like, I think
Japan
Germany's
occupied China.
Germany's
right?
the second world, right?
Depending on when those terms were put in, yeah, they would have been. Well, I mean,
think
it was
Germany's
split
the
down the
second
middle.
world.
That no, I would say they're first because the Berlin Wall came down. Right, they'd be a first. Yeah, East and West Germany, right? Right.
East and West, yeah, it'd be East and West Germany. I think but the Communist Party was in Germany during this thing, so I'm fairly anyways.
There's the map.
I'm fairly confident that Germany would be second world. Yeah.
First. Interesting. There's some countries here that I did not think, like Cote d'Ivoire, South Africa.
Yeah. First world.
What are these guys? I don't know my South American geography well enough. What are these two? Brazil and no, that's not Brazil. This is Brazil. What's this?
No, that's is that no, I don't know. I actually no idea.
French Guinea?
French, maybe. My knowledge of South America is very low.
Yeah, French Guiana and Suriname. Which would make sense. They're tied to Europe.
So, yep. So,
interesting.
Just it's
Japan is first
one of those pet peeves of mine when people say like a first world country like blank, and I'm like, or a second world country like blank, and I'm like, not somewhat. What do you think it means?
Sweden? Yeah, Sweden would have been because wasn't Sweden part of the USSR? Was Sweden included in the USSR? If you were under the banner of the USSR, then yes, you were second world. Mongolia, China, Indonesia, Thailand, Taiwan. Japan is not. Japan is a first world country, which makes sense because Japan and China didn't really get along.
So at some point, look, it was basically the Super Bowl of earnings. Can we talk about yesterday? What happened?
Yeah.
Okay, because I've been asking like twice today, and you're like, yeah, nobody cares about that.
Now I care. Let's do it. Which one do you want to start with? Facebook, Apple, or Google?
Doesn't matter.
Microsoft. Didn't Microsoft have one?
Mm-hmm.
Microsoft's the big in.
I think Google was the big in. But we can do Microsoft if you guys want to start there.
Oh, fuck. Google was yesterday too? Oh,
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So,
no.
Google destroyed, like...
Okay, we're starting with Google because they actually did it. They did the thing.
Start with the shitty ones first, and then we'll finish with the...
Okay. So the shittiest one yesterday was Twitter, right?
Yeah.
Down 22%.
Wait. Can we start this off with showing an image of how he showed up to the 2:30 conference this week?
Jack Dorsey.
Yeah, Jack Dorsey is the CEO of Twitter and of Square, and he showed up to talk to to the Congress about 2:30 like this, and it was hilarious.
Wait, where's
No.
the?
There it is.
Where'd you put the picture?
God, how much food do you think he's got going on in there?
Here, I got you one. Hold on, I get it. Here, I'm pasting a link in.
Okay. I mean, I can't really judge him. I'm starting to work my way there. Like, like,
Hold on.
hold on. Let me. Am I there? Am I getting
no.
there?
You're
Get a
not
little-
white enough for this.
Get a little
This is
earring.
funny.
Get a little earring there. Man, I can't do that with my hair. I
No,
look
you
like
need to
Adolf.
dishevel your top hair like a lot. Like just
Yeah,
go.
he's got
you
hat
know.
hair though. It's gonna be difficult.
Yeah, I've got the Adolf Hitler haircut going on right now. It's not really my thing. Sub goal for a nose ring.
Yeah.
My daughter would love that. My daughter would lose her mind if I came home with a nose ring. Goes Jack Dorsey for Halloween. Yeah, I mean, this is he's pulling the Spruce Goose. Who is that? What's that guy's name? The Aviator. Come on. This is American economy history. No, not Rasputin.
Yeah, he didn't get rid of his quarantine beard.
Howard Hughes. Thank you. Form RT. Howard Hughes. He's pulling a Howard Hughes here. He has literally sequestered himself and is losing his mind trying to figure out who he's going to censor next. And that's how he shows up to a House committee meeting. This is not inspiring confidence when you look like a member of Antifa. I'm just saying. This obviously was never going to go well for Jack. So that's how we're starting into Twitter earnings. Okay.
I mean,
Twitter
I'm
beat.
saying.
They did beat. They beat on EPS and they beat on revenue. And as a result, they are rewarded for that with a 21% loss on the day.
Gah.
Unlucky.
Gah.
Can you imagine if you were holding Twitter options and you saw like, yes, they beat, and you're so fucking pumped, like, yes, I fucking knew it, and then lost it all. Gah.
Gah. So I'm not going to deep dive into this. Obviously, the guidance was the issue, and the guidance is we're about to get cucked by the U.S. government, so be prepared for that.
Oh, okay, so I think can I put a theory out there?
Yep.
I think Twitter's value is because it is a platform, a real-time platform
For free speech or no?
No, for so I mean, here's the problem. The reason why I don't use that word is because people don't actually understand free speech and how not free it is.
True.
Okay?
Freedom of
So,
speech is not
free
freedom of
speech, you're
consequence.
not allowed in the United States. You can't be, and I'll use his example, which was a good example. You can't be in a crowded, let's say, church. Let's see, it's like, imagine it's one of those mega churches. Okay? And somebody yells fire. And now you get a panic and people are going to trample and kill each other. Right?
Yep.
That person that yelled fire is not covered under free speech.
Right. You are still accountable for the thing that you said. You were allowed to say it, but in saying it, you are accountable for the actions that follow.
No, you're not allowed to say that. Well, you're going to go to jail.
Yes.
In the US. Free speech does not cover
stupidity.
things
Riots
like
or
that.
panic.
Riots and panic.
You cannot. It's like under the same. It's under the same hat as like terrorism.
Yeah.
Not nearly as significant, but in the same levels. Like you can't cause panic.
What's up, Jericho Lolo? And a huge shout out to Dangerous Dave in Hampton. Thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. Yeah, you cannot say bomb on a plane. You cannot say fire in a
Right.
crowded building. You cannot say I'm gonna shoot the president when you are standing near the president. These things will result in you in handcuffs. We can all generally agree on this. Yes, good, great.
Mhm.
Can't say this.
So that's one thing, right? You can't porn is not covered under free speech. Okay? You can't just distribute it out to the public. That's not covered under free speech either.
Yeah, that porn's actually covered under something else. Porn is distributed on the same basis that you can watch people box. This was actually the legal argument that was used. That if you were to box somebody on the street, so if you were to walk up on somebody in the street and beat the snot out of them to the point of they were knocked out on the ground, you would go to jail for that. But when you do it in the ring with cameras, it was legal. So that's the defense that they use, and the courts ruled that yes, that's true. Where if you were on the street and you box somebody, you would go to jail. The same thing is if you were on the street and you paid somebody to have sex with them, that would be prostitution. But as long as you have cameras running and you distribute that onto an appropriate platform, then it was legal. So that's how they get around that. It wasn't a freedom of speech argument. It was an equality argument.
So if you were to hire a prostitute or
It's been the
escort,
loophole forever.
make sure to record it.
Okay, let's stay focused. Jesus Christ.
That's been the loophole forever. As long as you record it and say that you're making a porno movie, then it's legal. She's an actress.
Oh, get the fuck out of here. Oh my god.
The more you know. Everyone take notes.
You need her permission.
This is not, I want nothing to do with this. I have nothing to do. I'm teaching finance. Get the fuck out of here.
I just taught finance.
Oh my fuck. Oh shoot, ran out of tape.
You can learn multiple lessons at the same time, Martini.
Oh god.
On that note, Twitter.
Okay. So you especially can't do this in schools, okay? But there are even stricter things when it comes to being in government-run schools, right?
Can I just add that we gained 10 viewers when we talked about what we just talked about? Okay, cool. Let's keep going.
Yeah, it's going up. It's creepy.
So you can't do it in schools, sensitive places. Yeah, I'm there with you.
To me, that's people who they put it on their second screen, right?
Yep.
Or they put it behind and then they go off and do something else. And when you say something interesting, it piques their ear and then they make it the active window again. And then that makes it one of the viewer count because it has to be the active window for you to be counted, right?
Oh, Stocky went offline. That's what it was. A few people came over from Stocky's world. He didn't host me.
He can host other people. Wow.
You hurt my feelings. Yeah, continue. Twitter.
So, free speech does not include advocating
harm of self or others.
Illegal things at schools, but you can talk about illegal things outside of schools. So you wonder how everyone got away with talking about, Coke all the time as part of free speech or, rap songs or whatever. It's because you can talk about it, but not you can talk about illegal things, but you can't say them in schools. Okay, so there's a lot more to it, but those are some of the basic things so that way you understand the limits, right?
Yep.
I also want to add free speech only applies to government laws. It has absolutely no implication on private.
Yeah, so actually that's a great point. So if you say stuff and you think you're covered under free speech, you are still civilly liable, which means if you say technically everything that I talk about millennial when I call him a cunt or a shitbag or
okay, we get it. We get it.
He could if I say millennial is a shitbag or is a committing fraud, then he could sue me for defamation and libel.
Right. When I say Martini acts like a bitch as opposed to she is a bitch, that's the defining line. I'm not making a verified
Apparently, yeah.
statement. I'm saying that there's an action that I determined to be a certain way, for sure. For that, FSR is available for me to trade now. They've given me my shares. My portfolio value is back up to 22,000, and I'm up $684 on the day with FSR. So it is tradable for me, and
Well,
I
they
think
disappeared it from your account for a while.
yeah. My account value was $11,000 for a while. It was like
You're like,
I mean, I get what happens, but that took them all damn day. It's 3 o'clock, and now I can trade this thing.
Good
I
price
don't like
on,
that.
obviously.
I
What?
don't like it.
Good price, obviously.
I did get 1-for-1, by the way, Martini.
What?
They didn't change my share count.
Well, yeah, I said they're gonna give you 1-to-1. It's just
That one,
functionally because of all the warrants they've issued, because of all the private placement units, it's like you got diluted 3-to-1. But
yeah,
see, that's the shell game. Everyone wants to tell me, no, that's wrong. It's 1-to-1. It's like, okay, fine.
yeah.
Down
So
the line, when the warrants get issued and I told you it was coming, then, I get to laugh.
I'll be out by then. Okay, so freedom of speech we've nailed down. Did we want to actually get into what that means for Twitter?
Yeah, so Twitter was, I think historically, and correct me if I'm wrong, is the platform that moderated the least, I would say, out of the big platforms.
Are we counting Reddit? If we're counting Reddit, I'll give it to Reddit. If we're not counting Reddit, I'll give it to Twitter.
When Reddit went full Orwellian, like 2 years ago, when then that new CEO came in, right?
Yeah, but I've been in social media for a decade, so like I got in with MySpace. So Reddit was originally the least policed of them all. Twitter.
I'm talking about
close second.
recently.
Oh yeah,
If
recently.
you were to say over the last 6 months, who would you say then?
TikTok, but then Twitter.
TikTok, owned by China, was the least moderated.
Yeah.
Okay, whatever. What's the second one?
Twitter.
Okay. Well, it's still up there.
Yep. 4chan. We don't talk about 4chan.
So if Twitter was that value because people could post things, right? If now they've decided to start, they assert that it's not censorship, that it's not editorializing, that it's not any of that, but I do. And so now that it's being moderated even more, well, you've destroyed the value of Twitter, in my opinion. So it doesn't matter that they've beat, or that they're actually kind of starting to build a new model, actually becoming profitable and a monetization, right? But if they do that, then poof goes the value of Twitter. But maybe their strategy is that people want to be in a non-cesspool. I don't know. What do you think?
My thoughts are more on the business side with Twitter. And what they've done is Twitter's always been able to offer real-time conversation, whereas platforms like YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, they feel more curated, right? It's more long tail content. It's not in the moment content, right? Twitter is a what's happening right now and what do people think about it. It's an immediate sentiment, real time indicator for people, which is the value of Twitter. If you can no longer see a fair assessment of immediate response because it's being curated by Twitter, it completely destroys the value of it, which also changes the ad policy on it because people are advertising for it in the moment on Twitter. And if people are no longer coming to Twitter to get that in the moment kind of feel, yeah, you've lost the ad dollars on it for sure. I think Twitter was in big trouble when they drew the line in the sand a few months back, saying political ads is something we're going to shy away from. Like, that was stupid. There was no reason to do that. You let people spend money as they will. That's how you maintain your unbiased stance. You don't say, well, we're not going to allow it, because in saying we're not going to allow it, in this case, they actually ended up hurting the Democrat Party because the Democrats had more money to spend. But that intent was to cripple Republican advertising on the platform, by themselves and by third-party sources. But in hindsight, they probably should have just stayed out of it altogether and said, we'll take whoever's money. It doesn't matter. They didn't do that. So yeah, I think that they've set themselves up for a massive ad loss on this quarter, followed by changing. Nobody's going to pay for Twitter. I don't think anybody would ever pay for Twitter. I wouldn't pay for Twitter, and I love Twitter. It's one of my primary social media networks. I would never pay for Twitter. If Jack Dorsey said, you pay me $20 a month and you can use Twitter, I would delete my Twitter account. I would never use it again.
Wait, if Jack Dorsey did what? Pay you?
No, said I had to pay $20 a month to use Twitter, I would never use Twitter again. I would just move to something else. So yeah, I think they're boned. I think they shot themselves in the foot and cost themselves ad dollars, both with the conservatives, the Republicans, and they could have cashed in on the Democrats, but they themselves put a no political ad policy in place, which means that they didn't see that money either. That money went elsewhere. So Facebook benefits, Snapchat benefits, YouTube benefits. Twitter does not. And I think the earnings are showing that in many ways, where you see Google did all right, Facebook did all right, Snapchat did great.
So
Yeah, I'm just keeping an eye on Fisker here. So if I go quiet, it's because I'm watching Fisker at the same time as we're having this conversation.
hold on. Am I muted or not?
Nope.
Okay, hold on. Sorry, AJ was talking to me. Give me a second.
Okay. So for those of you that are just joining us here, we're doing a breakdown of Twitter, Facebook, Apple, Google. I think if FSR finishes around 10:50, 11, that would be about where I expect it to finish. It does seem like it's available to everybody at the moment. So I'm pretty sure that I was the last as a Canadian brokerage to get access to it, so that I have access now. I think going into the close, we see that there. I expect after hours to see it to continue to buy up, and then Monday pre-market's going to be a little bit nutty. First 15 minutes, you take your profit. In my opinion. You guys can do whatever the hell you want. Scotiabank still hasn't switched. Ugh. I'm a big fan of TD. By comparison, I use TD. Yeah, I like it because it's easy for me though, because it's tied to my bank account, right? Like my banking is with TD, so that's just easy. I get a lot of people asking me that WGD. I don't increase my stop loss until it drops, because I don't care. I have my price target and I get out, and I know that's counterproductive to a lot of people. Like, oh, but you're leaving money on the table. Doesn't matter. I'm honestly just looking at the next play. I already have my price target to exit. That's how I've built this portfolio, and I'm not going to change that strategy because it seems to be working. I find if I keep adjusting stop loss, that's me trying to get greedy on a play, and I'm not about getting greedy on the play. I'm happy to take the gains that I had forecast and then move on. Okay, so Twitter, you're back.
So it looks like their user growth was the lowest it's ever been. So they only added 1 million new users last quarter. So they're definitely slowing down. And I think, when did Dorsey come back to Twitter? See returns to Twitter. Do you remember? Does anyone remember?
I don't remember.
It was recently. Oh, 2015. Okay, not that recent. But yeah, okay, it is 2015. Wow, he looks so different 5 years ago. Anyways, so again, I think if you look at their balance sheet, there's like no chance of profitability either.
Yeah. So as far as monthly active users go, my take on Twitter is it's been around so long now that you either have Twitter or you don't. So that metric that a lot of the social media platforms are tending to use right now, which is monthly active users, it's not the same for Twitter. People are like, oh, look at TikTok, they've got so many new users. Isn't that amazing? Well, yeah, they're brand freaking new. Of course they do. Twitter's been around since MySpace. Like it's one of the founding fathers of social media. Twitter was around as a mobile texting app before MySpace. It's only once MySpace started going to the internet that Twitter saw the opportunity to make it an internet thing as well. But that was one of the original benefits to Twitter, was that it didn't require internet. You could do it with cell phones and texting.
So let's see. They haven't been their operating income. Actually, they had one. Wait, where's this net? Net income. Where are you? There we go. Wait, they're profitable this year? Holy shit.
Election year. They did get money in. I think they said that they would stop political ads the month before the election. So they did have an increase of funds for the first couple quarters.
I'm looking at it on Yahoo. I'm not actually looking at Twitter IR. So sometimes, like, these data providers.
This will be the election, by the way, guys, for the next couple days. It's all going to be swing states. Pennsylvania, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan. Those are the must wins. Whoever wins these states wins the election.
They were profitable this quarter, 28 million.
Yeah.
Less though than last year at 36 million. I wish they would do. I'm not gonna look at non-GAAP. You can suck my dick. Where's Hitch?
He went
He's
quiet.
all about user growth.
Yeah, he went quiet. I don't think you can. I don't think that you can use user growth on a grandfather company. It's like it would be like applying user growth to IBM. Like, well, look at AMD. They've got more new people using them than IBM. Oh, really? That's a shocker. IBM's been around for a century. So I'm really shocked that new users are higher on a new company like AMD than they are with IBM. Like I don't think it's relevant when you're using a grandfather in an industry. Florida is a commonly contested swing state. I think that we see Trump pretty strong in Florida. The big ones that are kind of coin tosses that people aren't sure about are the Steel Belt, the Wisconsin, the Michigan, even Ohio and Pennsylvania. The headlines would have you believe that the Latino vote in Florida is going to carry Biden through. I think they're grossly misinformed. The Latino vote is not going to be in Biden's back pocket.
They talk about organizing content over topics and interests, but another important goal is to make it easier to follow and participate in healthier conversations. I mean, I don't know if Redemption's around, but he literally called Twitter a cesspool.
Yeah, it's not a good look. They're not looking good. And I will give Zuckerberg this over Dorsey. Zuckerberg has done a point of trying to stay in the middle ground as much as possible. So he's kind of just pulled back. He didn't limit the advertising on politics. He just said that there would be an approval process on the ads. So you couldn't just run smear campaigns that had no validity to them. There had to be an approval process on them. And again, this is where Section 230 comes in, is like, okay, well, who decides what is factual and what's not, and what meets the guidelines and what doesn't. But I think that's why Facebook is probably looking a little bit better heading into Q1, is they've been less of stepping on the toes. Trump has been outspoken against Twitter for its constant pulling, deleting, or amending his content, whereas Facebook hasn't done. Not on Facebook, not on Instagram. So. And I think it shows. Like, I'll pull up on the 6 sheet here. I'll pull up, let's go do pins. Pins. Twitter. Facebook. Google. Snap. Okay, and let's make this the past month. So, for those who have left an open door to advertising over the last month, Pinterest, Google, Snapchat, all of them are up. To those who have locked down and curated, Facebook and Twitter, down.
On political spending, right?
Yeah. James, your FSR is coming from your SPAC stock. If you were holding SPAC, you now have FSR. Yeah, but that's on political spending. And that they kept their gains. You'll see a similar, like it ran a little bit high on Pinterest and then it came back down to around that 60 mark. Same thing with Snapchat. It ran up and then came back down a little bit. Google ran up, came back down a little bit, but essentially they've kept a decent chunk of the gains that they had. So that's from the political spending and the guidance that they are going to continue to see political spending into the end of the year. Whereas these guys can't make that claim, which is why they gave it all back. Everything that they built up to, they gave it all back. So, I mean, I guess we're kind of knocking Twitter and Facebook out both at the same time. Even though Facebook had really great earnings, they're kind of in the same boat, where people just aren't sure about these guys. Google, thankfully, has tied YouTube and Google together. And so Google ads are nowhere near as politicized as, or as not politicized, but censored or curated as these guys. They just let them run. To their credit. There's Fisker going for that $10 mark.
Would this statement reduce your reach on Twitter? We are encouraging more consideration by preventing liked by and followed by recommendations from people you don't follow from showing up in your timeline and not sending you notifications for these tweets.
Yeah, that's definitely going to diminish because if you don't like or follow Trump, you're going to see less of his stuff in your feeds, right? Whereas right now, it's just based on total engagement, whether it's positive or negative, right? So if you've got a bunch of Democrats that are hardcore Democrats in your feed and they're constantly shitting all over Trump's tweets, you're seeing Trump's tweets in your feed because a lot of the people that you are tied to are engaging with that content. James,
more of an echo chamber?
Yeah, it's more of an echo chamber. Absolutely. Yeah. James, my DD on FSR is it's doing what Nicola did. So this is the last 3 days, or this is Nicola, the 3 days before its merger. So it changed its name to Nicola here from VTIQ. Then it so the vote, the paperwork, the name change, it finished the day green, and then Monday it did this. So for me, I'm kind of in that same boat. I'm expecting to see a similar pattern here with FSR. Is I'm expecting to see it go. I mean, this is the Friday here. This is the green day. That long wick up, and then a green candle. So it should be somewhere around there. 5 days since popping up on here. I think if I pull up SPAC, it might still come up. SPAC, 5 days. So here's the, if I do it by day. So here's the 28th. It was at $8.96, $9, and then today I expect FSR to finish around the $10 mark to give us that green candle in comparison to this. So, and then I don't see FSR going to 90. My price target on FSR has been 25.
Do you think more of an echo chamber will actually increase ad spend?
No. No. The big ad spend, they don't want to sort by political party. They want to reach as many people across as wide a demographic as possible, right? If you have a Disney blockbuster coming out, you're not targeting Republicans or Democrats, and that's the line that's being drawn here as a political line. They're more likely to gravitate to a platform where they can reach everybody. Like, why wouldn't you put a YouTube ad out that's hitting everyone for a movie that's coming out instead of going to Twitter and just getting the Democrats? Now, if you want specifically the Democrats, then sure, there would be some ad spend there. But I think by and large, if you're doing a massive ad spend on CPM, you just want as many eyes on the prize as possible, and having that narrow democratic view on a platform is to your detriment.
Okay, so, but let's remove the election because that's 4 years. There's 4 years of no election spending, right?
Yeah. No,
So
what
in
I'm
the
saying is
absence
they're
of that,
curating though. So there is a known curated Democrat bias now on Twitter. It has nothing to do with the election. It has to do with viewpoints, right? And Trump isn't just going to stop talking if he becomes president again. He's going to keep talking, and they're going to keep curating this crowd. No Maury, thanks for the follow. Much appreciated.
do you think that advocacy of so Hitch said that there's two ideas that are incongruent, which is advocacy of a social justice idea and being a platform for everyone. So if you're saying limiting who can be on the platform since the platform isn't for everyone.
Yeah, it is to a detriment as far as ad spend goes.
Are we talking about the death of the big four?
No, Google survives. Facebook, I think Facebook will do what Facebook always does, is they shift to what's profitable. If they
So
say,
the
oh, okay, well,
companies
Google's
that-
going to survive because they just let everybody do everything, then that's what we'll do. We just let everybody do everything, short of being pornographic or illegal. But Twitter's drawn their line in the sand, and I think they've burned themselves. Played with
Are
fire.
there instances that we can look at where people limit who's on the platform and then those platforms die?
Not really. There's not really precedent. I'm trying to think of social networks that died, but it was because of lack of adoption. It didn't have to do with political or ideological stances from the platform. Orkut.
Well, we don't have to do political or ideological stances. We just have to say stances, right? Look at. Okay, so what social platforms have died?
Orkut, Google Plus, MySpace.
I don't remember Orkut.
Yeah, you wouldn't.
Let's see. Sorry.
Vine.
That's because it was bought out, though, right? I mean,
Kind of. Vine got bought out, and then it wasn't profitable because nobody understood how to profit off of it, which was stupid. Tumblr's still there. Tumblr's still actively used. Oh, that's true though. You're right. There was a massive user drop off after Tumblr got rid of porn. That's true. When Tumblr locked out NSFW content, they did see a massive drop off for sure, but they didn't die. I don't know that Tumblr's publicly traded either, though. I think they're a privately held company. I think Yahoo might actually own them. But I mean, there's an example. Yahoo. They died. I don't know if you'd call them as
Yahoo Yahoo as a social network.
Yahoo as Tumblr.
Okay, what else?
Can't really think of anything else that's died.
Let me see. What about Friend Feed?
I don't know what that is.
Meerkat?
Oh yeah, Meerkat's one. Yep. Yeah, I said Google Plus. I said Orkut. I said, well, we've said Meerkat, MySpace. Gah. So if my hypothesis about FSR is correct, guys, what we should see here is a green day out the close. If it goes up to 10, that's fantastic. It doesn't need to necessarily do that. It could close the day here. What we will see after hours, though, is a buy up after hours, and then pre-market on Monday we'll see a buy up as well. But let's see what we shall see. These are 5-minute candles. I should change this into minute candles.
Okay, what about Yik Yak?
I don't know what that is.
It was valued at $1 billion at one point.
Never heard of it.
After launching in 2014, the anonymous messaging mobile app gained momentum quickly among young adults, raising more than 70 million. Venture capital, whatever. Users could publicly post anything they wanted for anonymous users in their geographic vicinity to see and interact with. Okay, we have some people. Did anyone use Yik Yak? I'm just looking for failures. I'm trying to correlate failures. In social media, millennial, what is the number one thing that'll get you to not grow?
Opinions?
I think Google Plus is the biggest example of a failure.
Okay.
Yeah, recently Google Plus and MySpace was the original failure. MySpace failed because it refused to evolve outside of music. It niched itself. Instead of saying we're for everybody, it said we're for artists. And it niched itself out. With Google Plus, it was too much like everybody else, and there was nothing unique that it kind of added to the mix. It just felt like Google trying to tack on a Facebook. So there was nothing unique about it. So, just to make things clear, niching yourself in social was no good, and in the inception, back in the grandfather days, and being a carbon copy wasn't to your credit either. Now, that's not as true now because Instagram is just a carbon copy of what Snapchat was. It was Facebook's answer to Snapchat. We've seen Facebook try a few other things like that. It tried to copy Pinterest, remember? And that died on the table because it was just a copycat. I can't even remember what it was called, but I like PayPal. I think PayPal will do well in their earnings. If Square's any indicator, I think PayPal will do well. PayPal just launched that financing option as well heading into Q4. I think they do quite well, and their guidance will be really good. Essentially, PayPal is offering layaway through Christmas, which I think is a really great idea.
AIM. iTunes Ping. No. I don't think iTunes Ping is a thing. Friendster was the original failure.
Power half hour, here we go. What does Fisker do? Probably not much.
What is social proofing? Somebody said that. What does that mean?
I think he's talking about proof of concept that you have a mass community that adopts what you are doing. So TikTok would be an example of that.
It's just a shallow way to say, like, look, I know what I'm talking about. I have over 10,000 followers on Instagram. I wouldn't be having 10,000 followers if these guys wouldn't follow me if I didn't know what I was talking about, that sort of thing. That's the social proof I've brought up under, but this is all marketer BS.
I think I have Twitter stock somewhere deep down in the depths. I don't know. I gotta go look.
Headlines on Fisker are coming out. Fisker breaks out with big gain on first day of trading, up 12%.
Wait till the second day of trading.
Yeah, the Monday's the
Sorry,
big deal.
what?
The Monday's the big deal. What it does on Monday is the name of the game.
Are you gonna hold it through till Monday?
Yeah, that's always the strategy. It's mirror the Nicola, right? So here's the Wednesday, Thursday, Friday on Nicola, where it was kind of sideways. So Wednesday they did the vote, Thursday, Friday, and then here's the moon Alice.
The point is, look at BLRX.
Oh yeah, how'd we do?
Look at it.
Oh, what did I say? Where was my line was $1.90, right? Does it fall? Does it go to where I had it?
I think your targets are always way too optimistic, but a nice solid 2.5 is good. Those fades, beautiful fades.
Yeah, guys, these steps down like this are never what you want to see. If you're holding this is not encouraging. These consistent steps down.
Oh man, look at RKFL. What is that? Oh no, I just saw 100 over
Blockchain.
100%, and I was like, woo!
It's blockchain.
N-Tech. Yeah, that's a split. Whatever.
So, I mean, correct on movement on this. We called it up here at the 3 guys, said that this was the short at around that 100% gain, and yeah, I know a lot of people have been mentioning Sraku. If I'm going to take a space play, I'm going to take it on Virgin. It's a beast I know, right? I'm green on the day. I'll take that. I'm up 1% on the day. ACRX is in for a big week next week. Waiter earnings, I think, are next week too. The 6th, is that next week? Yeah, next Friday. Yeah, SpaceX is actually end of November. Late November. I think that honestly, I think that Virgin is just waiting to announce till after the election. They don't want the election to dwarf the announcement. I think Wednesday or Thursday we hear an announcement from Space as to what's going on. So again, like I said, I'd be happy if this did anything over 10 today. I'd be okay with that with FSR. BLRX, my target was $1.90. We're still a little bit off of that. We're 40 cents, 30 cents away from that right now. And we got a half hour, so who knows? Maybe it goes down there. Maybe it doesn't, right? Time will tell for sure where we're at with that. But yeah, if we're looking into Q1 Martini on social media, Twitter, Facebook for me are the ones where I would probably lean away from. And Google, Facebook would be the ones I come a little closer to. Even Snapchat, come a little bit closer to.
Facebook and Twitter you would lean away from, and then Google, Facebook you would lean into.
No, so. Google, Snapchat is what I meant. Google, Snapchat, Pinterest, I would lean into. Facebook and Twitter, I would stay away from.
Okay, so that was Twitter. What else reported yesterday was
Facebook, Google, Apple, Microsoft. Apple's an interesting one.
Oh yeah, it is.
It declined on diminished sales, but it definitely looks like a buy the dip to me.
By the way, the thing about Facebook, one thing that I picked up that I was crazy about was they said they saved 1.5 billion just in the quarter from people not working at the office.
Really? They've got a lot of people working for them then.
1.5 billion. The guy confirmed, Zuckerberg confirmed, that it was just people being there. Like, they haven't let go of that property. They said, we haven't divested from that property. So can you imagine the total savings of people working from home? Can you freaking imagine? There's so much incentive there. You know what I mean?
Yep.
$1 billion, millennial.
That's a lot of money. It's a lot of money. You know, companies like Google. Google's got a bigger footprint than Facebook.
I don't understand how you save $1 billion. I see you saving, but what? Because you didn't heat the office? Like, what is it? I mean, you still have the property. You can't turn and burn property. You know, you have like 5-year leases.
Yeah.
I don't get it.
Unless they own the property outright, and then it's just depreciation. But
well, that's the thing. Until the 10Q comes out, I don't know. There's no headline of that. That should be a fucking headline. I don't know why that's not the headline, you know? Fucking myopic shit.
Unproductive meetings from all the catering. Yeah, food, cleaning, heat. I think you still have to keep electricity running to the building. I don't know that you turn off the electricity to the building. But security, I don't know that you're running security as often. So yeah, like Martini said, guys, I may have been overly optimistic in my $1.90 on this, which is just me getting greedy. But yeah, it looks like it came down to below its actual open on the day, which was around that 225 range. It's fallen below that. Now it hasn't given up the gains from the pre-market, but funny thing is the news on this only dropped at 11 a.m. So this jump here, this is all people that knew about this beforehand. So I mean, again, here's the SEC not doing anything about something that's clearly a problem. That people knew about this, that this was not publicly disclosed, and people knew about it beforehand. This right here, I'd be looking at these buyers. Everybody that bought in between the close last night and the open this morning had knowledge beforehand of this.
So I'm gonna just search in there.
Here we go, FSR into the end of the day.
I really want to see this on the 10Q. They said that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Now show me where
That-
that savings is. Yeah.
Like,
Oh, Carrot, I feel bad for you. It's still at a really nice price point at 250.
I don't see work from home. I don't see it in their 10Q. See, that's why I go and listen to the earnings calls. Sometimes you pick up a nugget that's so.
Well, the transcript's there on Seeking Alpha. They've got the transcript from the earnings call.
Yeah, but I want the detail. Like, how do you save a fucking billion?
Yeah.
Right? I mean, is anybody else curious how you save $1 billion?
If I was trading it, I would be, but I'm not trading it, so I don't care.
I know. You don't care. I know you don't care. And yet you take over my Discord with your not care. But now I've taken over your stream, so it's equal.
Yep.
We're even.
See,
Eye for
equality,
an eye.
quality in the workplace, ladies and gentlemen. My weighter average is 318, so you've got a better weighter average than I do, Eric. My ACRX average is $1.72, so Carrot, you and I are at the exact same spot. Now I am probably looking to DCA with Fisker earnings.
No cleaning. Okay, security's still there.
How damn dirty is that building?
Lolo asks, you said that big players do a lot of their trades during pre and after hours, but is there a specific reason for that?
Yeah, because they don't have to deal with shitters.
The world wakes up at 4 a.m. Why? Because London starts off the trading day. And Asia starts it in the night. Nobody, no finance people are at their desks in the afternoon. They fucked off. Think about bankers' hours, right? When does banks used to close? What, it was 3 o'clock?
Yeah.
You guys are the only ones who still hang around in afternoon. Finance people are gone. They're done. Everything's done for the day.
Sandy Bell, thanks for the follow. Much appreciated. I don't think Purdue is scaring people away from ACRX. Those are two entirely different things. ACRX has military backing, and it can only be administered in surgical settings. I don't think people are afraid of ACRX for that. Purdue, you can get prescriptions from a psychiatrist. You can get prescriptions from anybody and pick it up at a local pharmacy. That was the issue, that they were commissioning people, anybody and everybody that can write a script. They were commissioning them to give out opioids. That's why they got sued. You can't do that with ACRX. You can only administer ACRX inside a surgical setting, so it has to be in an ER, a dentist's office, plastic surgery, OR. You can't get it at a pharmacy. You can't go to Rite Aid and fill a prescription for Dasuvia. It's not legal. You can't do that. And anybody that's buying a biostock knows that. Anybody that's buying into ACRX will have a knowledge of that. If anything, Purdue is to ACRX's credit because people are looking for an alternative. Yep. Of course they did. Of course they wrote prescriptions for that opioid because they got a kickback. They got a kickback from the company. And anybody and I've had several people pop into this chat and dictate to me how prescriptions work, and that's not how they work, and it's total bullshit. It's absolute bullshit. There are definitely doctors and therapists and psychotherapists and analysts out there that get kickbacks from pharmaceutical companies. They are out there. It does happen. Purdue is proof, but there are more companies out there that are doing exactly the same thing. But ACRX vetoes that because you cannot write a prescription for it. You cannot get a prescription for Dasuvia.
I'm looking through the transcript. I gotta see this again.
PT for ACRX earnings, I think it goes to 4 or 5, and then the government contracts at the end of the month with their guidance will take it to 10. Yeah, okay, so here's Wednesday, Thursday, Friday for Nicola, here's the Monday. I think we're going to see the same thing happen here. As long as today finishes on a green candle for FSR, we're Gucci. And right now, it is up 9 3/4 on the day. This is good. This is like diamond hands. I'm not concerned about this whatsoever. Do we know what the market was like on the Monday spike for Nicola? No, I don't.
I swear to God I heard that, but I don't see it in the transcript. It's in my notes.
Interesting.
I just searched my notes. It's in my notes. Because so the reason that I say this is because if offices are no longer a thing, that makes the commercial residential shit even worse. You know what I mean?
Yep, I agree. Yep, you and I are on the same page with that.
If a company as rich as Facebook, right?
Yep.
Tech companies are the ones that can provide the best benefits because they make the most. It's easily scalable, high gross, high margin business, right?
Carrot says she loves you, by the way.
Hi, Carrot.
Gross. I'm back, by the way.
Hitch, we can express love without being awkward in here. I don't know about you California boys, but real men can express emotions without being afraid of them.
Oh, I can express emotions as well, but
don't shame my heart, man. Don't shame my heart. In other news, guys, WeWork is going to try to IPO next year.
Oh,
That news dropped
God.
this morning. They're going to go for a second
Unlucky.
run at it. Oh, Akano found it. The other thing I would mention on the 2021 total expense guide is that we expect to have higher expenses from office operations and travel once we have seen larger parts of the workforce return to the office. We estimate that in 2020 we saved approximately 1.5 billion on those expenses. And in 2021 we'd be kind of working off a higher employee count, which is ultimately what drives those expenses. So we'd expect to see a snapback of some of those savings.
Thank you, Econo.
Who is that for?
Facebook. They're claiming they had
Oh.
1.5 billion in savings because people weren't working in the office. Which is just added incentive for remote work, right? Tell you who looks like a total jackass on this is the CEO of Yahoo, who came in guns blazing against remote office and then had her
What
hand
about Meg
forced.
Whitman?
What?
What about Meg Whitman? Made everyone go back into the office in the first place.
Yep.
This is crazy.
I
1.5 billion is material enough that it will incentivize companies to make this a permanent arrangement.
absolutely. So I've heard really conflicting things about this from people who are in positions in these types of companies. And the conflict is, yes, it's great that you can have people work from home and that's like a definite option. The problem you run into is productivity. A lot of departments within a company are actually really inefficient when you're working from home. So there's a weird thing where it might not be as true as you think, even though it's still true.
Yeah. Carrot, I have looked at Calla in the past. I'm meh on it. I like ALNA as a long shot bio play better than I like Calla. ALNA has 8 analysts on it, expecting it to go up to the $20 range in the next 12 months. I like ALNA much better than I like Calla with dry eye disease. Now, that being said, if Biden wins and pot gets legalized, I'll take another look at Calla.
Has anybody changed their stand on TM yet, or are the analysts still out on it?
Analysts are still out. Martini BLRX is at 202. It would have been a 30%. In the next 10 minutes, I'm going to be out of here, I think.
I tried to short it, okay?
I know. I'm just, we're keeping track, right? For confirmation that the call was correct.
Yeah, you can put into that sheet and put paper. Sorry, I'm eating.
What is that a? Oh, those are minute home.
Sorry, bro. Those are
millennial.
minute candles.
You may, dude. You. I thought that was a day candle. I was like, what the fuck? Good. There you go.
Nova and Axavant, not off the top of my head. I don't have any thoughts. BLRX just touched $2. We made the 30% on it. So for those of you that were watching along how we analyze this short, this is a low float stock. It was 400,000 average on the day. When we got flagged on it on the scanner, it was about here. It has done 210 million in volume today. The SPY has done 86 million. It has done double the SPY in volume today. So once it hit that 100%, what we've noticed in the past with short strategy that we ran is that when it hits 100%, a lot of the retail traders that got in on this on the way up get out. So like the what's his name? Bar mitzvah money. Timothy Sykes. The Tim Sykes boys get out at $3, and then it declines. And then here's like where Wall Street Bets gets out at 280, and then it declines. And here's where Davey Day Trader gets out at 240, and then here's everybody else holding the bag, hoping it comes back.
Sorry, I thought
let
I
me
was on mute. We have a capitulation.
let me check the map. The map says I'm gonna go SPAC split into space ACRX, and then ACRX earnings I'm gonna split into Mattel and DGLY. My space winnings I'm gonna split into Waiter and LPL. Now I may switch space for Waiter on this chart. So what you guys are seeing here, I may switch that. I may make Waiter first and then space and LPL split. But we'll see. This is so when it hits 100%, guys. This is where this low float stock slit its wrists, and then it slowly bleeds out. Yeah, that's what I just said. WGD. I may actually flip that. I may actually switch the Waiter in space. And there's FSR. End of day, guys. Isn't it great when millennials write? Isn't it great? Isn't it a blast? Doesn't everybody have fun when millennials write? You can't hear Martini because she's yelling at me. I muted her.
You muted me?
No, I didn't
Fuck
actually,
you.
but now everybody can hear her.
In her. Oh my god. The disrespect.
I didn't mute her.
Don't worry, I'll take a flight to Canada and then piss on your chair.
Good luck getting across the border.
I literally thought you were gonna say good luck aiming.
Oh.
Remember, Martini, we learned earlier, in the hand, not on the hand.
If you can't aim at a chair, you got other issues.
It's Canada. You can sneak over easily. Yeah, you can sneak in easy. You can't go back easy.
Oh man. Okay, but so here's the thing. Do you think work from home doesn't succeed because kids are home too?
I don't buy that bullshit.
No. I think it is a long study that holds value that it's called something specific. I just blanked out because I'm playing League of Legends. It's not a box. Anyways, the space that you are in, the physical space that you are in, affects the different parts of your brain that you use in that space. So you are more productive at work because you do work there. It's very difficult, and people might be realizing this if you went from work from home.
Yeah.
This year, that working from home is very, very, very different in terms of keeping your headspace focused. It's not an easily transferable skill. So different types of people can adjust more or less easily to this. And I think a lot of the more eccentric personalities, the marketing departments, the sales departments, are actually don't transition well to work from home at all. And I've seen and heard from people who say that this is starting to become a market trend of this happening.
Most of the people that I know that aren't agency marketing advertising were already work from home anyway. So yeah, it's kind of, you were already remote working in marketing and advertising, or you weren't. And if you weren't, it's because you're one of those old school guys that likes to do the mock-up boards with 12 people at a table. For sure. But again, I think the commute is a relevant argument. I think that cost savings, if they're actually talking $1 billion, agencies are going to see something similar as far as cost savings on not having office space.
But just think about how greedy they're gonna be, right? Like they save $1 billion, and let's say how many employees does Facebook have? Can't be over 100,000, can it?
Globally? Are they talking about globally, or are they talking about like California?
I don't know. Probably California, because those are the people who will be allowed to work from home. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I wouldn't say they've got more than 100,000 employees in California for Facebook.
I think it's going to be interesting. So you're going to have, of course, a business that's going to look at this and say, like, look how much money we're saving. Obviously, we're going to make this decision. I think it's gonna be 6-7 months down the line when you're gonna realize your marketing department isn't as efficient. You're gonna realize your sales numbers are starting to drop, and you're like, why? We had the same amount of people. We even hired people. It's like, well, your efficiency ratings are going down because people are in different environments, and especially you look at the industry that I like right now is like the pets industry. People are getting pets now, like a bunch of pets. So you might have like a puppy that you need to deal with on the call, and like that's kind of annoying to deal with. If everyone's got that, everyone's like, there's a lot of issues that come with working from home, and not everyone can do it as easily. And those problems are long-term problems. You're not going to see that in the short term. So
Martini FSR up to 1040.
I blame you that I'm not in it.
From the $9. That is an interesting question, Saint Outlaw. That would have huge tax implications at the end of the year where people are claiming everything at home.
hell yeah, bro. I claim everything.
Yep. I claim my internet, my hydro, my water, my food, my travel. I claim everything, man.
I claim all the things.
What's really gonna suck is if the IRS clamps down on work location.
Only those
you
with good
work from a
CPAs.
different state.
Oh
No,
my
that
god!
has
Imagine being
nothing to do with a good CPA. If you work in another state,
You've got to
you
file in
have
2
to pay
states.
taxes. That's called tax fraud.
it's a pain in the dookie.
Which is why I love the Canadian tax law, where wherever my location is that I provided the service from is where I have to pay taxes, which is right here. So I can have clients elsewhere, but I don't need to file a W-9 as long as I issue an invoice and I am an expense to that corporation instead of an employee, which is why I'm never an employee as a consultant. I invoice. I'm an expense line.
It was a huge pain when I was consulting, and I was like, yo, you guys got tax people on, right? So you can help me do taxes in like 6 different states. They're like, no, you got to do that yourself. Fuck you.
Yep. Yep. Hard pass.
What the fuck you mean? I got to do that.
Hard pass.
You want to know the year that I spent a month of weekends doing my taxes. Okay. Guess how many states I had to file in?
8.
How many?
Everyone throw out a number.
I threw out 8.
Nope.
15?
Keep going.
23.
50.
17?
Yep. Because AJ was consulting and he was going everywhere, and
I forgot about AJ.
We had we had joint taxes. Yeah, married filing jointly. And then it was even worse because I had to file about my shit overseas too, and I was just like, I'm done.
Hey, Redemption, take a look at the SPY.
I just started filling out stuff. I was like, don't care, don't care, don't care, don't care, don't care.
Oh, Christ.
Is everybody seeing the SPY right now? Is everybody watching the show?
Yes! Dude, account not busted yet.
Ding ding.
I guess that was earlier, Rita.
That's the
My
bell.
account isn't busted. Yes.
Rita BLRX finished $1.98. FSR finished up 13%. It was a good day, ladies and gentlemen. To quote the great Earth hero Kevin Costner, we had a good day.
Can we see your account?
22.5 right now.
I thought you were at 30,000 for some reason.
I took a side-eye exit, remember? I took a loss on side-eye.
I'm glad I got out of that one early.
Yeah. I mean, when you've got the cure for AIDS, I'm willing to hold on a little bit longer. You know what I mean?
Was it actually the cure for AIDS?
Yeah, it still could be. I'm just waiting on it to hit phase 2 trials. It's very seriously looking like it's the cure for AIDS. Is it odd that FSR has no bid ask in the after hours?
No.
A lot of stocks don't
Do you
do
want me to get the pizza?
after hours. No one wants them.
Mm-hmm.
Wait.
Is it after
none?
hours? It is after
5-10
hours.
minutes.
Holy shit, we
Yeah.
fucking survived.
Somebody offered to buy it for a penny just so we can see the big go.
I'll do it.
Imagine if
You
you
thi-
get filled, free money.
You think I won't fucking throw a penny at after hour markets? You're insane.
Iconian, just having read the medical reports, I agree to disagree. There will be a cure for AIDS in the next 5 years. That's one of the ones that there's been massive leaps forward with gene therapies. There's a high likelihood we see a cure for AIDS in the next 5 years. Now, I'm not saying it's an affordable cure for AIDS, but there will be a cure for AIDS. Have an amazing weekend, everybody. I hope you had a blast. I'm not going to pass this along to anyone, but I am going to cut it here. My wife is looking at me with eyes of desperation, rescuing me from 8 kids, so I'm going to go do that. You guys are amazing. I will catch you Monday morning, 9 a.m. It's pizza night. Later.